Welcome back to BetMGM Game Day. Here are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason La Canfora.
Week 10 in the NFL, we've got a full slate today, starting bright and early in Berlin. That game kicks off about an hour and 10 minutes from now. We'll keep you updated as the lines potentially fluctuate prior to kickoff. Right now, we're sitting at Colts minus 6.5, total of 48.5. We have plenty of other games that we need to dive into, so we're going to continue to move on. Jason La Canfora and Kate Constable here with you. Jason, Bills and Dolphins here. Bills 9.5-point favorites in Miami. I mean, 6 of the last 8 meetings between these two teams, it's been heavily Bills winning. But they've kind of come down to the wire, decided on the game's final possession. So not exactly blowouts. Still, how do you trust a Dolphins team right now going up against a Josh Allen-led team? The Bills got back on track, a big win in their last game after struggling. Losing 2, they go into the bye, come out looking great. Are you willing to lay almost 10 points on the road with Buffalo?
I am. Look, last week if you were on some of the bigger favorites, you got burned. And we talked about that on the show. Like, some of these are not going to come home, and some of these survivor sweats are going to be more of a sweat than we think. And even Thursday night would have applied going into this week with that slop fest in Mile High. But I'm looking at a Buffalo team that's being pushed now by New England in a way they haven't been in a long time. And it certainly brought out the best in them in Kansas City. Now, is this a letdown spot? Maybe. But it's a division rival that they feasted on. It's a division rival that I felt like they let hang around in the first meeting and almost kind of already played that game with them, where they took their foot off the gas. Miami hung around too long. Buffalo never really strutted its stuff offensively. They still scored 28 points. They still
31-21 in that game.
Right. One easy, maybe not as easy as we thought, and they still covered a double-digit, still covered by double-digit margin. Now, Allen isn't great when he lays that many points, and I'm not playing it at 9.5 because there's backdoor potential, and this Miami team, if they leave 2 in the game, against some backups or whatever, who knows. But I do think Buffalo get their 28 to 30 points. I do think Josh Allen does what he always does against these guys, which is light them up. Like, he's played them 15 times now, Kate. That's basically a whole season of games against Miami. And, they averaged 30 points with Josh Allen playing quarterback against Miami, 32.5 per game. He averages damn near 3 touchdown passes. He averages 325 total yards between passing and rushing. It's his tour de force, maestro performance basically every time he plays them, with one exception. I don't know that this is going to be different. It's not playing Miami in September and 1 p.m. and all the sun is beating down on your sideline. We're into the middle of November now. It's not as much of a home field situation. The Bills fans are taking over that stadium like they always do. Trust me, it's all over my Twitter feed. And I'm just looking at this saying, even if they don't beat them down by 10 or 13 or whatever, I think they're winning by a touchdown. And I think they're scoring 28 points. So that's my baseline. And then off of that, I've got Allen 2 passing touchdowns, Allen 3 passing touchdowns, Allen 225 passing yards, Allen 250. Could they run all over him all day? I mean, maybe, but that's tougher. It's more physical. Miami doesn't have a pass rush, and they just traded their best pass rusher. Buffalo's got a good offensive line. They've ridden Cook hard in some of these other games. I'm not saying Cook won't get his, but I just think it's a Josh Allen smash spot. He only threw 28 times in the first game, 22 completions, 3 touchdowns. He always throws for 2. He always throws for 2 against Miami. Is that going to change here? I don't know. But, again, Buffalo laying 6.5. Buffalo scoring 27.5 over. Buffalo scoring 29.5 over. Allen 2 touchdowns. Allen 3 touchdowns. That's where I am on this game. Every Buffalo win this season, Kate, they've scored at least 28 points.
What is, I suppose then we should probably look at what's the team total for Buffalo today.
Yeah, as I said, I'm playing it over 27.5. I'm playing it over 29. Again,
okay.
like, if you're playing it in a parlay, 3-leg, even if you take the spread from 9.5 down to 6.5.
Add that with Josh Allen 2 touchdowns, because that's minus 152. Yes. Throw that in there.
And then you add it with 29.5. Like, just Buffalo minus 6.5, Buffalo over 29.5 will get you plus money. Buffalo minus 6.5, Buffalo over 27.5, Josh Allen 2+ touchdowns, plus money. You swap that 2 for a 3, now we're making over $1.50. So that's I've sort of laddered this in different ways. Buffalo over 23.5 points is in some parlay legs for me. Buffalo over 27.5 is in some parlay legs for me. Josh Allen to throw 3 or more passing touchdowns is in a parlay for me, along with a couple other quarterbacks to throw 3 or more passing touchdowns today.
I'm going to go, I like your angle there. I will likely be doing some of that as well. I'm also going to go Dalton Kincaid. We heard that highlight coming back from CBS, Allen to Kincaid touchdown against the Chiefs. Miami has really struggled against tight ends. They give up explosive plays to them consistently. 6 different tight ends, already topped 59 yards against the Dolphins. And Kincaid has put up at least 66 and a score on this defense earlier this season. He had 101-yard performance against Kansas City. Like, he was phenomenal. 43.5 is what I grabbed it at earlier in the week. It's at 44.5. Fine. You could even ladder that up a little bit further if you want to look at some props to potentially parlay with some of the things that Jason just handed out. James Cook also, like, I know you said you like the passing angles a little bit more, but Miami's defense, it can't stop the pass, but it also can't stop the run either. And James Cook over 100 yards in his last 2 games. Dolphins defense also just gave up 119 to Derrick Henry a couple weeks ago, and Derrick Henry has been quiet on the season. So I think however you want to play this, you just kind of look at the Bills and props, totals, anything like that. But this is a Bills side completely for me.
I do just want to make clear, I'm not going crazy with Allen yardage, because it might be such a blowout that they take the foot off the gas. It might be such a blowout that it's Ty Johnson and other people other than James Cook in the 3rd and 4th quarter, right, bleeding this out on draw plays and whatever. Like, I'm not playing Allen passing yards above 225, and in most of these, I've got it at 200. Just wanted to make sure, because to your point, they can shred them a bunch of different ways. I just feel like this guy's very aware, and his coordinator is very aware that, like, when I play the Dolphins, I'm throwing for a couple. Like, that's baked into their cake. That spans multiple play callers. Like, that's what we do.
Let's go over to Tampa Bay. Another Florida game today. Patriots at Bucks. Bucks are coming off of a bye. They're laying 2.5 against the Patriots team that's won 6 straight. Drake May's in the MVP conversation. Mike Vrabel, Coach of the Year conversation. Everyone's feeling good about New England right now, and yet they're dogs on the road, Jason. I love the Bucks today. I love the 2.5. I think if you look at who the Patriots have beaten recently, it's not a whole lot of great teams. They only have one win against the team
winning percentage.
With a winning record, exactly.
357.
So you have a Bucks defense that's had 2 weeks to prepare for this. You have Baker Mayfield, who has played really well. I mean, we talked about him a ton early on in the season, and his name hasn't been mentioned quite as much recently. They had that loss to the Lions, came back and got a win, and then went on a bye, and there are other quarterbacks that have stepped up recently. So I feel like Baker's name isn't being thrown around quite as much, but he's still been phenomenal this season. The only really, great win for the Patriots was that primetime win against Buffalo in Buffalo. Outside of that, you've beat New Orleans, Tennessee, Cleveland, and Atlanta in your last 4 games. That doesn't exactly scare me.
Yeah, I if you made me pick a side here, I would take Tampa for a lot of the reasons that you mentioned. I lean to this being an under game, and I've played it. Now I've played it in parlays where I've taken it up like over. I've taken it up to like 52.5. So I'm. Where is it right now? Is it still 48.5? I'm trying to see. My computer keeps.
We're sitting at
locking up.
48 right now, so dropped half a
MGM
point.
has it at 48. Yeah, I do lean under, and I think it probably goes under that number. I'm more comfortable taking it above 50 and playing it under. Like, this is the part I don't think people are talking about with New England. They're 6-0 when Christian Gonzalez plays football, and they allow 16.6 points per game. And I get it. They're not playing great teams, but that gets my attention. Vrabel wants to be ball control. Vrabel wants to bleed the clock. Vrabel wants to put Drake May in positions to succeed. Neither team's going to have success running the ball. If you look at the other defense, there's reason to believe. But I still think you're going to see more volume in the run game than you might think, because I think it's going to be a close game. And you've got two defensive-minded head coaches, two former defensive players who I think are going to be okay managing this game as a field position clock game. Like, you look at Baker, one passing touchdown the last two games, 5.1 yards per attempt. That's basically running the ball, right? Mike Evans ain't coming back in that building. Godwin ain't coming back in that building. Igbukah was one thing for the first 5 weeks. Then everybody else got hurt, and he's going away. Cade Otton is the guy now. Like, Cade Otton will sustain drives. Cade Otton's got catch radius. Cade Otton has good hands. He's not going to go crazy yards after catch. I don't know, man. Like, I think these two defenses end up carrying the day. Like, these two teams have each allowed 18 offensive touchdowns. That puts them, and most of these teams have played 9 games. Do the math. Like, that's putting them in the top 10 in that category. Like, that's how you get points. You get points with touchdowns, right? Duh. These defenses don't really give it up. And I don't know that either of these offenses are going to shred them. Yeah, you factor in Tampa home field. You factor in Tampa coming off the bye. I'll lean to Tampa, and I'll lean to the under. And I think it should be one of the more interesting games. And it's another one of those AFC NFC battles where there's a fair amount at stake, even though you don't get the same tie breaking as teams playing within their conference. They're both the number 2 seeds, right? One in the number 2 seed in the AFC, one the number 2 seed in the NFC. I think it should be an interesting football game. But for all those reasons, I think it may play out a little bit more like a playoff game and be a little tighter, and coaches being a little more conservative. And I think it goes under.
If you look at the defense for the Patriots recently, they have not allowed a running back to gain 50 yards in a game yet this season. Yeah. That's the first team to do so through 9 games in a season since 1950. So their run defense has been phenomenal. I think that also lends itself to your under looking pretty nice in this one as well. But I'm going to play the Bucs on the side -2.5. Jason, let's hit this one real quick. I don't have a ton in it. It's not going to be a must. It's not going to be appointment television for me this afternoon. Saints at Panthers, -5.5 in favor of Carolina. That's a lot for Carolina. I know they play better at home. I know Bryce Young has looked good at times this season. If I had to play anything in this one, you got to take the points with the Saints. I don't think there's any way you can lay that with Carolina.
No, I can't. Look, Carolina's been really good at home. A couple of numbers that might get your attention here. I will just mention that Carolina's won 4 straight games that Bryce Young has started. Carolina is 6-0 when Rico Dowdle rushes the ball at least 10 times. Now, remember, he was stuck behind Hubbard on the depth chart for a couple of weeks when he shouldn't have been. Last week, they gave him the ball 25 times. I don't think they're going back to Hubbard. Nobody I talked to in the league thinks they're going back to Hubbard. Hubbard's the complimentary guy now. Dowdle's the main thing. Now, I know Dowdle was on the injury report, and the Saints might sell out to stop Dowdle. So, full disclosure, I'm not on Dowdle. I'm not on this game at all. But I just want you to be informed. If you go in, when he's got at least 10 carries, they've won the game if you're looking survivor-ish. And Bryce Young's last 17 starts, full season, 17 starts, 13-4 against the spread. Would I back him to win this by 6? No. No. They are much better at home than road. I'm still not laying that many points. I'm also not getting behind whatever this shuck is. Like, shuck off.
I don't think
Sorry.
you can do that.
Sorry. You're getting none. Shuck no. Are you getting any of my money running that out there at quarterback? Like, I don't think he's as good as Rattler. And I'm by no means a Rattler guy. Look, live betting, if that Carolina offensive line is bullying the Saints early, then I might live bet this a little bit. I want to see what Dowdle looks like. But I can't.
Jason, I'm stealing that phrase from you. That's good. I'm stealing that from you. Jags, Warriors, and Texans, Rams, Niners on the other side. This is BetMGM Game Day.
Welcome back to BetMGM Game Day. Here are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason La Canfora.
Matthew Stafford to Devontae Adams, touchdown there. Thanks to Fox for that sound. Adams has been one of Stafford's favorite targets all season long in his first season in the blue and gold out in LA. That's going to be a fun game this afternoon. I mean, talk about Patriots and Bucks being one of the better games. 49ers, Rams also being a divisional matchup. That's going to be a fun one this afternoon. We'll touch on that one in just a moment here. Coming up about an hour from now, we have Howard Balzer, who's going to join us. He covers the Cardinals for Cards Wire. He's also the host of weekly Hall of Fame radio show on Sirius XM. For NFL radio. So we'll talk to him, get his thoughts on another divisional matchup of Cards and Seahawks this afternoon. Jason, I know you have something in this game quick that we're going to touch on. I don't have anything in it. Actually, you know what? We're going to save that one for a little bit later on. Jags and Texans. That's going to come up a little bit later in the show. This Niners-Ram game, that needs to take priority because right now, Rams are on the road in San Francisco, and the line is 6. It opened 6.5, got down to 5.5, and we're looking at a flat 6 right now on BetMGM. Total is 49.5. I mean, for all of the injuries that the Niners have dealt with this year, like, they've been a very resilient football team. Kyle Shanahan has done, I mean, great work with what he's had.
Yeah.
Mac Jones continuing to go today. No Brock Purdy, but Jones did lead the 49ers to a overtime 26-23 win against the Rams last month. With this being a divisional game, the 49ers at home catching almost a touchdown. I'm going 49ers here. Not one of my stronger plays of the day, but I feel like you have to take the points.
This is really moved. I mean, I jumped on the Rams around 3 at this time last week. And it's not like the injury.
So you got a great number.
Crazy. Yeah. Well, I think that's a fair number. I mean, I like the Rams a lot, and I don't like San Francisco as much as most people. But this has just gotten a little
out of control.
A little out of control for me. Like, I've got Rams money line at a decent number in a bunch of parlays, multi-team money line parlays. I'm not as hot to play it now just because the juice isn't as much worth the squeeze in terms of what they're willing to give you for that, as the spread has gotten out of control. I do think the Rams are the better team. Look, I think they've got the better offense, the better defense. Both teams are crap special teams. We'll find out about the Rams' new kicker. If you want to give San Francisco the check there, you can. I think McVay's a better coach than Shanahan. If you want to say that's even, whatever. And then if you just look at the intangibles, the Rams, I mean, Stafford had 3 touchdowns, no picks, 375 yards passing. And McVay decides he wants to run the ball in the black zone and the high red zone, and they turn it over. And then Kyron Williams fumbles going over the goal line, and then they lose a coin flip, and then and they end up losing that game. They had no business losing that game when these teams met the first time. The Rams were the better team that night. They've been the better team since. And now there's no Fred Warner as well for San Francisco. They got after Mac Jones in the second half of that game after he got the better of them in the first half. I'm not sure Mac Jones is making it through this game. I do like the Rams. Now, McVay plays with his food. He's not one who's going to go out to score 35, 38 points when he can. Here's what I think. I think the Rams win the game. I think Stafford throws at least 2 passing touchdowns. I think Puka Nacua has at least 80 yards receiving in this game. They could not guard him in the second half of that game. Have I played? I'll take Rams money line out of it because it's not. I'm just looking at my bets in this game because that's not Rams over 26.5 points. Stafford 2 passing touchdowns. Puka at 80. Adams at 40. Devon, have I done that? Yeah. I still like that. I also have put money on Stafford to throw 3 passing touchdowns in this game. Again, he did it last time. He's thrown, 21 this year. Nobody's even talking about him. His last 5 games, Kate, 16 touchdowns, no picks. Do you hear
We
about
need
it?
to start
I don't.
No.
Nobody.
The
It's
Matthew
like it's not
Stafford
even happening.
MVP. Like, why is Josh Allen plus 160 and Stafford is 6-1 for MVP? That makes no sense to me. Is it because Stafford's old? He's turning into a silver fox. Is that why we think he's not MVP worthy?
He's thrown 2 or more passing touchdowns in 7 of his last 8 games. He has 10 passing touchdowns in his last 3 road games. He has 3 or more passing touchdowns in 4 of his last 5 games overall, including a weird one at an early kickoff for them in Baltimore, and then staying in Baltimore an extra week to practice, and then going to London, and then coming back to the West Coast. So that's what's been going on with them. And a bye in there. And you can still look over a 5-week body of work that includes all that Meshuggah stuff. And he's got 16 passing touchdowns and no picks in his last 5 games. They can run the ball. They can throw the ball. The defense has been routinely holding people under 20 points. They allow 15.9 points per game on the season. That is second in the NFL. They played 3 straight games where they've held you to 10 points or single digits. I think they're going to outclass San Francisco today. Now, again, these 2 guys are buddies. Does McVay take his foot off the gas too soon? Does Shanahan get after it in the second half? I don't know. Again, I don't love the 6 points, but I do like Stafford to have a day. I do like the Rams to get at least to 27 points. And if Stafford's having that kind of day, then you can't tell me that Puka and Adams aren't at least a little involved in it.
You know, Jason, I don't change my tune a whole lot on games, but like you make a very compelling argument for the Rams. And you kind of wonder, like, I mean, the 49ers just continue to win games with duct tape all around the roster. It's like, at what point does that tape kind of fall apart and start tearing a little bit? I do think the Stafford 2 touchdowns, like, let's go back to the Josh Allen 2 touchdowns. Parlay those 2 together. You're not going to get a crazy price, but you probably get around even money, right? What do you have on that? Like plus 110?
I've got them in a 2 touchdown parlay with a couple other guys. I've got them in a 3 touchdown parlay with a couple of other guys. The 3 touchdown parlay will get you 30-1. At least it would when I played it. I'll just give it out. I'll probably jinx it.
Oh,
but
there you go.
I got Allen 3 passing touchdowns, Stafford 3 passing touchdowns, Lamar 3 passing touchdowns at 30-20.
I like it. And also can't complain with that
30,
number
20.
at all. What do you got for Steelers Chargers?
Just one other quick thing on the Rams.
Yeah.
I just want to if you are becoming more convinced, maybe this convinces you even more. Shanahan has not done great covering since the start of last year, but McVay has. McVay's covered 14 of his last 19 games. The Rams are 6-2 against the spread this season. And the last 10 times McVay's Rams have been a road favorite, Kate Constable, they've covered in 9 of them.
9 out of the last 10 is road
it's
favorites.
hard to get there because I'm all over this at 3.5 and 3 and 4, so I can't do it. But
that's different than 6.
Doesn't mean it won't happen.
And maybe you catch a live line early on. Like maybe San Francisco kicks a field goal and all of a sudden this number dips and you can grab Rams for a better price live. Maybe that's something I look at here.
That's possible.
This Steelers game is big. They're out in LA playing the other LA team, the Chargers. Chargers 2.5-point favorites. It's big for the Steelers because right now it's between them and the Ravens for the division right now. And I mean, it's a big game for the Ravens as well. They play the Vikings later. Not a division game for either of these 2 teams, but what happens for these 2 teams matters for their respective division. Right now, the Ravens are the favorites. Steelers just behind them. I don't love this game. I don't know what you get from the Steelers defense. I guess what you do kind of know. It's garbage. It's not good. But at the same time, the Chargers without Joe Alt, without that offensive line intact, like, can you back the Chargers in that manner? I say no. But I'm not sure I want to lay I want the field goal if I'm going to lay or if I'm going to grab the points with the Steelers on the road. The 2.5, I just wish I could get a 3. And maybe you buy it up to 3, Jason. You're great at that stuff like that and parlaying little things together. But without Joe Alt on this offensive line, I just can't play the Chargers.
Well, I'll tell you how I have played it. I've bought it up to 48.5. I've gone under, and I've parlayed that with over 3.5 total field goals. These are teams that love to use their kicker from distance. Also, another individual play I made on this, they won't let you parlay this as an SGP leg. At least I couldn't find anybody who would. But minus 150, each team to have a field goal over 33 yards. Like we got Dicker the kicker and we got Boswell. Yeah. And we got them in great kicking conditions in a dome. And we got 2 conservative head coaches. And Dicker's 20 field goals already this year. So Dicker's second in the league in field goals made. Boswell's 10th. I don't know. I think both these teams will be content to let these guys kick 50-yard field goals. The Chargers without Alt are a totally different operation. The Pittsburgh's defense, I think, found its sea legs a little bit last week. Mike Tomlin's definitely more involved in running that defense on game day than he was before. I think you look at some of the changes they made with their personnel, getting Ramsey at safety, being able to do some different things with their zone coverages now, being a little more judicious about who's pressing and who's not. I think they're going to make you earn it a little bit more now, and that helped the pass rush. And that stuff goes hand in hand. The Chargers defense is pretty solid, and this is Rodgers at age 40 whatever, going across the country, playing a tough defense. I couldn't really get there on a side. I do like taking this to 48.5 or higher and going under. I think we'll see the best of the Pittsburgh defense here. And I think it's going to be Harbaugh, a former quarterback, saying, I got to get Herbert through this game. I don't care if we hand it off a bunch of times for 3 and 4 yards a carry. I don't think he's going to let Watt end his season.
This game, the Sunday Night Football matchup coming up later tonight. We'll talk Eagles, Packers, Giants, Bears on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day with Jason Luckenfora and Kate Constable.
BetMGM Game Day.
Week 10, Sunday Week 10 rather, kicks off in a half hour. We have already had one Thursday night football game for Week 10. That was a very underwhelming Broncos and Raiders game earlier this week, but we do have Falcons and Colts in Berlin. That game, again, 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern kick. We will keep you updated as lines move, if they do, before that game goes. Right now, I'm looking at a 6.5 in favor of the Colts. Total sitting anywhere from 47.5 to 48.5, depending on where you look. So always do some shopping there. Jason, continuing on, we just talked a little Sunday night football. Let's go over to Monday night football. Tomorrow's matchup, Eagles at Packers. Eagles finally, got back on track after two losses. They lost to the Broncos and the Giants, and then you go to Minnesota, you get a nice win. I don't know how nice a win against this Giants team in their current state is last week, but maybe finding a little bit of consistency for this Philly team. Whereas the Packers, 13.5 point favorites last week at home against Carolina, and they lose outright. So not a great look for Green Bay. But right now the Packers are sitting at a 1 point favorite, basically a pick 'em in this game. A lower total, 45.5 here. I don't know what the weather is like currently in Green Bay, but in Chicago here, it is cold. It snowed a little this morning. It feels like 14 degrees out. So this is going to be very much a cold weather Green Bay game that, the Eagles from Philly, they're used to this stuff, but the first really cold game of the season.
Yeah, well, I watched some of that Wisconsin game yesterday, and it's certainly, you got a feel for it there. So if that's what's going on in Madison, it's probably pretty similar in Green Bay. I think it's probably an under game, and I've played it there. Again, the numbers come down a little bit. They played a 22-10 game in the playoffs. I don't know what to make of the Packers offense. I do know it's a pretty good defense. And the Eagles have gotten healthier on defense. And the Eagles now look a little explosive offensively. I don't know that I totally buy that that's their new identity. But I look at what the Eagles are getting back on the other side of a bye, and it appeals to me defensively. I think we're going to see the best of them defensively moving forward. And again, Green Bay's defense has not been the problem. It's been a woefully inconsistent offense. Philadelphia's won its last 4 off a bye, so there's that. Green Bay's won 6 in a row on Monday Night Football at Lambeau. Here's what I think, Kate. Remember all the hoopla about tush push and them trying to outlaw it, and Goodell wants it out. And whatever.
Yeah, and Mick,
do you know which team
hated it?
Yeah, do you know which team formally put the proposal together, basically on doing Goodell's bidding to get it in front of the owners to have the formal vote on outlawing it?
Yeah, that would be the Green Bay Packers.
It would be the Green Bay Packers.
Yep.
Yeah. And the tush push can be used anywhere on the field, obviously, to get a 3rd and short or a 4th and short, heck, a 2nd and short. It's not exclusive to red zone, goal line situations, goal to go situations. But that's kind of what we think. We kind of think of Jalen Hurts scores all these touchdowns because he runs into people from a yard out. They had it priced. I kept looking at it early in the week. Really? I'm getting real legitimate plus money on Hurts anytime touchdown? Why wouldn't they lean into that here? They are petty. They know this might be their last stand. I got it at plus 135. Just take all that backstory out of it. He does this a lot. They do it a lot. It's probably the last year they can do it no matter who they're playing. And now they're coming off a bye. Everybody's feeling refreshed because this takes a lot out of you. They're playing what's going to be a playoff rematch game against a really good defense that is not going to roll over. I don't know why they wouldn't keep the main thing when they get in these situations. So I like that. I also like Josh Jacobs getting in the end zone because
that's what Josh Jacobs does. Exactly.
He's got 10 rushing touchdowns. He's got a rushing touchdown in 5 straight, 8 total touchdowns in that span because he can catch the ball too. And we got an Eagles team that's allowed 10 rushing touchdowns already, right? Bottom 7 in the NFL. The other thing is, when their offense is all off kilter like it is now, and they lose Tucker Kraft, Jacobs is basically a 3-down back for them. He's got great hands. He runs great routes. Like, he got 9 targets in the game against the Browns. I look at that Browns defense. I see some similarities to this, to what they're going to be up against in Philadelphia. So, like, he's had 3 or more receptions in 5 of his last 6 games. They're not giving you the anytime touchdown, right? They're making you pay for that one because it's been automatic. But, like, I got a Jacobs anytime touchdown and 3 or more receptions at plus 174. So I like that. I like the Hurts anytime touchdown. And I think this game goes under. Maybe it doesn't go under 46, but I think it definitely goes under 49.
I like the under in this one as well because you mentioned Tucker Kraft being out. He's been great for Green Bay this year. Like, he's been one of their more reliable pass catchers. Without him, I don't love the offense to begin with, and I don't love the receiving core. Like, we talked so much going into the year, like, the Packers are receiving core by committee. They don't necessarily have a number one or need a number. Well, they kind of do. Like, it hasn't really worked out all that well. And going back to the Josh Jacobs point, yeah, you're paying for an anytime touchdown, minus 155, but 4-1 for 2 touchdowns. A game that's likely going to be played on the ground. I kind of like that, Jason. Like, you get some good value there. So the rushing touchdown, certainly an angle in this one, and the under certainly an angle for me.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, Jacobs could certainly do it multiple times. And I think you bring up a great point about the Packers. I'm holding some Packers futures tickets. I'd like to see them right the ship. I do feel like it's too much. Jordan Love is Isaiah Thomas, and he could make any, like, it could be going to Lambeer, it could be going to Vinny Johnson, it could be going to Mahorn. Well, Mahorn didn't really score. But, like, it's just so spread out. Like, they really don't want their offense to be dependent on anybody being a funnel. But you know what? Like, you might need to decide that Watson is our number one guy while he's healthy, and let's see what happens if we target him 10 times in a game. Like, I feel like it's almost so cute. And so anybody here, let's get this guy a catch, let's get that guy a catch, that when there's not that sense of urgency, like, there doesn't seem to be that commitment that, like, okay, this is what we're really, really going to do, and we're going to do it until they stop us. Like, in the past game, I don't sense any of that. And so you see these games where they don't get going until after the half, or they play well in the first half and then get cute. Like, I almost feel like they don't know what their main thing was. And I think Tucker Kraft was becoming the main thing, and now the main thing's gone. So that gives me, like, I think they were probably reaching a mode where it's like, all right, if they had survived that Carolina game, it's just going to be like, we're going to be in 12 personnel all the time. We're going to throw to these 2 tight ends, and we'll take deep shots to the wide receivers, which is kind of like who they are. But, like, let's funnel to tight ends and make people try to stop that. And when they sell out to stop that, it's going to open up other stuff. Like, I feel like they were getting there, and now that's gone.
Completely derailed. And we don't quite know how they're going to adjust today. So, unders, rushing props, Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown. Those are some of the angles that we like in Eagles-Packers on Monday Night Football. Giants and Bears here in Chicago. Bears laying 4.5, which feels like a big number for the Chicago Bears, but they are playing the Giants, who are without Cam Scatterbo after that gruesome injury. He's been out now at least a game. Giants have lost 4 of their last 5, 3 straight. Bears are coming off the emotional, crazy roller coaster of a win against the Bengals. Like, they should have won that game big. Then they should have lost that game. They ended up winning that game. It was one of the more wild games we've seen in quite some time. I think this is a massive game for Chicago. Not just not because of the opponent they're playing, but because of what's coming up in their schedule. You go on the road next week to Minnesota for a divisional matchup. Then you're back against Pittsburgh, 2 more road games. So you're on the road 3 of your next 4 games, and those 2 road games are against Philly and Green Bay. If you don't win today against a very winnable Giants team, or a very beatable, I should say, you could be looking at 5 straight losses. 4 of your next 5, like, things could fall apart for Chicago. Now, they have been, with Ben Johnson, winning a lot of games that they would have lost last year. You go back to the Vegas game, the Raiders, they would have lost that game last year. The Washington game, they did lose that game in dramatic fashion last year. And then the Bengals game, again, they were up big, should have won big, but kind of collapsed. That would have been a loss last year. So I think this is an important one. I'm not willing to lay the 4.5 for Chicago, but if you wanted to put the Bears in any money line parlays, I would be totally fine with that.
Yeah, it's interesting. These teams are 11-6 to the over. So there's some trends there. I don't totally buy either defense. The Giants should have an elite D line. They really don't. People get their yards and their points on them. They're allowing 5.5 per rush. The rookie looked pretty good running for DeAndre Swift last week. I think he'll get fed here as well. So I'm not so sure that this thing does go over. I mean, the Giants, all the injuries, like they fight hard, they play hard. Here's what I think about the Giants. I think Jackson Dart really likes Brian Daboll. I think he likes having Brian Daboll as his coach. And I think these two are bosom buddies. And I think he puts on for his coach. He's trying to save his coach's job. And he's a one-man show. And now you take Scatterbo out of it. Like, this kid's got a rushing touchdown in 4 straight games. And now you've lost the bowling ball, who was the biggest threat to preventing him from finishing drives with his legs. So, like, anytime touchdown, Jackson Dart, I'm there. He's also doing something pretty rare. He started his career with a rushing touchdown and a passing touchdown in 4 straight games. Do I think Brian Daboll's aware of that? I absolutely do. And Brian Daboll's probably not going to keep his job based on anything the team does, because that's kind of out the window. But, like, do they want to keep this streak going of Jackson Dart throwing and running one? I think they might. And this kid's been putting up 50 yards rushing when he gets any volume in it at all. I'm playing it at 30 today. So I like a Dart anytime touchdown. I like a Dart anytime touchdown, Dart 1 passing touchdown, plus Dart 30 rushing yards. The rest of their offense is too difficult to sort out. We know who they've lost, Neighbors and Scatterbo, and they're down to backup backs and backup wide receivers. And I think all that stuff is interchangeable. But I think Jackson Dart's a gamer, and I think he'll keep them in this game. And I think his legs will be a part of it. And I'm still, like, I'm old enough to remember Snoop Huntley 2 weeks ago getting the best of the Chicago defense. So I'm not ready to genuflect to them. Sorry.
Yeah, the Chicago defense has not exactly been a juggernaut this season. What is somewhat becoming a juggernaut, maybe we can say that with more confidence in a game or two, is this Chicago run game. Kyle Monangai proved that he can handle the workload after what he did last week. You have Swift back in the mix today. I think you could look at either of the two for rushing yard props, or even both if you wanted. Like, this is what Ben Johnson did in Detroit, is the two-headed monster. And I think he's finally realizing that he actually does have that here in Chicago and is going to continue to utilize that today. So Swift, 51.5 rushing yards, Monangai 46.5. You could go anytime touchdown for either of those two players as well. I think the run game continues here in Chicago.
Yeah, no, I think Ben Johnson's going to want, as much as I said that Giants defensive front hasn't been as menacing as a lot of us thought it would be, they've still got some dudes there. Yeah, I don't, and that's why, again, I can't get all the numbers tell me this should be over, but I just couldn't get there, in part because I think the Bears ground game is going to be a factor.
Well, as we're talking to Jason, this was 46.5, and I just saw it move across the board. It was sitting at 45.5 most places right now. So it is on the way down. It's also freezing here. I mean, I mentioned it's going to be cold in Green Bay. There's snow on the ground. It doesn't look like it's going to continue to snow this afternoon, but it's freezing here. So, I mean, that's what you get. November in Chicago, another cold weather game. We're going to have a lot of those
here yesterday, Kate. 73
degrees?
Campus, visiting my son at College Park, Maryland. Yeah, it was 73 degrees. Beautiful day. Brought the dogs, walking through the quad. It was gorgeous.
That's stupid. Yeah. I'm door dashing. I'm not leaving my house today. Sitting on the couch. No. Ravens, Vikings, Browns, Jets. We also are going to talk to Howard Balzer here coming up. at the 10:40 Eastern mark. That's all coming your way on BetMGM Game Day on the BetMGM Network.
Jason LaCanfora.
Falcons and Colts kicking off in Berlin, Germany here in about 10 minutes from now. Talked about that game a little bit earlier on, leaning towards the Colts here, but no strong feelings one way or the other on the side. Right now, it's Indianapolis -6.5, total sitting at 47.5. I do like Alec Pierce longest reception over 25.5 yards. That's the only thing I have played in this game. Jason, remind me what you have, if anything, in this one, just real quick.
I like Daniel Jones 2+ passing touchdowns. Like, I don't love it. It's not a best bet for me, but I've dabbled with it.
All right. Well, we'll keep our eye on those two props as this game gets underway. Coming up about 20 minutes from now, Howard Balzer is going to join us. He covers the Cardinals for Cards Wire. You can also hear him on Sirius XM NFL Radio. We'll talk to him about the Kyler Murray drama, Jacoby Brissett going today, and their matchup against the Seahawks. Again, that coming up 20 minutes from now. For right now, we go over to Minneapolis. Ravens laying 4 on the road at the Vikings. Minnesota, finally, J.J. McCarthy back in the fold last week. They go to Detroit. Detroit's heavy favorites coming off a bye. I was all over Detroit last week, and that blew up in my face, to say the least. Vikings get the win. J.J. McCarthy looked competent. Can he repeat that, Jason? Based on what we saw earlier on in the season and do we call it a soft benching? All of a sudden, J.J. McCarthy comes out and is great. But on the other side, for the Ravens, they kind of got things back on track. They don't have a single player on the injury report today, so they're healthy. And they know that they can't lose football games if they want to win this division at all. Like, the margin for error is paper thin for Baltimore right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting game. We talked again on set of the show about a couple things. Last week, we saw some dogs come up and bite. And is that going to happen again? And then we've got these AFC, NFC games where people are going to separate, where people can define their season. We talked a little bit about New England, Tampa, and that's a statement game for whoever wins that. Obviously, this one that's about to kick off in Germany. If Atlanta loses that, look out. If Indianapolis loses, all of a sudden we're looking at them a little differently than we were 3 weeks ago. And this is another one. I think we get a lot of points here, Kate. And I think what McCarthy did was fairly special, was fairly significant. And O'Connell does know best. We hear that clip from you in the intro to the show. Like, was it unsightly?
And for a couple weeks, that clip from me was questionable. Of, do we really believe in Kevin O'Connell? Yeah, I think the answer after last week is we kind of have to.
Yes, and I do think it was a soft benching. And is that unfortunate for Carson Wentz and what he had to go through physically? It is. But that's also, when you're the backup quarterback, kind of what you sign up for. And the reality is, giving McCarthy that extra time certainly benefited him, because he went into what we thought was the Lions' den, and they out-physical. And I think he helped set a physical tone for them with the sort of energy he plays with and how he slings his body around. Like, I think they feed off that. And they did something to Dan Campbell's teams that doesn't happen. They went into their place and they punked them. They punked them on both sides of the ball at the line of scrimmage for the better part of four quarters. And they saved their season in the process. And look, this Baltimore offensive line is not very good. And when they've gone on the road and faced real teams, I'm not counting Miami on the road, because Tua was complaining about the crowd after that game, not Lamar. Tua was saying we had to go, hurry up. We had to go hand signals because we couldn't hear ourselves. That was in Miami. When they were at Arrowhead, Lamar got destroyed. Lamar got sacked 5 times. Lamar got injured and left the game. When they went to Buffalo, second half of that game, they couldn't pick up a yard when they needed it because the offensive line got completely swallowed up. So now they're going to face a Minnesota front on the road where it's a true home field advantage, where it's loud as hell, where Van Ginkel has returned, and now the blitz is getting home more for Flores. I think that's a problem. Baltimore's defense, I don't buy. They didn't add anything real at the trade deadline. They need pass rushers, plural. They've played multiple games this year where they've gotten 0 pressures, let alone sacks, out of their group of edge rushers. I know Minnesota's had some issues to their offensive line. I know Darisaw showed back up on the injury report this week, but I just don't think Baltimore, without Nnamdi Madubuike, who's not coming back, who's out for the year, can get after the quarterback. So I think McCarthy's going to feel a lot better here than he did in Detroit. And you look at Minnesota, like to this point, when they blitz and when they bring 6 or more when they blitz, they're getting carved up a little bit. And Lamar is as good as they come against the blitz. And Minnesota's allowing the 7th worst passer rating in the NFL, 104.7. 13 touchdown passes to 3 picks, almost 8 yards per attempt, over 68% completions. I think it's an over game, Kate. These teams are 13-3 to the over. The only game Baltimore's played with Lamar this year that didn't feature at least 57 total points was the game at Arrowhead when he got knocked out early and Cooper Rush came in and Baltimore did nothing offensively and Andy Reid had the game won at halftime and took his foot off the gas. So I think it's an over game. I've played it as such. You can get plus 200 on Lamar to throw 3 passing touchdowns. He's doing it every game he plays in. And the Baltimore run game is still in fits and starts. And I think Minnesota wins the game.
Ooh, outright win on the money line, plus 170 over at BetMGM right now. I like that. I like it. I have the Vikings plus 4 right now. You talk about how loud and the true home field advantage. That's a loud stadium. They get the skull chant going. They get the fake snow flowing. They get the horn blowing. And it is a very tough place to play. I'm also, Jason, I mean, I think J.J. McCarthy proved a lot last week. I'm going to play his under on his passing yards, though, still. Even that. He has yet to go over his passing yards this season. 210.5, that's just a little too high. He threw for 2 touchdowns last week, 143 yards. So I think the Vikings can have plenty of success today, and J.J. McCarthy can go under his rushing yards. I think maybe you see J.J. McCarthy use his legs a little bit. Maybe an anytime touchdown for McCarthy. He's found the end zone himself in, 2 of the 4 games he's played in? That's a look for me. Even Justin Jefferson, like a reverse correlation between J.J. McCarthy's passing yards and Justin Jefferson's receiving yards. He's McCarthy's guy. I mean, as he should be. He should be everyone's guy, but that's McCarthy's security blanket. He's going to JJ all game long. So I'm on more props in this game. I do also, I'm also on the Vikings plus the 4. And maybe I need to jump on a little sprinkle on the money line with you because I think this could be a great spot for Minnesota. Anything else in this one?
We need to give out the obligatory Lamar owns the NFC because everybody always talks about that.
That is also.
But I will just say he's lost twice to the NFC this season, and they were at home, not a road game like this. He lost the Detroit game. They lost the Rams game without him. They beat Chicago without him. They lost another NFC game with him. I can't. But regardless, he's lost 2 of his last 3. He's lost individually 2 of his last 3 against the NFC. That might be going back to last year. But he is 13-1 on the road against the NFC in his career. He's won 7 in a row against the NFC on the road.
Lost to the Rams and Lions numbers this year.
He didn't play in the Rams game though. It must be going back to last year.
Oh, that's right.
But he's definitely lost 2 of his last 3 against the NFC. But he's owned them for his career. And remember, they last played on a Thursday, so Baltimore's on extreme rest again. They had a bye. So they've played now maybe that's good, maybe that's bad. And Lamar was rusty in the first half of that game against Miami. It was his first game back, and he hadn't even really practiced in over a month. And then they've got 9 days off on the other side of that. So it's a quirky scheduling spot for them. And Minnesota's 4-0 in their last 4 at home against the AFC. So make of that what you will. I think Minnesota is very live here for me.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go with the Lamar Jackson NFC stat, we could throw a couple at you to negate that for any trend you find on one side, you can find another one on the other side. So don't base everything off of just trends in that sense. The Seahawks right now, they sit atop of the NFC West, tied with the Rams at 6-2 overall, 1-1 in the division. They play the Cardinals today. One of those losses in the division did not come at the hands of the Cardinals. They won that game 23-20. I mean, it was very close. That one was in Phoenix. This one being played in Seattle. I love the Seahawks this year. I was totally wrong preseason on my thoughts on what was going to happen in Seattle with Sam Darnold. He deserves, as weird as it is to say, it deserves to be in the MVP conversation.
Absolutely.
7 at home. You have Rashid Shaheed coming over. Do we play props for him, Jason? Jackson Smith and Jigma has been phenomenal all season long. You do have Jacoby Brissett going for the Cardinals, which I like more than Kyler Murray.
Yes, so do they.
If this were Kyler playing, I would take the Seahawks with Brissett, yes. As crazy as it sounds. I have not bet this, but I lean towards the Cardinals getting the points today.
This has been prior to Sam Darnold's arrival, I would have just auto bet this as at an under early in the week based on any reasonable number, because this has been a dead under series. They're under in 10 of their last 15 meetings. They're under in 4 of their last 5 meetings. Over the last 15 meetings between these teams, those games have gone under on average by 4 points per game. They've gone under 6 straight times they've played in Seattle. And those games have gone under by 11 points per game. The last 6 meetings between these teams in Seattle have averaged 36.6 points. I do buy both defenses. Both defenses are damn good. We liked Arizona on the money line against Dallas because I thought they could slow that offense down. Now, this is a little different with Seattle. Darnold, 9.6 yards per attempt. Like, it's big boy stuff. And now they've added to it the player who has more receptions on balls that travel 20 yards or more in the air in the entire league since the start of 2022, Shaheed. They just added. So you couldn't stop Smith and Jigba, who's on 2,014-yard pace. Everybody knew where it was going, and they could do nothing about it, right? 5 straight games with 8 catches or more, 4 straight games with 120 receiving yards or more. And now you add this. And in the meantime, the other cast of characters showed up in prime time, albeit Washington stinks. And those guys are feeling good, and those guys are catching touchdowns too. So, do I still think it goes under? I might, because I think they're going to do what they can to stop McBride, which will be tough because McDonald's defense has a hole against tight ends. But like, okay, do you want to take away McBride and see if Harrison can beat you? I mean, he did beat Dallas, so maybe there are points. I don't know. But I'll tell you how I've played it. I played it Smith and Jigba, 80 or more receiving yards. Shaheed, 40 or more receiving yards. And you can get that around plus 200. So I'm taking Smith and Jigba down to 80. He's being set around 95, 96, 97, depending on where you shop. And I'm playing Rashid at 40. And it is a good Arizona defense. But I just think that what Seattle's doing, pushing the ball downfield right now, is pretty special. And I think it's going to be a tall task for Arizona on the road.
I'm also on JSN over his receiving yards. And I think you got to play a Shaheed longest reception. Like, they're going to try and get him a deep ball. Why not, right? Yeah. And then I worry a little bit about backing Marvin Harrison Jr. this week, coming off of the big week he had last week against the Cowboys. Like, that was one of the best games that we've seen him play all season. And so I lean towards kind of like doing a little zigzag of he was the hot hand last week for the Cardinals. I'm going to go somewhere else and Trey McBride. So that's who I would look for if you want to play props for Arizona at all. But I do like the JSN and I do like the Shaheed longest reception in this one. Lean towards the Cardinals getting the points here. And Jason just gave points for the under here. Yeah, what do you got, Jason?
I kind of think Brissett throws a pick in this game as well. Because, look, nobody's been able to run on Seattle, and I don't think this team's going to do it. Like, I don't think DeMercado is going off. Seattle's not allowing anybody to run for 100 yards as a team in a game, 3.5 yards per carry. And I think it's going to be a raucous, riotous atmosphere, and everybody in Seattle knows McDonald wins all his games on the road, but he hasn't won as many. He hasn't won at home. And I think there's going to be, again, unsustainable volume in that pass game for Arizona. And I think it is going to lead to a mistake or two from Jacoby Brissett. So I do think he ends up throwing a pick if we get the game script that I'm thinking of, and it could be a red zone pick, which then maybe does bring us back to that under.
Mm-hmm. We are also underway in Berlin. That game just kicked off. Colts with the ball first. We'll keep our eye on that one. Coming up on the other side, Howard Balzer covers the Cardinals. Will join us next to continue talking this Cards Seahawks game here on BetMGM Game Day. edition of Week 10 in the NFL is underway. We have Falcons and Colts over in Berlin. Colts just stopped on 4th down, so Falcons will take over. We'll keep our eye on this game as things continue to progress, but just underway there. We left off last segment talking about the Seahawks and Cardinals game this afternoon, that one being played in Seattle. To help us further understand it and break down that game, we bring in Howard Balzer. You can hear him on Sirius XM NFL Radio. He's also the NFL reporter for Cards Wire. Howard, appreciate you getting up early and talking some football with us on this Sunday morning. Big game in Seattle this afternoon. The last one between these two teams when they played earlier this season was close. A 3-point win for the Seahawks. Do you anticipate a similar close game today? Again, in Seattle?
Yeah, I would think that, considering the way the Cardinals have played this season. All their games have been close. In fact, the game against the Cowboys on Monday night was the first game they've had this season that was decided by more than one score. And in fact, if the Cowboys had kicked the field goal in that, in that second half of that game and made it a one-score game, but instead they went for it on 4th down, that might have been a one-score game too. So I would suspect that would be the case. Obviously, you never know in the NFL. The Cardinals have obviously some challenges going into Seattle, and continuing to be competitive in this game. But that's, like I said, that's the way they've played. And so as long as they protect the ball on offense, which is always a key, obviously, in the NFL, then I think they've got a really good chance of making this another game that they're in position to potentially win.
Well, it's pretty interesting to me, this matchup, because both defenses are legit. Both, especially since Arizona's made the quarterback change, both offenses can score and pick up yards and big plays pretty quickly. And if you study this series, it's been a dead under series for the most part. I mean, especially at Seattle, these games have struggled to get to 40 points, let alone the 50 that's projected today. Do you have any thoughts on this from an over-under standpoint?
Yeah, I think it probably would go under. I mean, it could end up being close, but I think there's a really good chance it goes under, like you said, because of the way both defenses are playing. And the Cardinals' challenge with another game with Jacoby Brissett at quarterback is protecting him. And even with as well as he has played in these 3 games that he has started, the fourth quarter has been a real struggle for the Cardinals, not only with Brissett, but the entire season. And when you look at his numbers, they go really down in the fourth quarter, and they're going against a defense that can put a lot of pressure on. He's been sacked 13 times in his 3 games, and 6 of them have come in the fourth quarter when games are on the line. So I think that's the challenge for the Cardinals in this game. And then the flip side for that defense is finding a way to somehow contain one of the hardest receivers this year to contain, and that's Jackson Smith-Njigba, who really didn't have a great game in the first time out, didn't have a catch or a target in the first half, but in the second half, he was a lot better and made big plays, and that's what he's done all season to lead the NFL in reception yardage for wide receivers, and do it with a lot of big plays. And the Cardinals will be challenged in this game without 2 cornerback starters, Max Melton and Will Johnson, although the fortunate thing for them is they have Garrett Williams back, who was activated from injured reserve last week. So I think those are the challenges for the Cardinals in terms of trying to limit what the Seahawks do on the scoreboard. And in that last game you referenced, they were trailing 20-6 late in the game, and then scored two late touchdowns to tie it, which I'll point out is Kyler Murray at quarterback. What's been interesting is with Brissett playing as he has, there's like this collective amnesia as if Kyler Murray never did a good thing for the Cardinals, and that's usually the case when you have quarterback situations with teams. But they did that with him, and Marvin Harrison Jr. came alive in the second half of that game. So my big question is, which Ohio State receiver will help their team win today? Because both those guys, Harrison and Smith-Njigba, were both teammates with the Buckeyes.
Well, let's get to the elephant in the room then, Howard. It's not going to affect this game or probably many moving forward because we're not going to see Kyler for a while. But, like, I don't know. It seemed a little suspicious to me. Like, it looks like Kyler's maybe ready to play and he's, on the sidelines in sweats. And then they beat Dallas and it's clear they're sticking with Jacoby. And then they announced they're sticking with Jacoby. And then Kyler's, headed to IR or whatever. Like, is this not a soft benching? Is this not a Palace coup? Is this really all just an injury?
I think this whole soft benching thing, and it's interesting that it hasn't been said too much about Brock Purdy in San Francisco. Obviously,
I believe it's going on there too. I'm with you there too.
Well,
I'm with you there on that one.
Well, no, but here's what I say. I don't believe it's a soft benching because I think people, people on the outside don't know what it's like to have a toe injury or something that involves your foot and you're a quarterback. And a lot of times those injuries are slow to heal. And for Murray, who makes his living with his legs, that makes it really difficult. And I've tried to remind people that back in 2020 and 2021, when one year he had a high ankle sprain, the other year he had a shoulder injury, and they weren't very good down the stretch. And a part of that is because Murray was playing with those injuries, and he was protecting himself because he couldn't do what he needs to do with his legs. And I think from the standpoint of Murray, the Cardinals felt they were hoping that this would only be about a 4-week injury at the time it happened. It's turned into more, and because of the slow healing and that he can't go out there in the field. Now, let me say this. If Jacoby Brissett had laid an egg and hadn't done what he's done for the last 3 games, then it's possible that they would have put him out there not 100% and hoped that he would at least be able to do some of the things that he's capable of doing. But once Brissett performed like he did, I think they figured it was best to just move on at least for the short term and see what happens these next 4 weeks. And so I really believe that was a big part of it. And the other thing too is if they decide, and I think it's possible to move on from him in the off season, it certainly would benefit them to be able to trade him. And so they'd certainly like him to be able to play to prove to other teams that it's worthwhile to do that. And so that's what's going to make these next 4 weeks really intriguing to see where the team is at that point. Because if they're still playing pretty solid football and, win a couple of these games and are still at least competitive, then in my mind, after missing at least 8, it doesn't mean Murray would be able to get right back out there after 4 weeks. Then I don't see how you don't play him. I don't see how you play him at that point and not continue to go with Brissett. So yeah, there's a lot of Palace intrigue involved, and we'll have to wait and see how it plays out over this next month.
Howard, how does the addition of Rashid Shaheed over in Seattle change the way the Cardinals defense operates today, especially with a pretty thin secondary?
Yeah, well, they expect him to be out there. How much will be the big question, because obviously he's only been there for a few days, but you would certainly have to account for him. If he's on the field, then the Cardinals defense has to account for that. And certainly he doesn't know the whole offense, but you don't have to be able to know. All you have to know is pretty much the game plan to be able to get out there during a week. How much is he on the same page with Sam Darnold so quickly? That obviously is a question, but you still have to account for his presence. So that could make it very difficult for that secondary with the injuries I pointed out, and both those players' abilities to make plays down the field. So a lot of it could end up being on the pass rush. And the Cardinals did a little more blitzing in the game against the Cowboys than they normally do. And Walter Nolan, the third, was a big part of that defense, playing his first NFL game. Josh Sweat played better than he had played in a bunch of weeks. So a lot of what happens in that secondary could be determined on, A, how they stop the run, and B, what they do in pass situations or even in ones that aren't pass situations, but being able to at least get a little pressure on Sam Darnold, and that would help. And so those are the things that have to be answered in Seattle this afternoon.
Howard, we're only about a minute from a break, but really wanted to get your thoughts on the other game in this division because there's not a lot of great division games on this docket. And you mentioned Purdy. What do you think goes down between the Rams and the Niners? You obviously see a lot of those teams.
Yeah, always. All these games are, in the division have been very competitive, and it was earlier this season. I would expect this one, to be very, very similar. And with the way that the way the 49ers have played with Mac Jones has been pretty impressive. And so I think it's a toss up. I might favor the Rams somewhat in this, but the 49ers have stayed. Played pretty good football, and it shows how they get quarterbacks to fit the system, and that's the beauty of Mac Jones. I mean, heck, Jimmy Garoppolo was a good quarterback in this system. Yep. He just couldn't stay healthy, and so I think that it's a heck of a matchup, and with two teams and the Seahawks, who are right now very close to each other. First time, I think it's only the fifth time since realignment in 2002 that three teams in a division all have won 6 games after 9 weeks of a season. So that's probably a preview of what's most likely going to happen for the rest of the year there.
Howard, we appreciate the time. Good luck to your Cardinals this afternoon. Enjoy the game, and we will talk to you again down the road.
Sounds good. Enjoyed it. Take care.
Thank you.
That is Howard Balzer. He covers the Cardinals for Cards Wire. You can also hear him on Sirius XM NFL Radio. Jason, it feels like this season we've had more soft benchings than we ever have had in the past. I mean, if we're calling what's going on in San Francisco a soft benching, Phoenix here, Minnesota a little bit earlier in the year, we got some quarterbacks that aren't quite living up to expectations.
Yeah, I think quarterbacks, if things were not going as well with the backup, to Howard's point, they'd probably be seeing what the injured or quasi-injured guys looking like, but not now.
All right, Survivor, who are we taking it to keep all our Survivor streaks alive? We will tell you on the other side. This is BetMGM Game Day.
offense is going to explode one of these weeks. It's going to happen when we least expect it. Now I'm just like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it.
Jason Luck and Fora.
I love field goals here. Their offense is broken, and you could correlate it field goal attempts. Like, all they do is kick field goals.
And Kate Constable.
I just think so highly of Kevin O'Connell and what he's able to do with quarterbacks. But Kevin O'Connell has kind of shown us that he can take any quarterback and help them find success.
3 hours, every game, every edge. Your Sunday betting HQ is live. This is BetMGM Game Day.
7-6 score. Oh, Jason, I almost did it. We could also say it's a 6-7 score in Berlin today as we speak.
6-7. 6-7.
6-7.
I was off. I was sorry. I was looking at our Survivor spreadsheet there for a minute, just double checking who I've already used and who I've lost with already. I've already lost with the Falcons and the Bengals. How bad is that? I've already lost with 2 different teams.
I've already lost 2 too. Like, our Survivor is not traditional Survivor. Which
We're not
is
surviving, Kate.
When you lose, you're out. We are not surviving
We're dying
at all.
multiple deaths in
6-7
Survivor,
is
which
now
is very counterintuitive.
off the board because Alec Pierce just scored, which also I think Jason just cashed my longest reception over. I don't know. I mean, I have one eye on the TV, one eye on the screen here, but Alec Pierce just scored for the Colts, and now 6-7's off the board. We're looking at 12-7 with an extra point incoming, but that was a big-time throw and a big-time catch for the Colts.
We'll take one more.
That was over
one
25.
more passing touchdown from Daniel Jones. Take one more passing touchdown from Daniel. Like I said, didn't have a lot in that game, but did dabble in those markets. So we'll see where that goes.
38-yard touchdown reception. So yeah, you need one more. But going back to our Survivor, we on the show here, because we want to keep it going throughout the entirety of the season, is we're keeping track of records. So we all have a couple losses. Traditionally, we'd be dead by now, but we're doing it this way. So, Jason, you, I, and Jacob are 7-2. Joe is 6-3. And then Grant is 8-1, and Brandon is actually still alive. Brandon's the only one 9-0 right now. He's perfect. So maybe we let Brandon come in and give his Survivor pick first today.
He needs it, so I'm happy for him. As we found out today, I am Team Brandon. If anybody here is going to win a big Survivor poll, you got my vote.
We need the millions going to Brandon.
Hey, look, there's nothing wrong with, I've just got a lot of kids, so I've got a lot of bills to pay. I got a lot of mouths to feed. It's just one of those things. It's how it goes. It's how life happens. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, look, I 9-0, and my Survivor League is down to 11 players from 115. So I'm still alive in that one as well. And I'm going with I've picked the same. Everybody that I've picked in my Survivor pool here on the show, I've picked in my real life Survivor pool. And I'm going to do the same thing again this week. And I'm going with the Carolina Panthers over the New Orleans Saints. This Carolina team 3-1 at home. I love the way that they play football right now. I bet this team at the beginning of the season to win the NFC South. And right now they're alive for that, because if the Buccaneers lose this game against the New England Patriots today, and Carolina Panthers do what I expect them to do at home and beat Carolina, over the next 6 weeks, you're looking at a really tough schedule for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Meanwhile, the Panthers are playing the Falcons. They play the Saints twice, and then they just got to find a way to either beat San Francisco or beat the Rams, and they're right in this division race against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So I think Carolina gets it done today. I think they have a big game at home. They don't lose very much at home. So I like them today. I'm taking them in Survivor.
All right.
Look, I like the Panthers more than a lot of people. I'm on them over their team total, which is looking very good. I was on Bryce over his touchdowns, which got to keep him healthy. I'm on Tet over his touchdowns. Let's get him the ball in the red zone a little bit more. Mm-hmm. It's a legitimate offensive line. I talked to some people around the league about them this week, and like they don't have individuals who you're like, that guy's the best center, that guy's the best guard. But like collectively, they play really tough, and they're mauling people at the point of attack right now. And they've been really good at home going back to last year, and now they're winning some games on the road. So they're an interesting team. It's a divisional game. Saints got nothing to play for, but I don't think Shuck's very good. So
Joe would have faded it.
Joe certainly would have faded it.
I mean, yeah, Joe,
he would have just taken the Saints outright.
Would have hated it. But again, he's running. We're into week 10, so like he's starting to run out of teams. And you've got to start looking ahead and being strategic. So yeah, I get it. Who else was under consideration for you before us losers give ours? Like who would have finished second?
So I had strong considerations for the Browns today. Very strong considerations
Wow.
for the Browns.
No, you can't go there.
But yeah, but with the trades that the Jets just made, I don't know who they are, what they're going to be. So I stayed away from there. And then the other team that had strong consideration was the Seattle Seahawks.
Was Seattle?
Yep.
I think that's where I'm going today. I think that's where I'm going. I'm double checking that I haven't used Seattle yet this season. It doesn't look like I have. So I'm going to go Seahawks today. Mine was between Bills and Seahawks. I'm going to hold on to the Bills and take the Seahawks today. Before
you give that.
Okay.
Because I don't think we're going to talk about this game anywhere else. And I feel like it would be a public service announcement for me not to let people know who are thinking of backing the Browns. They've lost 12 straight on the road. Like, their last 7 road losses have all been by 13 points or more. Like, they're historically bad on the road. So I get it. The Jets stink no matter where they are, yada, yada, yada. Jets don't want to tell anybody who their quarterback is. But since you put it out there into the world, Brandon, I just feel like I need to let you know that maybe you think they're due, or maybe, maybe they just still don't have an NFL caliber quarterback, and their defense slips on the road because they get put in horrible situations on the road. That's why they give up so many more points on the road than they do at home, and they can't score anywhere.
Yeah, that ultimately that's why I ended up staying away from them, though. You know what I mean? Like it.
Yeah.
It was just they were under consideration, though, just because of the Jets, all the trades that they made going into New York. I mean, if anybody's going to lose to the Browns at home, it's going to be the Jets. But it was they were considered, but Carolina's the team. Carolina is where I'm going.
I think a lot of people could make the argument too, like, okay, the Jets just traded away a lot of players. Should be a spot where the Browns, have an advantage. But I mean, the Jets, they weren't winning with those players in the first place. Like, it's not like it's going to be a massive difference not having Gardner or Quentin Williams. Like, it's still this. They were losing with them. They're going to continue to potentially lose without them. Now the Browns, the road record is concerning there. So I'm glad you're staying off the Browns.
The Browns have a negative 81 point differential on the road this season. Like, they ain't played that many road games. They're minus 81 on the road.
When do we see Shador?
I mean, I don't know why we haven't seen him yet. This coach clearly has a thing for him and didn't want them to draft him. Yeah, I think they start playing divisional games again in a few weeks. Look, if Dylan Gabriel can't throw the ball in perfect spring-type weather in early fall, he's certainly not going to push the ball when it's snowing and 35 degrees. Like, what are we talking about? So, yeah. Now, do they play Zappy for a week or two? I think Stefanski will, just to show everybody who's boss, even though he's not calling plays on offense anymore because there's that going on.
Yeah, right.
But I still think I would have liked to have been able to make this bet. Who plays the most snaps at quarterback for the Browns at the end of the year when it's all said and done? I thought all along it'll be Shador. I think it will be Shador.
I mean, we still, we're week 10, 8 weeks left. Still plenty of games. Gabriel's only started the last 3, right? Yeah. That's when Flacco was, I guess, benched, whatever you want to call it, and then traded. Yep. This is the ugliest game, Browns-Jets, by far the ugliest game of the day. Jason, I mentioned I'm going Seattle. Who are you going with your survivor?
This is easy for me. I checked our trusty spreadsheet. I have not taken the Buffalo Bills. So, I mean, they own Miami. Josh Allen never loses to Miami. Josh Allen is good for at least 3 touchdowns and 312 yards every time he plays Miami. between passing and rushing. It's a bad version of Miami, and Miami hasn't really been good for a while. So, yeah, I'm not going to overthink that one. That's just kind of
that was the other one I was considering, so I'm not going to argue with you whatsoever there. No pick for Joe this week. Jacob, you want to come in and give yours?
Sure thing. So I've already taken the Bills, so I can't go there. This is the only week left I think I could safely take them, because I didn't take them a few weeks ago against the Saints. So I'm going with the Bears. I think they'll take care of business against the Giants. The Giants are a bad road team. They're very injured. I know the Bears' defensive secondary is also very injured, but I trust the Bears get it done. Maybe not a good idea to trust them, but I'm going with the homer pick this week, and we'll see what happens. But I think this is the only week left on their schedule that I can safely use them, because the rest of the way it gets dicey. There's some games they could win, but I wouldn't safely pick them. So I'm going with the Bears this week, and I'm going to save Seattle for maybe another game.
Yeah, to use the Bears. Plus, Jackson Dart, I was just thinking, has he ever played in cold weather? Like, went to school at Ole Miss.
Yeah, probably not.
Warm out east. Like, this is going to be not that he can't do it.
And I think the Bears' run game is going to be what wins in this game. I mean, without Scatterbo anymore, I don't know how the Giants are going to outgain the Bears on the ground, and I think that's going to be huge with how cold this is going to be. So I've got the Bears.
I like it. Grant, who are you taking today? Grant's at 8-1, so the second best record among all of us survivors.
I appreciate that. I'm going to back you, Kate. I'm going to take Seattle today. The supposed to be head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, Mike McDonald, has been doing a great job. The last time these two teams played, Arizona and Seattle sacked Kyler Murray 6 times. They picked him off twice. It was a close game in Arizona, but I think in Seattle, home field advantage, 12th man, you name it, it's going to be in the favor for Seattle. A lot of dysfunction in the Arizona locker room right now with that whole trade with Kyler Murray thing going on. Great front office. You know, Arizona's been making moves through their franchise. You know, I don't think it gets talked enough about their front office, because that's a pretty bad one. But
Bidwell.
Yeah, it's the Bidwells, absolutely. But I am going with Seattle.
What a bunch of winners they are.
You're going Seattle. All right, so we have 2 Seattles, 1 Chicago, 1 Carolina, and 1 Buffalo. Jason, talking to Howard Balzer in the last segment, he almost made it sound like he thinks Kyler could be on the roster next season. Like, if he weren't actually injured, he could be playing. I don't see Kyler being on the roster next season for Arizona.
No, I don't think Kyler or Tua are back.
No, I don't know how you could bring
Tua back. They get traded for each other. I don't know. I mean, they're both terrible contracts that you'd have to play around with. I don't know what the market's going to be for either of them. And then these teams are going to have to eat money to move them, but that's got to happen. I think it's untenable for their locker rooms. It's untenable just for the direction of the team. Miami's going to be under new coach and new GM anyway, so that one's for sure. And in Arizona, I think Gannon could keep his job, but they've made their choice here, and he's done a decent job. And he's a defensive-minded guy, and the defense is legit.
Playing well.
So I don't think they're going to force him to stick with Kyler, and I think they've known since pretty early into Kyler's latest contract redo that they made a mistake and that they grossly overpaid. So yeah, it's over. I mean, I'll say this: one of them probably ends up with the Jets. Who knows?
Ugh.
I mean, that's sort of like what they do. Because even if they draft one, he might not be ready. So it wouldn't shock me if one of them ends up with the Jets.
That might be their only chance of being a starter next year. Otherwise, who wants Kyler as a starter? I don't think many teams are going to, especially with the contract, right?
New Orleans I could see New Orleans.
I guess that's New
They're
Orleans
probably
could.
drafting one. They have to draft one. I mean, they have. I mean, Shuck in whatever round doesn't count. Draft one in the first round. But, I could see Kellen Moore being a little bit intrigued by Kyler. Maybe.
All right. Maybe. We'll see. We build our show parlay coming up on the other side. We're going to do that in the Rams 49ers game. We also have that Lions game to talk about, Lions and Commanders. We'll touch on both of those topics coming up on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM Game Day with Jason Lockenfora and Kate Constable.
Welcome back to BetMGM Game Day. Here are your hosts, Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason La Canfora.
We've got a 13-7 game in Berlin right now with the Colts leading the way. Jonathan Taylor found the end zone. Alec Pierce found the end zone for Indianapolis. We'll continue to keep our eye on that game as we go on for the next 40 minutes here on BetMGM Game Day. 20 minutes from now, we'll give out our best bets. Jason, what do you got? You're already chomping at the bit here.
Well, that music, is that new bumper music? I don't remember hearing that funky, like that. We got a little bit of funk, the old school, like Cameo keyboards. Is that new? It's new to me, I think. No?
I haven't heard that before. Been around? I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Has that been around before? It's an older one, but I haven't played it. Let's keep that.
Grant said it's an older one, but he hasn't played it. Yeah, let's put
Grant, don't be shy about that one, man. Yeah, you lay that on us whenever. That's what I had.
We got to build our show parlay that we do every week. Haven't been very successful the last couple of weeks at it. We only hit one of the 3 legs last week in the Kansas City Bills game. That was James Cook over his rushing yards. Josh Allen's rushing yards over. That lost. And Smith to have 25 plus receiving yards.
I'm done also with that. Which means when they come off the bye, he'll go nuts because I'm off.
Yep. That's how it always works, Jason. That is how it always works. We also still have yet to talk about the Lions-Commanders game. That one we will discuss coming up here as soon as we finish this show parlay. So the game that we chose for this week, divisional matchup, NFC West, we have the LA Rams and the San Francisco 49ers. Rams on the road, but they are the favorites here, 5.5-point favorites. A lot that, Jason, you gave out earlier in the show on this game that you like, so I'm going to give you the floor first to pick your leg of the parlay.
Well, let's just, as a community here, decide what is our intent here. Do we want to be exceedingly bold? Do we want to play it down the middle?
Let's be bold.
Are we taking out our driver and trying to smash this thing, or is it like a 3-wood and let's just keep it straight and let's just try to make par? Are we trying? I'm not a big golf person, but would that be like is it an eagle when you go under, or it's a bogey when you go over, right? Like, do we want to try to eagle this? Do we want to just make par? What are we trying to do here? What are we trying to accomplish?
Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. We have Brandon who's coming in for the show parlay this week because Joe is out. Brandon likes to throw the hammer around and go for the long shot parlays.
No risk.
I think that's the way we go today. Yeah. We shoot for an eagle, maybe a little albatross if we really want to go golf terms.
What's that? I thought albatross is a bad thing. Albatross is a good thing?
Albatross is below an eagle, right?
Really? I have no idea.
An albatross is like, it would be an albatross, eagle, birdie, par.
Interesting.
So if somehow you get a par 5 and somehow
so
you
eagle's 2 under.
Eagle's
2 under?
Yeah. Albatross would be 3 under, or depending on what the par of the hole is. Shows us how much we all know and pay attention to golf.
You're not going to hear a lot of golf handicapping on this show.
No.
Let's go Stafford 3 or more passing
I was going to say, we have to have Stafford to have touchdowns, passing touchdowns. So Stafford 3+.
Go 3.
Touchdowns.
He had 3 last time against them. Right? Can McVay really get cute and risk fumbling the ball here again when he's throwing it all over this defense, and he's been throwing it all over everybody lately? And when you give it to these running backs, whether it's Corum or Kyron, weird stuff happens in the red zone. Just throw the damn ball.
I agree. I agree with that. Devontae Adams, anytime touchdown?
Works for me.
I like that as well. I also like the Higbee. Higbee's plus money. He's plus 320 for an anytime.
Ooh.
Hey.
Higbee scored
I guarantee you, those 3 legs right there, that'll pay for Thanksgiving dinner.
Higbee has 2 touchdowns in the last 3 games, yeah.
Do we want to just make this a all Rams parlay?
I mean, if Stafford throw it 3. Today. Yeah.
Jason, you said you like when it's all one side?
I feel like when I do this and I involve the other team, I often regret it.
No.
It's like I often
right.
feel like, what do I think what's the main thing here? Like, what's the biggest advantage? What's the biggest potential hammer? And it's, for me, this quarterback who's thrown 21 passing touchdowns all year and nobody's talking about it, right? Who's as healthy as he's been in forever. Nobody's talking about his back anymore. He's not showing up on the injury report. All their crazy travel and stuff is far enough behind them now that I'm not really worried about it. We don't have, we're not worried about weather, right, or any of that.
Right.
So, yeah, if we stick to the Rams passing game, you're not going to get an argument from me.
Yeah, I like Stafford's passing yards too. 273.5.
I mean, we can go as bold as you guys want to go.
Do we get crazy and make it a 4-leg?
I bet the 3-leg. I bet the 3-leg is already pretty happy.
I mean, Adams, Higbee. I mean, Stafford. That's plus money for 3+ touchdowns.
They're all
so
plus
like
money
between
plays.
Higbee and, I think we just keep it as that. I mean, it's already going to be a monster number.
Yeah.
Let's not go too cute.
We're sitting at plus 850 right now with Adams anytime, Higbee anytime, and Stafford 3 touchdowns.
Honestly, I would have thought that was a little bit more.
Me too. I thought it was at least 10 to 1. But you know how they do this. Like, you don't really get what you should get. Especially this one's correlated, so I'm sure their algorithms are already slicing away at it because all these are tied together. So,
Yep. If Stafford's throwing 3 touchdowns, Adams is more than likely getting one. Based on what we've seen lately, Higbee has been a red zone target. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
But it also makes sense as to why we're playing it that way.
Right.
So, I mean,
well, that was easy.
I'm pretty comfortable. Plus 850. I'm fairly comfortable.
Yeah, let's not get too jealous.
Let's not delve into gluttony here.
Yeah.
There's enough of that going on in this country these days. We don't need to go there.
We'll just play it safe. So if you want to play this parlay with us, head over to BetMGM, open up your playbook, choose a boost for the action. There's a pro football boost pack right now where it gives you 3 different ways to boost your odds if you play a same game parlay. So join us in this one, plus 850. I'll repeat it again. Devontae Adams, anytime touchdown. Tyler Higbee, anytime touchdown. And Matthew Stafford to throw 3+ touchdowns this afternoon. Rams versus 49ers. All right. I like that one, gentlemen. Let's hope we can cash that. I believe I know we're at week 10 in the season. I believe we've only cashed one same game parlay so far this season. So let's play a little do theory here for ourselves and say that we're due here for a win.
There you go.
I like that.
There you go.
The only other game that we still have yet to touch on today is this Lions game. They're on the road. They're at the Commanders. No Jaden Daniels. Sounds like Daniels is going to be out for the foreseeable future. Could be another 2-3 weeks. No Terry McLaurin. Obviously, Austin Eckler's been out for quite some time. Debo has not been healthy or normal Debo. So, like, the weapons for the Commanders not exactly been there. The Lions are laying 8 on the road. Jason, you and I were both on Detroit last week, coming off a bye, playing the Vikings at home. It was the perfect spot. It was the Dan Campbell angle off of a bye. What could go wrong? Well, pretty much everything, because the Vikings won outright. And I mean, I didn't just have the Lions to cover. I had a lot of different things in that game, and it went south for me pretty quick.
Me too. Well, see, I was handicapping them facing J.J. McCarthy. I didn't know about number 9. Number 9 in the post game, looking possessed like Cujo, the dog from back in the day, Stephen King. I didn't. That's on me. I didn't factor that in. Look, you heard Dan Campbell talk about that game. That doesn't happen to the Lions very often under Dan Campbell, where we're a prohibitive favorite, we're at home, and we get bossed at the line of scrimmage on both sides. How do they usually bounce back when they lose? And they don't lose that much under Dan Campbell. Well, they've won 12 straight after a loss, have the Lions. This blew my mind, but I went back and looked at their last 52 games. The Lions have failed to cover consecutive games one time in their last 52 games. Like, we're going back to November of 2022. We're going back 3 years. The Lions are 38-13-1 against the spread in that span. And one time have they failed to cover consecutive games in the same season. Now, I don't know if this thing, again, I jumped it early at around 7. I don't know with where it's gone now if you still want to play it, towards 10. But I think the Lions have showed you over the years who they are in these spots, which is when they do lay their rare egg, they come back with a vengeance. And they happen to be facing a team that's waving the white flag. And that had a terrible offseason, and that is now paying the price for it. I do think Goff gets back on the good foot here. Weather, everything in Washington, it's a great day. I live, 45 miles from their stadium. Everything looks pretty good to pitch and catch. Washington's allowing an opposer passer rating of 110.7. That's 30th in the NFL. 19 passing touchdowns to just 5 picks. 8.9 yards per reception. That's 32nd in the NFL. You look at what Seattle just did against them. Goff pushes it deep downfield, and they've got the smaller guy, like their version of JSN, and Amon-Ra St. Brown, who can run around the underneath stuff and pick your zones to death. Like, I don't see why they don't do what Seattle did. You got Goff, who's averaging 2.1 passing touchdowns per game this season, coming off a dud against Minnesota where they blitzed him into oblivion, which doesn't usually happen. He's good against the blitz. Washington has no pass rush. I know Detroit has some offensive line issues here, but I don't know, guys. I think Detroit does the job here. I think, look, you want to play Detroit minus 6.5, Detroit over 29.5 team total. That'll get you plus money. I like that with 2 passing touchdowns with Goff. I like that with 3 passing touchdowns from Goff. I like Amon-Ra St. Brown in this game. He's got 6+ receptions in 7 straight games. I think he gets his 6 here. I think he probably gets a touchdown here. And if Detroit starts rolling them early, Kate, I don't know that Washington pushes back a whole lot here. I just don't really know what they're hanging their hat on. It's also a Lions team that's number 2 in sacks per game, and Hutchinson's back to being a menace. And I think that's going to be a problem for Mariota here. Yeah, I think, look, Washington's allowed 38, 28, 44, 25 in their last 4. So that's where I am on this game. Jamison Williams, long reception. I'm kind of into that as well. I think it's a get-right spot for the Lions.
I completely agree. I think you are completely right in the get-right spot. I like Jared Goff over his passing yards, along with the touchdowns that you talked about. I like Amon-Ra St. Brown over his receiving yards, along with the receptions you talked about. The touchdown props are also interesting. Jahmyr Gibbs to have an anytime touchdown, minus 145. No value there, right? Jahmyr Gibbs to have 2+ touchdowns, plus 430. David Montgomery to plus 750. Like for those 2 backs, pick your poison on which one. I think either of those 2 could find the end zone twice, and you get some pretty good value. You know what? Last night the 2, and I'm looking at a different book right now for this Jahmyr Gibbs plus 430, but over at BetMGM it was 6-1 for Jahmyr Gibbs to have 2 touchdowns. So obviously take that over at BetMGM, the better of the number. Also our show sponsor, make it legendary. But I think any way you want to play this Lions team this week, and this is the exact same thing that I said last week, and I played a ton of Lions props last week. But the point is, this stuff doesn't happen 2 weeks in a row for Dan Campbell teams, for Lions teams, for Jared Goff quarterback teams, however you want to slice it. I'm going right back to the well, basically, with everything I played last week, and I am very comfortable with that this week.
Yeah, and look, if this was Dan Quinn, who was like a true innovator defensively, they're going to change their spots. Like, if they had an individual pass rusher, I feared, then I might look at this matchup a little differently. But I think Johnny Morton's going to learn some lessons from last week, and they're going to have their hots a little more tied down. And I think Jared Goff is going to bounce back here. And I don't see – there's no blue-chip players on the Washington defense. Lattimore wasn't playing that great. He's the closest thing. Yeah, he's the closest thing they had, I guess, to a shutdown corner. Now he's hurt too. And they're not playing with a lot of energy. They're not playing with a lot of verve. The Dan Quinn rah-rah stuff is great when you're winning, not when you're losing. And their quarterback's hurt again. And the crowd there is going to turn on them pretty quickly if they lay another egg at home. And that's what's been happening.
Marcus Mariota does not instill a whole lot of trust in me for this afternoon either. Starting quarterback for the Commanders today with Jane Daniels out. All right, on the other side, we're going to wrap things up. We'll give you our best bets for Week 10 in the NFL coming your way next on BetMGM Game Day.
Kate Constable, Joe Ostrowski, and Jason LaConfora.
Wrapping things up here in BetMGM Game Day. Kate Constable and Jason LaConfora with you. Brandon Combs, our producer, is going to join us to give his best bets here in just moments. We have a lead change in Berlin, Atlanta, a little Drake London touchdown. They take the lead 14-13 with the Colts missing an extra point earlier in the game. So we are sitting 3 minutes to halftime, and a good one over in Berlin. Very competitive right now. We have plenty of bets that we've talked about today. We've touched on every single game. If you've missed any of that and want to go back and listen before things kick off here in a few hours, you can do so on the free Odyssey app. But we're going to give you our favorite picks from today. And Jason, I'm going to let you start us off with everything that you have for today.
The whole kit and caboodle?
The whole shebang.
All right. Let's start in the Premiership, 11:30 kickoff. We gave you guys a winning Man City SGP last Sunday. Let's keep it going. The biggest game of the weekend in England, the Citizens hosting Liverpool. Erling Haaland, let's look for him to go up from 17 goals scored on the season across all competitions to 18. We like a Haaland anytime goal. We like over 2.5 goals in that match. We've also played it at over 3.5 goals. We also have sprinkled on Haaland to score twice or more for Man City in that match. I believe we will get goals. Nobody can really settle for a draw there with Arsenal dropping the points yesterday. If you want to push them for the title, and neither of these teams have really drawn. There's been a winner in most of their matches. I think it might take you 3 goals to be the winner today. Speaking of threes, how about Lamar Jackson to throw 3 or more passing touchdowns? How about Josh Allen to throw 3 or more passing touchdowns? We like a Jackson Dart anytime touchdown. We like a Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown. In the Seattle Arizona game, we like a Smith and Jigba to get 80 or more receiving yards, plus Shaheed to get 40 or more receiving yards. Parlay that together. In terms of sides and totals, we like the under in the Steelers-Chargers game. If you want to take that up to 48.5 and go under and parlay that with over 3.5 made field goals, we're with you. Give us the Vikings on the money line for some plus money. Bills laying 6.5 and scoring at least 30 points for plus money. And give us the under, even though it's dropping. Give us the under in that Houston-Jacksonville game, even though it's down around 37.5.
I mean, you can't be expecting a whole lot from the Houston offense. That's going to be pretty rough
Davis
today.
Mills, expecting
Davis
a lot
Mills.
of run plays.
Yeah. All right, Brandon, what do you like for today?
Yeah, I like a lot of underdog. I had the Falcons in this game, obviously here in Berlin. I took them +6. I have the Dolphins +9.5, but Bills money line. Arizona Cardinals +7. Percent in that.
Brandon, you are glitching, so I'm going to give you a second to refresh. I'm going to give out mine, and we'll come back to yours because you are skipping a little bit. All right, sides and totals. I'm going to go my favorite side today, is the Bucks -2.5 against the Patriots. I like the Vikings +4.5. If you can grab that right now at BetMGM, it's 4, but I'm looking at a 4.5 out there. I haven't officially bet this yet, but I am tempted just to lay the number with the Bills and lay the 8.5 against the Dolphins. I know Jason's taken this down a little bit and parlayed it with some other things in that game, but I think the Bills win big today. I also like the Lions, so I guess I'm going pretty heavy on favorites again today with the Lions covering that 8 out in Washington in the afternoon slate. As far as props for me, Rashid Shaheed over 18.5 for his longest reception. I like Jackson Smith and Jigma to go over his receiving yard prop. I think he continues despite Shaheed being there. Of course, JSN's going to continue to be the number 1 guy there. I like a little touchdown parlay in the Packers-Eagles games. Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown, Josh Jacobs anytime touchdown. That comes out to about plus 272. And then the Lions game, however you want to slice it, props for Lions players. Jared Goff passing touchdowns, Jared Goff passing yards. Amon-Ra St. Brown over his yardage. I'm for sure going to take that. 77.5 is the best number I've seen out there. It's up to 81.5 elsewhere. So obviously, as always, do your shopping there. And then Matthew Stafford, 3+ passing touchdowns. We'll go with that. Also, Dalton Kincaid over his receiving yards in that game against the Bills. 44.5 is where that number is at right now. So those are my props and sides totals for today. Let's see if Brandon, we're just going to skip Brandon with the glitch going on.
Okay.
He's got plenty of bets. Maybe follow him on social media. And you can get those there. Because Brandon likes to get a little spicy with his bets, Jason. We know. And Joe's not here to fade those today. So
no, this too bad he's glitching, because this could have been the longest runway of unimpeded bet touting that he's ever going to get. But I just wasn't. He is
also 9-0 in Survivor. Brandon is taking Carolina this week in Survivor. He's the only one of all of us on the show that's still actually alive. Our show parlay for this week
he's 7-0 in the game of life, Kate. He's 7-0 in the game of life.
That right there, he is. He certainly is. Our show parlay is in the Rams 49ers game, and we are going Stafford 3+ touchdowns, Tyler Higbee an anytime touchdown, and Devontae Adams an anytime touchdown. And a reminder, over at BetMGM, you can get a pro football boost pack where you can have a couple different ways to boost your same game parlays. So get in on all that. Brandon's Twitter, if you want to go over there and check out some plays that he will have over on X, is at the Real Combsy. Real COMBSY. Jason, you are our look ahead man. What's going on next week in the NFL?
There are 2 plays that I've made, both on the under. If you study these numbers, weather changes in November. We start to separate the haves from the have-nots in November. We get on the other side of the trade deadline, so roster pendulums swung even more. And these tend to be under games. It's kind of the dog days of the season. The best teams aren't necessarily out to strut their stuff. You find, the margins not being quite as big in some of these victories, and therefore the games themselves tend to go under. I jumped the under in Green Bay at the Giants. Short week for Green Bay. Giants, if you study them at all, they're a dead under team at home. Green Bay's offense has been out of sorts. Back-to-back games against this particular division, which could be tough, with some travel. We got in on that under 46.5. Kate, I don't think Jackson Dart and what he has left at his disposal is going to do a whole lot against Hafley's Green Bay defense, which is legitimate. And I just don't think Green Bay's going out and hanging a 30-burger on anybody these days, especially not on the road in a short week. And then we also jumped the under in San Francisco, Arizona. It's an interesting week. We talked at the top of the show about how there's a lot of AFC versus NFC this week, and a lot of the divisional games are stacked up at the very beginning of the year and the very end of the year, so we get these quirks in the scheduling sort of algorithm. Well, the best division of football might be the NFC West, and we've got those teams playing in the division this week, and then next week they mix and match. So next week it's Seattle at the Rams and San Francisco at Arizona. We got under 47.5 in the San Francisco-Arizona game. Again, the more Jacoby Brissett plays, there's going to be some attrition. He's an older guy. He's not super athletic. We understand why they're doing what they're doing, but I don't think it's going to work forever. We might be getting our first dose of Purdy in that game. He has not looked good when he has played. Everything's through McCaffrey on one side. I don't think that's an explosive game. Arizona's defense is legit, and they might be a little healthier in that game than they are today against Seattle. I don't think there's 48 points in that game, Kate, so I got on that one.
All right. I like it. I have not looked ahead to next week, which is not what you want to do if you are actually serious about handicapping games. So I may need to spend an hour before these afternoon games kick off to get some of those good numbers before they move after today. Jason, real quick, we have 3 minutes left. Josh Allen's the favorite right now for MVP. Drake May, second shortest odds, followed by Mahomes. If Drake May goes into Tampa Bay today and beats the Bucks, and I mean Baker's also somewhat in this conversation. How much do those odds between Allen and May shorten? Because let's assume, I think it's fair to assume that the Bills can beat the Dolphins easily today. The Patriots as underdogs on the road, that's a different story.
I think it comes down, like if Drake May sweeps Josh Allen and Drake May doesn't fall off a cliff, then I think Drake May negates Josh Allen in that competition. Because Josh Allen is not going to be a super prolific Josh Allen. He's one of the worst quarterbacks in the league when he throws the ball 20 or more yards downfield. So it's going to have to be, they won 14 games and he was definitely their best player and they ran away with the 1 seed. Like if they can't even win their division, then that to me takes Allen out of it and keeps May alive. I don't know, man. If you're giving me $50 to put on somebody right now, I'm putting it on Jared Goff or I'm putting it on Matthew Stafford. I think one of those guys might come out of this season with 50-some passing touchdowns, and in a year when other people are hurt and other people are diminished and there's no Joe Burrow, and even Mahomes had a bit of a slow start, if you're telling me somebody's going to unseat Mahomes right now, then I would throw a dart at one of those two guys. Because, again, I think the touchdown, the numbers for those two, I think will look a little more extreme than even May, who's going to have a super high, completion percentage and some of that stuff. But I don't know that they make you pay your dues. They usually make you earn it. And I
second season in the
like
league.
Stafford.
I'm shocked that Stafford is 6-1. I think that should be shorter. It's even more shocking that Jared Goff is 40-1, where you have Lamar Jackson ahead of him, who's missed a couple games. Jordan Love, what has Jordan Love done that Jared Goff hasn't? Jalen Hurts even 25-1. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Daniel Jones 45-1, and as we speak, Daniel Jones just threw another interception. 8 seconds left in the first half. Atlanta ball. That interception might not matter, but worth noting. That's going to do it for us here on BetMGM Game Day. Thanks to everyone behind the scenes. For Jason Lockenfora, I am Kate Constable. You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff is next here on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Dog Moneyline Parlay next hour. Best bets will close the show. Sam Paniotovich, happy week 10 to you and yours, my friend. How's it going?
Going well. I do have the Oregon hat on, but I really needed Iowa to win yesterday. That was a great cover. Gronowski scores the touchdown in the final couple minutes, but then Oregon finds a way to win the game. I had Iowa Moneyline parlayed with a couple things. I was banging the table all week. Take Iowa plus the 6.5.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stopped the game with the field goal and then go to overtime, I thought that we had the 2-point conversion sandwich. Obviously would have been great for you because, as it turns out, you needed overtime also for Iowa to win the game. Oregon makes the walk-off field goal. I'm happy that you were able to cover, though, with just Iowa plus the points. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think you had an awesome day yesterday, right, in college football, Iowa money line notwithstanding, with a bunch of other bets, right?
I did give Boston College out. Not good, but it was great. Texas Tech was nice. Notre Dame was awesome, running the ball at will. C.J. Carr throwing touchdowns in the snow in South Bend. I heard all week on Instagram, Navy's going to give him a game. Nope, Navy did not give him a game.
I wish I had just bet Penn State. What a good bet that turned out to be. Did you hear Gus Johnson's? We will play it on You Bet All week this week. I'm sure you guys will play it on Bet Sweats. Did you hear Gus Johnson's call of the Omar Cooper touchdown at the end of the game? With his dude, he sounds like he's been like possessed by an alien or some sort of. It's like not Gus Johnson talking all of a sudden. It's like some other person. It's spectacular. If you haven't seen it, obviously you can find it on social media. We'll get to Week 10 in the NFL, Sammy, in a second, and I'll ask you for your thoughts on the second half, what the market is of Colts, Falcons, and Berlin. But Indiana survives, Ohio State wins, Alabama wins, and Femi texted me last night that Cash Patel should investigate LSU. I would agree with that, with LSU losing by 11 to Alabama at plus 10.5. Thoughts on college football yesterday, spinning it forward, Sammy, Heisman market, national championship, wherever you'd like to take us.
I was really hoping that Penn State was going to pull that upset because, as we've talked about on this network for months now, I have Carson Beck, which will not win the Heisman Trophy, and I also have Ty Simpson. And as Mendoza got the ball with a chance to go down and win that game, all I wanted was for them to not convert. And that throw to the back of the end zone, granted, probably a better catch than a throw, but still an absolute seed to the back of the end zone.
The DB's got to push him out of the end zone. I mean, how does the defensive back not literally just push him out of the end zone and it's no touchdown?
So he catches the ball and gets the foot down, and the call, which we just alluded to, was very entertaining. And then the very last part of Gus Johnson's call was, "Give him the Heisman!" I'm like, damn it!
I feel like that, Gus. Did Gus have any Mendoza Heisman with that line or no?
Perhaps, I don't know. It's a Heisman moment though, and that's what you have to do in the month of November. When the calendar goes from October to November, it's not like you need to have these 3 or 4 touchdown games. You need to show your worth, and you need to win games when the pressure rises. And that's, considering all that went into it, it's one of the best throws of the season. To keep Indiana undefeated, to keep this collision course between Ohio State and Indiana in the Big Ten title game, that was a Heisman moment and a Heisman throw for Fernando Mendoza, who is now co-favored at BetMGM with Julian Sayin at Ohio State.
Do you feel like that, assuming both teams make it to the Big Ten title game undefeated, and like Ohio State's no lock to beat Michigan in the regular season finale, and teams slip up all the time, but if we get to that Big Ten title game, undefeated Ohio State, undefeated Indiana, do you feel like it's just like winner of that game wins the Heisman between Julian Sayin or Fernando Mendoza? Like any other variables there? Like I know like Simpson obviously has been great and Alabama keeps winning. What about the Heisman if we do get undefeated versus undefeated in the Big Ten title game?
The market certainly understands what you just laid out because they're co-favorites right now. If they're undefeated going into Indy, whoever escapes with the win, assuming it's a good game, like a 31-27 final, not a 10-7 rock fight. I could also make the case, Nick, for maybe the winner of the SEC title game if it's Alabama A&M and Marcel Reed has 500 yards against Alabama. I mean, that could be a longer shot, but the market right now, $1.75 on Sayin and Mendoza, Simpson $5.50, Marcel Reed $7.50. Whoever wins the Big Ten, whoever wins the SEC, those guys are probably both in the room in New York.
Yeah, it's gonna be fascinating to see how it shakes out the rest of the season in college football. Sammy, before we get to Week 10 NFL Sunday, do you have a second half market for us? The Falcons leading the Colts 14-13 right now in Berlin.
You have the Colts as a 3.5-point favorite in half number 2. That's the second half spread only, so they have to win by 4 in the second half. Colts minus 3.5. BetMGM dealing 23.5 on the second half total. I promise you, I have not watched a single snap of this game.
Yo, I think I would. I think I'd bet Indianapolis if I had to. So Drake London, Sam, so the Falcons were down 13-7. Michael Penix hits Drake London for a 16-yard touchdown. He got brought into the blue medical tent, got tested for a concussion, but I can't be the only one that thought this, and if you had seen, you would say exactly the same thing. He gets tackled and comes down hard on his shoulder, and to me, that's what the injury looked like, not a concussion, a shoulder injury. We've all watched enough football where we know what that looks like when a receiver gets thrown down like that or a quarterback gets thrown down like that. So I'm curious if Drake London will be 100% coming into the second half. Indy's offense is just racking up tons of yards. It is not translated into points. I would look at Indy in the second half, but I had Alec Pierce and Drake London. Shout out to me. Gave you a bunch of losers last week, so nice to get on the board with a couple winners today with London and Alec Pierce. Prop overs already cashing in the first half. I'll be on the sidelines here, Sammy. Do you want to do anything with this, even just like looking at the box score? Any bets we want to make here? I'll tell you.
I made a bet for us. I just made a bet. How about this? Colts money line, parlayed with the Bills money line later today, minus 110.
Would you?
That was easy. Yeah.
Would you like to stop there, or should we?
I think that's a winner. I mean, we could add more, but the more we add, the more likely we are to lose. And this is the problem. Therein lies the rub. We have a good bet. Let's add more. I think that's a winner. Colts live money line. It's minus 170. I don't want to lay minus 170. So we couple it with something else. Colts to win the game, Bills to win the game, BetMGM minus 110. That's a winner.
Are you in?
It feels like a winner.
You're in. Virtual handshake.
Oh, I didn't know what we were doing. I couldn't see your hand. I couldn't see your mitt there.
I just made it.
Let me just take our hats off and show our lettuce. We're in. All right, there we go.
Look, man, your hair looks good with the hat. Like I don't know what I look like truck stop serial killer right now with this hair being what it is with no product in. It's not great. It's not great with the hat. That's why I wear the hat on Sundays. All right. Let's get to it. Are you ready, Sam Panayotovich, with all the side and total movement?
Ready to rock.
Virtual handshake? Or no more. Okay. Let's get to it, guys, with this edition of It Moved.
I think it moved. I think it moved. I think it moved.
It moved. It's different on Week 10 NFL Sunday, does it? All right, second half underway in Berlin. Falcons bring the ball out to the 30. First and 10 for them. 14-13 lead. Sammy, we've got Bills money line along with Colts live money line. Let's start with the Bills and the Dolphins in Miami. I'm seeing some movement on the side, even from the last hour or so. What do we got? Buffalo at Miami.
More support for Miami. This number was 9.5 later in the week. As we've turned to the weekend, more and more money on Miami. This is 8.5 at BetMGM. It is 8 offshore, 8 in Vegas. Buffalo, I thought, had a pretty relatively nice, healthy injury report. You know, a lot of the guys that didn't practice on Wednesday appear to be good for the game, but that is not stopping the market from betting Miami. This total is up to 50 at BetMGM.
Yeah, to Sam's point, the huge names for Buffalo that were on the injury report earlier in the week are going to play, like James Cook. Curious, Christian Benford's the one that I'm watching for. We'll find out in about 20 minutes if he's going to play or not. Teron Johnson as well, less important. DaQuan Jones on the defensive line, less important. I kind of understand the sentiment, Sam, that maybe the spread's a little too big. I don't know. Miami kind of feels like dead team walking to me. Any desire by you to lay the Buffalo Bills here?
I don't have a desire to do so. We did just parlay Colts and Bills, and here's where I'm at on this game because I have so much exposure on the Bills to win the division. I just need Buffalo to win, man. I don't care if it's by a point or by 20 points. I need the Bills to win and the Patriots to lose. That's what I'm rooting for today.
I would, what's crazy? I think you came on You Better You Bet. I don't know what week it was, and we were talking about it, and Femi and I talked about it all summer. I had assumed that the Bills-Ravens division parlays were done. Undertaker, Jiff? Are we?
I think so, man. I think they're alive.
Oh, baby. Let's go. That is the Bills and the Dolphins in Miami. Making up words.
Miami.
From the AFC. Well, yes. The AFC East to the that is a real word if you've ever lived there, and I have in Miami. AFC East to the NFC South, Sammy. What about the Panthers and the Saints in Carolina? The 5-4 Carolina Panthers.
Panthers sitting pretty right now as a 5.5-point favorite at most sports books. Total hasn't really budged today, but this did open at 42. So it's come down quite a bit, 38.5. You know what's interesting? The Carolina Panthers have not won or covered a game as a favorite since 2021. 0-10, last 10, straight up and ATS. They do not take care of business as favorites. This is also the number one survivor play in the Circa Survivor Contest, Carolina.
I'm trying to decide what out of what you said is more unbelievable. The stat about them not covering as a favorite, or that they've only been favored 10 times in 4 years. I mean, that's... Oh, my God.
Go ahead. Lay the wood, Charlie. Good luck.
It's unbelievable, man. Now, I am... as far as Survivor is concerned, I'm dead. I did not survive. If you were alive, would you have pulled the trigger with Carolina this week?
No.
You can't, right?
No.
You know that Carolina wants to hit him with the Rico over and over again. It's just, you got to cover 6. You got to win when, all you want to do is run the ball. New Orleans was terrible last week with Tyler Shuck. They possessed the ball for 16 minutes last week. It's one of the 15 worst games in NFL history in terms of times of possession in a single game. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna pass this game entirely. We probably don't have time to break it down, but Sammy, you want to at least give us the line movement here where we're sitting with Jaguars and Texans in the AFC South in a game that makes me very sad.
The market expected Stroud to be out the whole time. This opened Houston -1, and guess what? Houston -1 at most places. Now, BetMGM has the Jags favored, but it's not difficult to move through the zero. Very low total in this one, too, 37.5. But the market all along thought that Stroud was out and Mills was in.
Yeah, so we're basically a pick-em price with Jacksonville and Houston in the AFC South. On the other side, I'm going to ask Sam his opinion on the game, and I'll give you my opinion on the game as well. We will also hit the rest of the slate coming up Week 10 NFL Sunday. Giants and the Bears, oh my. And Sam will put his Al Roker hat on. Good luck, buddy. And tell us about the weather in Chicago, Illinois. Just getting started here. Countdown to kickoff. Nick Kostos and the great Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
I want everybody in the listening and viewing audience to get really excited right now. Because in moments, we will hear from meteorologist Grant Leader on the latest, what's happening on the ground in Chicago for the Bears and the Giants. Grant, Chicago native, meteorologist / engineer of the show. Grant will be chiming in momentarily on the weather. But first, Sam, your opinion of the Jaguars and Texans. Will you be betting this AFC South slopfest today in Houston?
I do have Jacksonville +1 in one of my pick fives. A lot of us do these contests around the country, and I'm in multiple. I did because a buddy of mine in Vegas sent me his list. He's very good at the NFL. Jacksonville made his card. So did Pittsburgh. So did Philly. So did Minnesota, by the way, if anybody was wondering. He's very good at the NFL. Those are his 4 games. They played Jacksonville +1. They did that before Stroud was ruled out. The market then kind of swung to the Jags, and then there's been a little bit of back and forth around the pick. A lot of books, Houston -1. BetMGM actually just moved to Houston -1, so that's interesting. But I do have in contest, I have Jags +1.
Oh, man, I like all of your buddies' picks besides for Minnesota. I like the Ravens. But the rest I totally grant. I'm not going to bet Jacksonville, but I think if I had to bet the game, I have like an irrational opinion that's probably stupid about this game. I think Trevor Lawrence is going to win it at the end. That's pretty dumb, right?
I'll take it. No, I'll take it. It's better than some of the other stuff I heard this morning. I heard a content creator liking the Vikings because Lamar Jackson has never won in Minnesota. Nick,
how many times?
He's never played in Minnesota. He's never played there.
How many times has he played in Minnesota? They play once every 8 years.
That was the handicap. I like the Vikings because Lamar's never won in Minnesota. Awesome.
Like, just so you play AFC and you play in that they play in that stadium once every 8 years. You play the team once every 4 years. Lamar was drafted in 2018, didn't start until 2019. It's 2025. Ergo, Lamar has never played in Minnesota. It's not like he was hurt and missed a game. The Ravens haven't played in Minnesota since Lamar's been there. That's good stuff, man. That's the good stuff. One other note on this game. I actually think, Sam, this may matter. So Texans kicker Kaimi Fairbairn is out. Matthew Wright is kicking for them today, like their backup kicker who's kicked for them a couple times when Fairbairn's been hurt. Meanwhile, Jags kicker Cam Little banged home a 68-yarder last week against the Raiders, the NFL record. I think Jacksonville's got like a big special teams advantage in this game potentially. So maybe that'll come to fruition and matter in a game with a really tight point spread. About to pick up right now at BetMGM. All right. Before me and Sam give you our opinions on the Giants and the Bears, meteorologist Grant Leader is here, who had to travel in the inclement weather today to get to the studios at 670 The Score in Chicago. Grant, what's happening currently outside in Chicago?
It's pretty snowy, but I want to, for the record, I am not qualified whatsoever to be any type of meteorologist or give any weather report.
Grant, listen, I'll say that. You just do what we tell you to do, please. What is the weather in Chicago?
Sounds good. It's about 34 degrees. It's pretty chilly. The wind's blowing out from the northeast about 20 miles an hour. So whoever's driving to the southern end zone at Soldier Field, they're going to have a tough time with the wind as well. And then also it's snowing right now, but it's probably going to leave by the time kickoff happens. So, but it's going to be chilly. It feels like 11 degrees outside. It's very cold.
I love that he goes, just so everyone knows, I'm not a meteorologist, and then proceeds to give like a weather report that's better than one you'd hear on the news. Like blowing in from the northeast, the southeast end zone, wind chill is this. That was excellent, I thought, from Grant.
Well, I appreciate that, Nick. Thank you.
So that technically, because I'm Mr. Technicality, that's bear weather, Nick. That's bear weather.
Can it be giant? What's the Venn diagram between bear weather and giant weather? Are we in both of them, or is this is more bear weather?
The Bears have more of the wind because the stadium is right off the lake. The Giants obviously can play in the cold because it's very cold in New York when it's cold in Chicago for the most part. But bear weather is when there's snow, when you can see snow either falling from the sky or melting on the ground or piling up on the ground, and then the wind. That's the key. What I took from that outstanding weather report was that 20-mile-an-hour winds are hurling around that stadium. Not easy to throw the football. and not easy to get points. The total is 45.5. That seems like a lot, given the wind and the swirling winds that are going to probably take footballs from inbounds to out of bounds.
What's so funny about this, and I want you to give your expert opinion on this, right? Like, this opened, 48.5. So we have not only, we've crashed through 47 and we're still moving down. So this was 46.5 at the end of the week. And I even said on my show on WFAN in New York this morning, listen, we can't bet the total now. We don't know what the wind's going to be like when we get to kickoff. We'll talk about it on the national show, myself and Sam. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe we'll get a chance to bet over 46.5 and it'll close 47.5 if the wind's not bad. It's gone the other way. So I think you might be, if this is going to be the case and the weather's bad enough, Sam, the wind's bad enough that the under is getting bet like this, then you might be right. And I don't know how low this is going to go by the time we reach kickoff.
Hard to imagine it getting much lower. Lowest number right now in the market, Westgate in Vegas has 45. Everybody else is basically 45.5. It's hard to imagine it getting to 44. But at 45, here's my question. You're a Giants guy, I'm a Bears guy. I know the Bears are decent against the pass, and they're decent in these elements against the pass. My question to you, can the Giants stop the run?
No.
Oh, well, that blows for the under because the Bears are going to just try and run. And we'll talk about that as well with Swift, Monangai, who's in. Swift is questionable. I didn't see anything on the latest there.
Expected to play. Not official,
okay.
But expected to play per the overnight reports.
You're going to see a steady diet of Swift and Monangai, bang, 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 all game. And if the Giants can't stop that, we are going to get some points.
Concerning for our Indianapolis Colts live bet, as Daniel, and concerning for someone who has Colts futures in whatever form they're in, Daniel Jones puts the ball on the ground, sacked, fumble, Atlanta recovery, Falcons take over, 1st and 10, about their own 45-yard line, 10 minutes to play in the third, Atlanta leads 17-13. You bet Week 10 NFL Sunday, Nick Costos and Mr. Iowa himself with the winner yesterday, wearing the Oregon Ducks hat, my friend Sam Panayotovich on Twitter at SPShoot. Sammy, the Battle of Purple in Minnesota. What do we have with the Ravens at the Vikings?
So this one's basically been around 4 for the last 3 days or so. Depending on the book, some have 3.5, some have 4.5. BetMGM is right in the middle at 4. So there's been good two-way action on this game, and this is one of the biggest total movers, Nick, of the entire week. Opened 46.5, and now we're at 49. The market expecting points at the Death Star.
Oh, I like that, the Death Star in Minnesota. You have a thought on? I know you said your buddy liked Minnesota. Do you like the Vikings plus the points? I laid Baltimore.
This is my bet that I really, really like today. I usually wink, lean into one pretty nice. I took 4.5 with the Vikings. I love Flores against Lamar. That's my handicap.
Oh, man. Well, that makes me. I like when we're on the same side. We'll be going oppo today. Sad. And we'll see what happens with the Ravens and the Vikings. Okay, we'll move on. You've heard of the Super Bowl. You've heard of the Toilet Bowl. Well, this is the Tank Bowl with Cleveland at the New York Jets, with the Jets trading off Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams. Both the Jets and the Browns, Sammy, with 2 first-round picks in next year's draft. I'm sure both keenly watching Fernando Mendoza, Ty Simpson, and Dante Moore yesterday. If one or both will take a quarterback in the draft next year. What's happening with the Browns and the Jets, and the move, obviously, off of the Jets' trade deadline moves?
Not much of a move today, or even Saturday for that matter, but from where we were to where we are, a 4-point move. The Jets opened as a 2-point favorite. Now the Browns are favored by 2. Here's my very simple handicap on the game. Neither of these teams should ever be favored. That's basically where I'm at. So whoever's favored, I lean to the dog. And at this point, that would be the Jets, plus the 2. Total very low as well. You got a lot of really bad games this week. 37.5, Browns and Jets.
What did you think of Aaron Glenn, Jets head coach, taking which Justin Fields literally won the game before the bye week, and he's like, yeah, we're not going to tell you until Sunday morning who the starter is. Meanwhile, in the prop markets all week, Justin Fields is posted. What did you make of that? Aaron Glenn trying to be cute. Yeah, we're not going to tell you who the quarterback is.
I have no idea what's going on there. So, yeah, let me bet the Jets plus 2. But I'm such an idiot sometimes. It is what it is. To me, it's about numbers, not narratives, and I do not think the Browns should be favored. I don't know what Aaron Glenn's doing. I can't believe he has the confidence of ownership, to be honest with you.
Yeah, like Woody Johnson threw, Jets owner threw Justin Fields under the bus, back to Aaron Glenn. Well, we'll see if these moves come to fruition for the Jets. We won't know for a couple of years, but on the surface, I did like it from a team-building perspective. Doesn't mean they'll win today. Last game, Sammy, in the early slate, 1 o'clock Eastern, noon Central Time, is the Tom Brady Bowl. And we've got some movement on this game in the last couple minutes from what I can see on my screen. What can you tell us about Baker Mayfield and the Bucs coming off the bye, hosting Drake May and the 7-2 New England Patriots?
We have some threes. Finally, they have popped on Sunday. This was 2.5 for most of the week. Public on the Patriots here, and understandably so. They've won, 6 games in a row. They've covered a bunch of those games. Bucks getting the money, though. Limits are the highest today, and we are going from 2.5 to 3. The total is 48.5. I laid 2.5, Nick, with the Bucks.
Ooh, I'm just going to go check somewhere right now and see what the line is. At offshore account, let's see, Tampa. Yeah, Tampa's 3. So BetMGM right now is your home, everybody, to bet the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You'll have to drink some juice in order to do so. Tampa 2.5 minus 18 is the number at BetMGM. Everywhere I'm looking, it's 3 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. No Ramondre Stevenson, no Kayshon Boutte, no Chris Godwin, no Bucky Irving in this game for Tampa and New England. We'll go to the afternoon slate, try and hit a couple here. Sammy, what about the Seahawks hosting Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals? Kyler Murray put on IR. I think he's played his last down as a Cardinal. The Seahawks trading for Rashid Shaheed at the deadline. He'll be active and play today.
Well, and Call of Duty comes out very soon.
Right.
So this is it for Kyler Murray this year. Who are you kidding?
Here's $100 million to play video games. Sign me up.
Yeah. We need you until November. Then you're good. Seattle, 7-point favorite now. Early in the week, this was 6, basically everywhere. I did see the look ahead was 5.5, but Seattle has been talked about a ton this week. I saw Aaron Schatz from FTN said that Seattle is the 4th best team of all time DVOA through week number 8. Up there with the 91 Redskins and the 17 Patriots and the 85 Bears. So you know what that means. The Cardinals will cover. The number, though, from 5.5 to 6 and now 7 day of the game.
Look, the Seahawks are awesome. They are. Mm-hmm. And if you told me, Sam, that Sam Darnold would keep playing like this in January, I think they should be the favorite to go to the Super Bowl out of the NFC. Just like when we get to playoff time, can you trust that will happen? Like a little piggy, I want to take my Cardinals theory to market. We've talked about it on this show and on others. Arizona as a big favorite, bet the dog. Arizona as a big dog, bet the Cardinals. Where the Cardinals have I don't know about money, but they have this gravitational pull towards keeping games close. Last week against Dallas, notwithstanding, where they won outright as a dog in a small spread game. And maybe Jacoby Brissett changes things a little bit. I'm betting Arizona plus the 7.
I get it. Remember when I told you last month I'd rather bet Arizona on the money line when they're a 7-point dog as opposed to a 7-point favorite? I'd much rather do that, and I'm being dead serious.
You want to join me?
I'd take 7, yeah.
Yeah, you would, or you're going to?
I will. I got some time. I got to see how the early slate goes.
Listen, I am someone that really thrives off the affirmation of others.
I'll do it. I'll bet it right now. I got to find my phone.
You're Bill O'Reillying this? You'll bet it live?
We'll do it live.
Yeah, we'll bet it live. All right, love it with the Cardinals and and not a great injury report for Arizona, missing a couple corners here, but the handicap is Arizona keeps games close. Let's go. One more in this segment, Sam. I like the side that's gotten bet heavily here. I actually can't believe where we are right now, where we've ended up. What can you tell us about the Rams and the Niners this afternoon in the Bay Area?
So Wise Guys early in the week laid 3.5. That move came on either Tuesday or Wednesday. You guys talked about it too. It was 3.5. Now we're at 6, Nick. We're all the way to 6. Rams minus 6 on the road. Total 49.5. Did you see the bartender come out? He's very bad at the NFL. He's on Rams minus 6 because he loves laying the worst of the number.
Yeah, I love that from him. It's just let me just show up on Saturday and lay 6, but it was you could have laid 4.5 24 hours earlier. At 6, any desire to bet San Francisco?
Yes. I don't think I'll get there, though. I just need the Niners to win, man. I need them over 10.5. I don't think they're going to win, but that's where my bread's buttered on the Niners.
I tell you, man, what a crazy run out you've gotten with all these injuries. Kyle Shanahan is your coach of the year.
Seriously.
You gonna send them like a fruit basket for Christmas?
Roses. Roses really smell like ooh, ooh, ooh.
What a great song. I know you like to think. Yeah, great song. Shout out to Outkast. All right, we'll take a quick break, and on the other side, we've got the actives and inactives for the early slate of games, and Sammy will tell you what's happening with the Lions and the Commanders and the Steelers and the Chargers on Sunday Night Football.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. It's that time once again on NFL Sunday. Who's in, who's out?
Impact betting and fantasy for basically every single player.
Actives, inactives on You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff.
Just in Berlin right now, Daniel Jones stopped a yard short on 3rd and 6, 4th and 1 coming up right now for the Indianapolis Colts inside the 10-yard line of the Atlanta Falcons. Actives and inactives here. Sammy, what do we got going on here with Buffalo and Miami as Taron Johnson, Christian Benford, A.J. Epineza, Josh Palmer all out for Buffalo? Bad injury report for the Bills.
Vegas books are coming off the 8. We're 7.5 at multiple places, including the Westgate. And do I have this right? Can we pull up BetMGM? Is somebody asleep at the wheel? Somebody just bet Buffalo at BetMGM. When the Vegas books are going to 7.5, BetMGM just moved to 8.5, despite Buffalo having injury negativity. So if you're looking to bet the Dolphins, BetMGM has 8.5 right now. And there it goes. Bye-bye.
Just went to 8.
Yeah. It's like, I think somebody in the back there just clicked the wrong button and just moved it the wrong way. This does happen, though. This does happen. Because as the whole board is going toward Miami, that was not the right move there to go to 8.5. But they are betting Miami off the news you talked about, and also a little tick up on the over. A little juice 50 now popping on the board.
And if anyone likes the over in the Dolphins-Bills game, again, with Benford, Epineza, Taron Johnson all out, and Josh Palmer out for Buffalo, which doesn't really make a difference. Keon Coleman will be their main outside receiver. The total is still 50 at MGM, minus 110 for people that like the over. Buffalo minus 8, the number there. The Colts went for it on 4th down. A toss to Jonathan Taylor. He is stopped for a loss on the play. Atlanta takes over possession.
I feel like every time we make a bet on the overseas games, at
You are
some
right.
point, I make this noise. Ugh.
Yeah. Should we start Costanza-ing this?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, because we've won a couple of them. We have won a couple, despite public opinion. We have won a couple of these.
It just feels like the other way, for me at least.
The good thing is we're going against Michael Penix, and as he throws a laser for a 15-yard gain, we don't have to win by margin. We just have to win, because our bet that we made together live was the Falcons to win. Sorry, the Colts to win. Maybe I was wishing I had the Falcons. Colts to win, Bills to win. I still feel like that's likely.
We are going to the 4th quarter in Berlin. Guten Morgen to everybody. Atlanta up 17-13 on the Indianapolis Colts. All right. Actives and inactives here. I'm actually still just kind of buzzing from Grant's weather report. We were saying during the break that Grant's in the wrong profession. Grant should be like on TV in Chicago, like doing the weather, because that was really exceptional. All right. Saints and the Panthers. New Orleans offensive line is an absolute disaster. Talise Fuaga is out. He was their first-round pick last year. He's got a high ankle sprain. He's going to miss a couple weeks. Star center Eric McCoy is done for the season. The Saints traded offensive lineman guard Trevor Penning, a former first-round pick, to the Chargers. He's actually starting for the Chargers tonight, so the Chargers' offensive line is in bad shape. The Saints, 3/5 of their offensive line from the beginning of the season is down in this game. Tet McMillan popped up on the injury report on Friday for Carolina, but their first-round top 10 pick rookie receiver will play today for Bryce Young. Jaguars and the Texans. In case you missed it, Brian Thomas Jr. was ruled out on Friday, so no BTJ. Travis Hunter obviously on IR. Jaguars receivers today: Parker Washington, De'Ami Brown, and trade acquisition Jacoby Myers. C.J. Stroud out for the Texans. Davis Mills starts at quarterback. Giants and the Bears. DeAndre Swift will play today, as will Kyle Monangai. Paulson Adebo out for the Giants. Sam, your thoughts on the Bears running backs today as it concerns fantasy football?
I have them both, Swift and Monangai. I have basically 2 slots for 3 players: Swift, Monangai, Shaheed. Who do you sit?
Shaheed.
Okay, so I currently have Swift starting at running back and Monangai in my flex. Keep it?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought, because they use Swift a lot in the passing game, and they're both going to get red zone reps. So I think they can both have a day, especially considering you hate the Giants' run defense.
Well, I would say I do. It's less that I hate it and more that it's just like objectively terrible.
Okay. I'm going to keep them both in because some people would say, oh, you can't start them both. They're on the same team. Watch me. Watch me start them both.
Don't believe me. Just watch. It's a little Bruno Mars for everybody on a Sunday morning. Okay. I don't know why I felt the need to do that. Ravens and Vikings. Aaron Jones is active for Minnesota. There have been thought he might miss the game. He will play. He was quoted a couple days ago saying that he wants to play for a really long time and go down as Emmitt Smith. I feel like I want to do the Wade Barrett. I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you routine to Aaron Jones. But he will play today for the Minnesota Vikings. Browns and the Jets. This matters. Harold Fannin is active. I'm starting him. Tyler, I think we're playing each other in this league this week. In the Yahoo League that we're in together. I'm starting Harold Fannin at tight end over Luke Musgrave with Tucker Kraft out. We'll see how it goes. Carson Schweschinger is active, Cleveland Star rookie linebacker. Justin Fields will start, and this is sad for me. A.D. Mitchell is inactive today. On my WFAN show, I said if Mitchell were active, I was going to bet over 5.5 receiving yards. We can't do that. He's not playing today for the New York Jets. Pats and the Bucks, nothing out of the ordinary here. Ramondre Stevenson's out. Kayshon Boutte's out. Chris Godwin's out. Bucky Irving's out. We knew all of that earlier in the week, but just to reiterate, Tampa will get its starting right tackle Luke Goedeke back, which matters. So the Bucs offensive line is basically at full strength. Sammy, my sense is maybe that's why we're seeing Tampa get bet, because their offensive line should be looking like what it was last year when it was really awesome with Goedeke back in the lineup.
If you pay attention to what Baker Mayfield has said all week, they look rested. They look ready. That bye week was very, very important for Tampa to get in and get healthy. Also, you mentioned Kayshon Boutte. That is Drake May's favorite deep ball target. And Drake May is hitting the deep ball at over 65% this year. Most of those throws have been to Kayshon Boutte, so that will definitely hinder their deep passing game.
Mike Reese of ESPN, who's covered the Patriots forever, tweeted, I think yesterday maybe, that rookie Kyle Williams, who's done nothing thus far this season for the Patriots, that his workload is going to expand and maybe him and Mac Hollins kind of fuse together to try and form a Kayshon Boutte today as a downfield threat for Drake May. And to Sam's point on what Baker Mayfield said, Mayfield was dealing with an oblique injury for a couple weeks before the bye, and he's basically saying he's healthy now. And that bears out where he was not scrambling as much in the couple of games before the bye. Maybe you see Baker run a little bit more now post-bye. Colts force a 3-and-out, and Josh Downs, I believe that is, with a punt return into Falcons territory. So 14:28 to play in the game. Indy has a 1st and 10 in Falcons territory coming up. Atlanta leading by 4. Cardinals and the Seahawks. Jacoby Brissett starts for Arizona. Kyler Murray on IR. Max Melton and Will Johnson. Will Johnson, the second-round pick out of Michigan, both corners. Both out today for Arizona, which sucks because they're both really good. Torrey Horton is doubtful for Seattle. Cooper Kupp, we're expecting him to play, but not 100%. Rashid Shaheed will make his Seahawks debut. Rams and the Niners. Ricky Pearsall out. Brock Purdy out again. Mac Jones gets the start. And then the Lions and the Commanders. Marcus Mariota starts in place of Jaden Daniels, who may come back after the bye in about a month for Washington. Their season circling the drain. Terry McLaurin out for the Commanders yet again. And then the Steelers and the Chargers on Sunday Night Football. Joe Alt out for the season for the Chargers, as their offensive line just in tatters from where it was to start the year. The Steelers got bet a little bit off of that news. Sam and I will break that game down in just a moment. And those are the actives and inactives coming up for Week 10 in the NFL. Sammy, anything else happening on the board before we get to Lions, Commies, Steelers, Chargers?
You're seeing some money on the Pittsburgh and Chargers over 44.5. This had been bet down through most of the week. This opened at 46.5, and now I think it's just people betting the bottom of the market, coming in, going over the lowest number. Nothing crazy there. They're also betting more under in Giants Bears. South Point off the 45.5 down to 45. Grant has been painting the picture for us in Chicago. Horrible weather in the Windy City, and it's a winter storm warning throughout the afternoon. Nick mentioned it. This total opened around 47.5, 48, and because of the inclement weather, we're down to 45 at plenty of books. 45.5, though, at BetMGM.
A friend of the show, Sam, Greg Rosenthal, who hosts the NFL Daily podcast for NFL Media, just tweeted, the Colts have failed twice on 4th downs, have 0 third down conversions, have missed 2 kicks, thrown an interception, and fumbled 4 times. And they are down by 4 with the ball in Falcons territory. Just saying. I feel like I'm not going to say what I was going to say. We'll see how the game plays out. We would like for the Colts to win. Just win.
That's what it is. We're due. We're due.
Do we deserve to win?
Yes.
I'm happy that one of us had the courage to say it. I appreciate that. What's happening with the Lions and the Commies, Sam, in our nation's capital?
Well, this is such a weird game because you don't have Jaden Daniels, and it's very difficult to quantify how much Marcus Mariota is worth. Newsflash, he's not worth a lot. He stinks. Here's also what you have. The Lions, under Dan Campbell, are 12-0 ATS in their last 12 games off a loss. Think about that. When they lose, they come back and they cover. 12-0 ATS. All that said, Nick, the 8s are disappearing. A lot of 7.5 now in the market. This was 8.5 on Thursday. Now we're 7.5. Lions favored on the road in Washington, D.C., I guess in Landover, not in Washington, D.C. And the total is down from 51.5 to 49.
Even if I disagree with the move, and it sounds a little bit like you do, even if like neither of us have laid Detroit, what is the thought process behind the Washington support, do you think?
Maybe because the Lions have just looked kind of meh defensively. I think that's kind of what it is. Although, as I say that, it really hasn't been their defense. It's been their offensive inefficiency, right? I mean, they didn't really move the ball that well against Tampa. Flores had them in a pretzel. I think people just think the number's too big. But if you made me pick this one, Nick, I'm Detroit. I didn't bet it, but it's Detroit or pass for me.
Agreed. Jonathan Taylor with the long run. Down to the Atlanta 25, an 18-yard gain. 1st and 10 Colts from the Falcons 25.
Get in.
Kick the field goal.
Let's go.
Yeah, if we kick the field goal, we'd be down by 1. Just need a field goal to take the lead. Just saying.
Kicking's for losers. Nope.
That is true. I'd also like to win my bet. Jonathan Taylor, 9-yard run on. Let's go, baby. Hour 1
Touchdown
done. Hour
coming.
2 for you. Coming up on the other side. Board update. Best bets, Prop King, Underdog Moneyline Parlay, and the conclusion of the Colts and the Falcons from Germany.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Action-packed day of football.
Quick throw. McCarthy going end zone. Jefferson! One-hander! Touchdown, Minnesota! Williams slings it. Williams! Loveland bangs off his man! He's going to score! Home! Colston Loveland in a jaw-dropper!
From sides to totals to props, we've got you covered. It's BetMGM Network's You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with your hosts, Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Hour number 2, Week 10 NFL Sunday. Nikki K, Sammy P, and you on the BetMGM Network. Best bets 40 minutes from now. Underdog Moneyline Parlay still to come. Props still to come. Indianapolis had to settle, Sammy, for a 34-yard Michael Badgley field goal, the Money Badger. Atlanta leads 17-16. Vibe check where we're at with our Indianapolis live Moneyline Parlay with Buffalo Moneyline.
Don't love it, but I believe in us. I believe in the defense. Michael Penix is about to ruin his diaper, and we're going to be just fine.
I tell you, man, as a father of a young child, when you say that, I want to curl into the fetal position under my desk. Ruining the diapers is very, very unpleasant.
Well, I wish you clean diapers and him dirty diapers. How about that?
I like that very much. So Colts about to kick the ball back off to Atlanta. Still 9 minutes to go in this game. Indy has dominated the game from a box score perspective, but losing 17-16. We will see how it turns out in Germany. One more game for us to hit, and it moved. And you touched on the total, Sam, going into the end of the first hour. What about the side of Steelers-Chargers tonight? And this is going to be one of those games where you're going to turn your TV on tonight, you, the viewer, you, the listener, and you're going to be like, what? This game's in L.A.? With all the terrible towels in attendance? Like, there will absolutely be more Steelers fans there tonight than Chargers fans, correct?
I would think so. And we've seen some money on the road team in this game. Now, understand how much money it takes to get a game in the NFL through 3 or through 7. It's a ton. It's a ton of money, and it's from respected players. Early in the week, the Chargers were a 3.5-point home favorite. By midweek into Thursday, that crossed through the 3. So they bet the 3.5 and the 3, got it to 2.5. That's where we currently sit at most sports books. Chargers still favored. I think I just made up a word there. Favored? I don't know what that was. Favorite.
A combination of favorite and favored. Yeah, that's okay.
I don't know what that was, but we're going to go with it. Money's on the Steelers, Nick. End of the story.
You want to bet the game?
I have 3 in contests. I do have Pittsburgh plus 3. You can bet a 3, too. Multiple books have 3. There's just more 2.5.
And I'm sure you will echo the sentiment, right? For people out there that want to bet this game, if you like the Steelers, please bet +3. If you like the Chargers, please lay 2.5. Give yourself the best chance to win, regardless of what side you like.
100%.
Big board update as that does it for It Moved. But now we can talk about just some other updates that we have. What's happening on the board right now, Sammy? Any sides, any totals that we should discuss?
This will make you happy. Baltimore just got blasted. Ravens out to 5 at multiple books. BetMGM still has a 4.5, but a lot of books are at 5. Circa in Vegas, 5.5 on the Ravens.
Yeah, I would doubt that we'll get to 6, right? I mean, I don't know that for sure, but you would agree with that?
Don't think so. I think Circa's just trying to write a Vikings bet at this point. This will happen. When you're trying to write bets, you just move numbers. And it's very clear to me, Circa has the highest number on the board. They also took some Baltimore support for sure. But when you move to 5.5, you're just trying as hard as you can to write a Vikings bet.
What is the total, Sam, across the board right now? 45.5 at BetMGM for the Bears and the Giants, and then we will bring our meteorologist, Grant Leader, back in to tell us what's happening in the Windy City.
Still 45.5 at most places, but 2 big Titans in Vegas, both at 45. Pinnacle, an offshore monster book, also at 45. So if you like the under, BetMGM has 45.5 flat. That's a good place to bet the under.
Now, Grant, in the break just now, like it's a longer break at the end of the hour, like made sure to tell me and Sam, like kind of like in threatening tones, guys, I am an expert. I studied meteorology in school. Please promote me as such. You got it, Grant. Expert meteorologist Grant Leader is with us here. Grant, what is currently happening with the weather in Chicago, Illinois?
No threats were made during the break, but the weather has pretty much stayed the same. There's a little bit of flurries still active. Like I said last time, it probably will dissipate when kickoff comes around at noon, but it still feels very cold, and the winds are still coming out of the northeast at 21 miles per hour.
Great job by our friend. Yeah, it does, dude. Like Grant, I'm not saying Grant should like quit his job. Like Grant, like this, you're great at this job. You should like. I would like send this to, I'm not kidding, like news stations in Chicago. It is excellent. Based on what Grant said, like 20-mile-per-hour winds, like I kind of want to bet the over in this game. Does this feel like a snover to you? Like the wind's not that bad if it's only 21 miles per hour.
I would not bet the over. I don't trust either quarterback in these elements.
Counter. Both defenses are absolutely miserable.
True.
Can the quarterbacks have success if the defenses are so bad?
They can have success, but I don't see a lot of long touchdown drives. I just don't. I could be wrong on that, but I've covered games in Chicago when the wind is just whipping around. Guys are missing extra points. You don't kick field goals. You go for it on 4th and 5 because you can't trust your kicker. It's just tough. It's tough to score points in these elements.
Just in general, which quarterback do you trust more, Jackson Dart or Caleb Williams?
Do you have a coin nearby?
I don't think I do.
I don't either. I have a remote. How about this? If it lands heads up, that's Caleb. If it lands face down, that's Dart. I'm going to just throw it in the air as high as I can, and hopefully it doesn't break.
It might break, yeah.
It definitely broke. Jackson Dart, though, the way it landed.
Hell yeah, Jackson Dart. The Sam's controller is just dissipated, unfortunately, on the floor.
Shattered. Dissipate.
Hashtag dissipate. But I'll tell you what, man. Grant should be doing weather. Oh, baby. Jonathan Taylor, long run, still on his feet, past the 50. He's going to go. Yes.
Go.
He went.
He did? Go.
Yes.
Let's
go.
As
long as there's no flag. It's
don't
like an
say that
80-yard touchdown. No flag. The 80-yard touchdown or so from
Jonathan
Taylor. Had a convoy. Just big white boys blocking for him. Alec Pearson, Tyler Warren. You love it. Touchdown Colts. Indy 22-17. They'll go for 2 to try to make it a 7-point game. But we're feeling good here.
I'm just excited. That's all.
83-yard touchdown from Jonathan Taylor. He is now at, oh my God, 26 carries, 210 yards, 2 touchdowns, averaging 8.1 yards per carry.
I'm excited in the moment, but I feel like my Christian McCaffrey Offensive Player of the Year tickets are depreciating by the second.
Well, until he has like 17 catches for 120 yards today against the Rams, because they're going to need to throw on every play.
They will give him the short catches for sure, no doubt.
Oh, yeah. No, he's going to have a big one. All right, so here's the two-point conversion attempt. Jones out of the shotgun. Pass batted down at the line. So Indy 22-17. Falcons will get the ball with 6:02 left. Indy will almost certainly get one more possession, even if the Falcons score here. So Indy up 22-17, 6 minutes to play in Berlin. Can we? Yeah.
I feel good. If Michael Penix beats us, you live with it. I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't either. I think we deserve it.
I deserve it for sure.
Sammy deserves it.
I
hope that we both get it, but Sammy deserves it.
And then the Bills will lose to the Dolphins, and it will be perfect.
No, I would be absolutely floored if that happened. Not that that's indicative of things not being able to happen, just because I'll be floored by it. Okay. Anything else, Sammy, before we roll through some prop bets?
Prop King is ready. Let it rip.
All right. Let's send down from thy royal. Oh, we're 2-0 right now. Alec Pearson, Drake London, which we're undefeated at the moment. Can we stay undefeated? Probably not, but you know what? We'll give it the old college try. As the prop king descends down from thy royal throne, traipses across thy royal purple velvety carpet, over to thy royal balcony to gaze down upon you, our adoring fans, with prop bets for Week 10 in the NFL.
Now approaching the betting window, it is your prop king, Nick Costos. All hail King Costos.
All hail King Costos.
Let's go. Michael Penix sacked. Was that a replay? Might have been a replay. It's a terrible job by me. I'm just being honest. Like, that's really bad. I hate when people do that, and then I did it. It was a replay. Sorry.
Turn the page. Literally and figuratively.
Well, it's like, it's easier than like clicking through just to write everything down. All right. Bills and the Dolphins. I want to see what the number is because, like Sammy was saying, the game was getting bet with all the players being ruled out for Buffalo. So let's see what Jalen Waddle's receiving yards prop is. Okay. Jalen Waddle is at 65.5 receiving yards right now at BetMGM. As per our friends over at Establish the Run, great website for fantasy, DFS, betting, etc. As Michael Penix has, Drake London is just somehow always open 20 yards down the field. First down Falcons. In the last 4 games for Dolphins, not like the sea mammals, I'm excluding the wind game in Cleveland, where like neither team could throw the ball. 9 for 110, 8 for 95, 6 for 99, 9 for 82. Benford's not playing. Teron Johnson's not playing. Daquan Jones isn't playing. And Michael Hoyt tore his Achilles last week against the Chiefs. I'm not making a case for the Dolphins to win the game, but I do think Jalen Waddle could have a nice one here. Waddle over 65.5 receiving yards. And this is interesting. So the Dolphins cut Tanner Connor earlier this week. Darren Waller's hurt. Julian Hill is inactive. I think the Dolphins have one tight end active for this game, and it's Giants legend Greg Dulcich, who's at a pretty decently long price to score a touchdown. Greg Dulcich, anytime touchdown. Panthers and the Saints. The way that this bet loses is if the Saints don't possess the ball at all. Like they couldn't last week against the Rams. That's the Rams. This is Carolina. Chris Olave, over 58.5 receiving yards. Love me some Olave. Chris Olave over receiving yards. I think this is a decent anytime touchdown game. Not every game is. I do like this one today. If you wanted to bet Rico Dowdle to score a touchdown, hit him with the Rico. I'd bet him to score twice. Like, Chuba Hubbard's not even really involved in the run game right now. So I'd bet Dowdle to score twice. I did put a small bet on Tommy Tremble to score a touchdown, one of Carolina's tight ends, with the thought being get down by the goal line, little play action, defense sucked in by getting hit with the Rico. Here's Tommy Tremble. And just to throw this out there, however people would like to bet it, So Rashid Shaheed gets traded to Seattle. Who are the beneficiaries of that? Chris Olave, definitely. I also think you can make a case Juwan Johnson is a beneficiary, and that was like a hot name in the fantasy community this week. And don't forget, before the start of the season, the Saints traded for Devon Vele from the Denver Broncos, and he's like barely played. I'm guessing you'll see him more. He's at a pretty long price to score a touchdown today for those so inclined. Jaguars and the Texans. I say this sometimes, like this is my Drake London handicap. London's receiving yards number in this game was 69.5. Nice. He's currently at 104, which just because I say this doesn't mean he has to go over, but just on principle, Drake London should not have a 6 as the first digit. Neither should Nico Collins, even if Davis Mills is throwing him the ball. 61.5. I'll go over Nico Collins. If I lose, so be it. I'll take a risk on the talent for Nico Collins. Anytime touchdowns. So Jacksonville's receivers today are Jacoby Myers, who doesn't know the playbook. Not an insult. He's been on the team for 4 days. And how do I know that? The team's saying he doesn't know it. He's playing on the outside. Parker Washington in the slot. De'Ami Brown playing outside. Remember that Jacksonville traded a late-round pick for Lions receiver Tim Patrick before the start of the season? Tim Patrick's going to play in this game. And on the outside. On the outside. On the outside. Tim Patrick, anytime touchdown for Jacksonville. Bears and the Giants. Here's to you, Wan'Dale Robinson. So, since Kyler Gordon went out for the season, slot receivers have been crushing the Chicago Bears. And if the wind is as bad as our expert meteorologist Grant Leader has said, then probably not a ton of passes down the field. Wan'Dale is Jackson Dart's Binky. Wan'Dale over 49.5 receiving yards. 1 anytime touchdown. Here's a Chicago reference for you. Mike's son, Devin Singletary. You know, Mike Kafka, Giants offensive coordinator, named Tyrone Tracy, the Giants starting running back, late in the week. Devin Singletary will still get opportunities. He's at a longer price than Tracy. Devin Singletary, anytime touchdown. And just to sneak one more game in, Derrick Henry, over 78.5 rushing yards for the Ravens and the Vikings. Derrick Henry now back in our lives since Lamar has them usually playing from ahead. And with Josh Oliver out for Minnesota, their blocking tight end, let's take a shot on Minnesota's new blocking tight end. Small money bet to win more. Nick Vannett, the Minnesota Vikings. The rest of the props coming up on the other side. Sam and I will give you the underdog moneyline parlay and more. Week 10 NFL Sunday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Before we continue with the props, score update in Berlin. Tyler Algier, 1-yard touchdown, Sam. Falcons take a 1-point lead, 23-22. Minute 44 to play. Atlanta lining up for the 2-point conversion. I would like to do play-by-play if that's all right for the 2-point play. Here we go. All right, Michael Penix in the shotgun, tight end Charlie Warner to his right, 2 receivers to the left, including London in the slot, 1 receiver to the right. Receiver comes in motion, it's Mooney. Bijan also split out to the right. Penix drops back to pass, looking left, passes to London, wide open in the corner. Conversion successful. Atlanta leads 25-22.
Damn.
Sauce Gardner just completely lost on the play. 2 first-round picks.
Fell down. Fell to the ground.
2 first-rounders. 2 first-round picks.
I don't know that my heart can take an overtime game in Germany, Nick. I don't know that I'm ready for that.
Listen, you and I have been out very late. I've seen what your heart's capable of taking. You can definitely take this, and so can I. We can both take
100%. You're right. You're right. 100%. Snap out of it.
What's the we were talking during the break, we'll get back to the props in a second. You said you had a great Christmas music playlist. What's the best Christmas song?
Oh, geez. Christmas Baby Please Come Home by Darlene Love, I think.
Oh, the snow's coming down. That's the one I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yes. Nobody wants to hear us sing on November 9th, but I do. So I've built this playlist over the last 6 years. I take it more serious than a lot of things in my life. So I will send it to you. It's probably got 90 songs on it, but I don't have any of the crap on there. I don't have a lot of Burl Ives because I'm not trying to fall asleep when I listen to Christmas music. There's a lot of modern stuff too. You're going to like it. I'm going to send it to you during the break.
I am going to absolutely love it. Amir Abdullah returns the kick into Falcons territory.
Oh, baby.
You know what? Let's just score a touchdown. I don't want overtime here. As we are down to the nitty-gritty here in Berlin. Falcons leading the Colts 25-22. Indianapolis, 1st and 10 coming up from the Falcons 48. All right. Browns and the Jets. I actually have no props in this game, but just to say, Jay Croucher came on the show on Thursday, NBC Sports betting analyst, one of the most respected futures bettors in the world, literally. Tyler Warren, incomplete, okay. And gave out Quinshon Judkins over rushing yards on the show on Thursday for those inclined. I have no bets on this game. If you wanted to bet an anytime touchdown, Justin Fields would be my look. I don't like any of it. Bucks and the Patriots. I think we're going to see Christian Gonzalez, who got just locally, Sam, are people down on Gonzalez after last week? Drake London made him look silly on a couple receptions, or we still love Christian Gonzalez?
I wouldn't say down. No, they were talking about giving him a max deal when he's ready on the radio this week. So I think they got over that.
Okay. I think he'll be on Emeka Egbuka obviously a lot in this game, and that should free up Tez Johnson. Tez Johnson over 46.5 receiving yards. Last week we talked about Terrell Jennings to score a touchdown, who Mike Vrabel loves him, with Ramondre Stevenson out. He scored. Travion's obviously better than he is, but I'll have money on Terrell Jennings to score a touchdown again today. Okay, so we have a bad situation here. Tyler Warren caught a pass. We thought it was incomplete. He fumbled it. Atlanta recovered. Originally ruled incomplete. It's being challenged right now. This might be a Colts fumble and Falcons recovery, in which case the game will be over.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, we will. Baby, please come home.
I might crank the Christmas tunes after this.
The ball's coming down right out of his hands.
The bankroll is low. And I just stubbed my toe.
And the bookie is here. He's got
the
a
remote's on
bat.
the floor. Please don't open the door.
Right, incomplete pass. Life.
The bankroll is back.
We're still driving the ball.
All right, come on, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Touchdown.
All right. You know what? Let's see what happens on this play here. Trey McBride over receiving yards. Amari DiMercado anytime touchdown. Seahawks Cardinals. All right, 2nd and 10 here. Jones out of the shotgun. Drops back to pass. Falcons send the blitz. Jones has happy feet. He's sacked at his own 40-yard line. Loss of 12. 3rd and 22 coming up. So we're out of field goal range.
The bet's gonna lose. And we'll
This
get in the
Sunday
booze. Our bosses are like, stop singing, talk back.
No, it's awesome. It's good. Okay. Rams Niners. If Puka's number doesn't start with the 1, it should. Puka Nacua over receiving yards. I like the Rams in the game. I think the Rams are going to win maybe by multiple scores. I bet them -4.5. Blake Corum to score 2 touchdowns. Not 1, but 2 touchdowns today. He doesn't play when they're trailing, but when they're up, Blake Corum plays a lot. All right, so here's the 3rd and 21 for Daniel Jones and the Colts. Jones in the shotgun. Jonathan Taylor to his right. 2 receivers to the left. Alec Pierce split out alone to the right. Jones takes the shotgun snap. Drives back to pass. Got a ton of time to throw. Steps up in the pocket. Now pulls it down. Now he's going to run. Running to the right side of the field. Picks up a block. Past midfield. Towards the marker and a couple yards short. About a 19-yard run from Daniel Jones will set up a 4th and 2. And we'll see if the Colts go for a long field goal or try and get a little closer here on this 4th down.
That was very, very solid play-by-play. I've been told that when the games are played overseas, there's nothing more exciting than field goals and punts. People are awed by the kicking. I'm serious. Like, passing and running is all fine and dandy, but I've been told when the games are overseas, you can hear the ooh when the punt is kicked like 70 yards. Like, that's their favorite play. Kicks and
punts. All right, we're going for it. Going for it on 4th down here. We'll see if they snap the ball. Jones is... Okay, so he did snap the ball. Empty formation. Jones throws it immediately. Caught by Tyler Warren, who breaks a tackle. 1st down to the 29-yard line and out of bounds. 1:11 left to play. Colts with no timeouts. 1st and 10, Indianapolis, as the drive will continue. What a broken tackle by Tyler Warren. Daniel Jones sees the blitz, throws to the hot route. It is Tyler Warren. Breaks the tackle from Alford and runs for a 1st down inside the Falcons' 30-yard line. Okay.
So for those that don't know, Nick and I have a money line parlay with the Colts and the Bills. So this would be leg 1. A field goal would tie. A touchdown, you would think, would put the game on ice. But that's where we're at. That's why we care so much.
1st and 10 at the 30. Jonathan Taylor. Oh, and Daniel Jones looks like the Joker, bleeding from his lips. Jones throws towards the end zone, out of bounds. Intended for Alec Pierce in double coverage. 2nd and 10 coming up. If the Colts gain no more yards on the next 2 plays, it would be a 47-yard game-tying attempt from Michael Badgley. He's missed 2 kicks already in this game. Daniel Jones is bleeding from both his lips. He literally looks like Heath Ledger as the Joker in The Dark Knight.
I just saw it because I'm a little behind you. It's a very good look. Very very manly look. Like he's going to go change
He looks
a tire.
like he's wearing lipstick. Like he looks like he's wearing red lipstick right now. And he looks like an insane person.
He looks like he's going to go change a tire, is what he looks like.
All right. Oh, my God. High snap.
No.
Jones pulls it down. Not a turnover, but like loss of 6 on the play.
Great.
Okay. Yeah, terrible snap by the center. And then Jonathan Taylor completely whiffs on a blitz pickup. Jones is sacked, so I'm not sure where we're going to end up here, but the field goal has been made a lot longer, obviously. As Badgley is being shown warming up. The clock is ticking. We are under 40 seconds to play. It'll be a 3rd and 16 here from the Colts from the 35, 52-yard field goal if they gain no more yards. Jones drops back to pass, throws it complete to Pittman, down to the 26-yard line. This will be a 43-yard game-tying field goal attempt for Indianapolis as they run Badgley onto the field. So no timeouts here, so we'll have the old fire drill situation. Oh, Atlanta calls timeout to give themselves a chance on offense. So 23 seconds left to play. When we come out of the timeout, it'll be a Michael Badgley game-tying field goal attempt. Lions on the Commanders. Jamison Williams over 43.5 receiving yards. We took a shot at J-Mo last week. He went over and he scored a touchdown. We'll run it back this week. J-Mo anytime touchdown. And Jeremy McNichols, of the 3 Commanders running backs that play, we'll bet the one at the longest odds to score. McNichols anytime touchdown. Ladd McConkey over receiving yards tonight on Sunday Night Football. Darnell Washington anytime touchdown for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And those are the props. So Badgley coming on now. This is from 44 to tie the game and send it to overtime. The kick is up. and it is good. So we are tied. We're not at overtime yet. 25 seconds still to play. Atlanta with 2 timeouts. Sammy, we are tied at 25 in Berlin. The game is now tied. Going
Nick
to
Costos
overtime.
never lied.
For those of you that bet the total in the game, closed 48.5. You're a winner if you bet the over on that the Michael Badgley field goal. So a lot was on the line there. We love it. And I guess, well, Indy can win by 7 with the new overtime rules. So the spread of the game is still in doubt as well. Okay. You bet on the Sunday. Sammy, before we get to the underdog moneyline parlay, anything else happening on the old big board?
Not much. More 7.5 showing on Miami, which we've talked about. Nick explained how the Buffalo injury report is not great. So the Bills have been sort of bet against over the last hour or so. The 8s are still available at BetMGM, but a lot of 7.5 in Vegas, which is very, very important. You know, if you're going to take the points, you want to take more than you can. So take the 8. There's also an 8.5 in the market. So if you like Miami, the sharp guys did bet 8.5 in Vegas down to 7.5. And then we got more unders in Giants Bears, man. We're 45 everywhere, including BetMGM. Now, a couple books, Green Book and Blue Book, have 45.5, but BetMGM is now 45 on the total in Chicago.
Okay. I kind of want to. Oh, Grant, do you have a weather report prepared, or do you need a little bit?
It looks like the weather is going to stay the same right before kickoff. It looks like, just like I said, that right before kickoff, the snow will probably dissipate. And the wind is still whipping 20 miles an hour from the northeast, and it's getting a little bit up there with the wind chill, but it's still around 11 to 13 degrees is what it feels like.
Very specific. Sam, did you notice the wind is whipping?
I did. I think the next time he says dissipate, though, it will jump the shark. I think we need to rotate the vocabulary just a little bit.
Yeah,
All right, you got it.
Whipping was a nice addition by Grant there. Darnell Mooney drops about a 15-yard pass here for the Falcons, so 2nd and 10 coming up, making overtime more likely, obviously, here. Sammy, what is the underdog money line parlay for today?
So I'm going to go Steelers to win. I know you hate this one. Vikings to win. Steelers and Vikings, money line parlay. The price is plus 541.
Yeah, I don't love the Vikings part of that. I'll give you the Super Bowl 43 Memorial Underdog Moneyline Parlay. The Arizona Cardinals and the Pittsburgh Steelers, plus 710. I wish the Eagles were still dogs. They're like a minus price now on the BetMGM money line for tomorrow night. Love the Eagles tomorrow night.
They got blasted, man. 2.5 on Thursday is now a pick'em at a couple places in Vegas. How about that?
Michael Penix Jr., I actually think is addicted to intentional groundings at the end of games. We saw it last week against the Patriots. Intentional grounding, 10-second runoff. We are headed to overtime officially, Sam. Regulation has ended 25-25.
All right, here we go. My heart's ready.
What are we, live money line here? Let's see, what do we got?
Colts are a 2.5-point favorite live.
Oh, boy. Okay, well, you sign up for this, right? If you make this bet like we did? Do you?
I'm here, baby. I got nowhere to go for 26 minutes. Well, 20 minutes. 19 minutes.
What would Darlene Love say about the situation right now?
I hate overtime. I don't know. I got nothing. I'm tapped. I'm strung out.
What would, if Darlene Love did an imitation of Al Michaels, what would it sound like here? And if there were a walk-off touchdown in this game?
I don't even know where to start with that. I don't know.
Jonathan Taylor is running. It's Jonathan Taylor. I think might be the correct
I thought you were about to rhyme something with running. Like he's going to run out of gas on that one because nothing rhymes with running. Nothing. Cunning,
gunning?
I guess.
Gunning?
Gunning. Mm-hmm.
Cunning's a tough one.
Just win this game. Just win this game so we can all kick our feet up and get the Bills leg home and cash that 2-team money line parlay.
So we're waiting the everyone hotly anticipating the coin toss here in Germany with the Colts and the Falcons. And so Atlanta's starting with the ball here. And this I the new overtime is so stupid. It's really bad. 10 minutes, both teams possess the ball. All right. So we shall see. All right, take a quick break, and on the other side, we'll keep you updated on what's happening in overtime with the Falcons and the Colts and all our best bets coming up for today. Nick Costos, Sam Panayotovich, and you on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet Countdown to Kickoff with Nick Kostos and Sam Paniatovich, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Wait, Tyler, do me a favor. Tyler Morales, our executive producer, pop on here because I'm seeing people tweet about this, and we're doing the show here. What happened with the coin toss in overtime here with Clete Blakeman in the Falcons-Colts game in Germany?
Who had the coin toss decision. So the Colts won it. The refs messed up, so they gave the ball back to the Falcons. So the Falcons were supposed to be able to choose heads or tails. They gave it to the Colts, so now the Falcons have the ball.
Wow, because it's a Falcons road game. It's a Colts home game in Germany. So the Falcons should have. Wow. You can. They just showed Clete Blakeman calling a penalty on the screen on Indianapolis, I believe, and you could see the beads of sweat on his forehead. I think he knows. Probably a pretty big screw up for him.
He's about to get it.
Vibe check, Sam?
I felt good on 3rd and 8 or whatever, and then, of course, the flag. Was that defensive holding, it looked like, or PI?
Illegal contact, only a 5-yard penalty. Automatic first down, but just a 5-yarder.
I felt better on 3rd down. On 1st down, not so much. But, look, the good thing about this new overtime is that we do get to see what they do, and you get a chance to match. A touchdown no longer ends the game, which I think some people still don't know the rules because they change every other year or so, it seems like. So we do have the chance to counter, which is good.
The only thing I don't like about it, I don't disagree with that both teams can get a shot. It should be 15 minutes instead of 10. Because
10 is crazy.
10's ridiculous. What's another 5 minutes going to do?
Yeah. Well, last week I had the Raiders +3. That was my favorite bet. And it got to overtime, and I thought we were going to lose for sure. Because why can I have nice things? Take a dog, goes to overtime, and loses by 6 or whatever, 7. And Jacksonville got the ball first and did a 7-minute and 30-second drive, and I have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to get down the field. Luckily, they did. But
yeah,
I agree with you. It's brutal.
I was thinking of you actually because I know that was your big bet last week, and when they scored the touchdown, you won whether they got the 2-point conversion or not, and obviously they didn't. And the Jaguars ended up winning, but good enough for you to cover your bet. All right, Michael Penix Jr. passed to Darnell Mooney out of bounds, so we will have a 3rd and long coming up for the Falcons here, who may have to punt back to the Indianapolis Colts. So we'll do a little play-by-play here. 3rd and 12. Penix in the shotgun, Bijan Robinson to his left, 2 receivers to the right, including Drake London. Penix drops back to pass. The rush is on. He evades one rusher and can't evade another. He goes down. Zaire Franklin on the sack. The Falcons will have to punt the ball back to the Colts, and 1 score for Indianapolis wins the game for them. And more importantly, cashes parlay leg number 1 for Sam and yours truly. Okay.
Let's go.
And with that, let's get to the best bets. Man, what a performance by Grant today. It moves, dope-ass beat, weather report, legend. Grant Legend should be his name. Grant, can you please drop the dope-ass beat for us? Oh, we'll do some thank yous here also. Our executive producer today is Tyler Morales. Our engineer and weatherman, meteorologist, Grant Leader. How about our guy Michael Montgomery doing an awesome job as our video producer today? Thank you very much to our crew and Sean Haw as well, the best in the business. All right. Josh Downs returns the punt almost to midfield, so Indy set up here pretty decently. Let's see how Daniel Jones screws this up. Open the playbook and choose your boost for today's action. Grab BetMGM's Pro Football Boost Pack. You'll have 3 ways to boost your odds on your next bet. Activate one of your boost tokens for any pro football bet, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your wager wins. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. Sammy, the Bills, 8-point road favorites in Miami. Total is 50.
I thought about laying some cheap Buffalo, but I didn't get there, and I've got 14 minutes to pull the trigger. I won't. Lean to the Bills, even though they're banged up. Wise guys took 9 and 8.5. At 7.5, I thought about laying it, but I did not. Just need the Bills to win this one, Nick. Bills win, Patriots lose. I'll be very happy.
I'm considering a Bills-Lions teaser. Considering it. Both down to 2, both through 3. Bills at Miami, Lions at Commanders. The Panthers, Sam, 5.5-point home favorites against the Saints. Total here, 38.5.
I lean to the Saints, but only because of history. The Saints have been pretty bad this year, but the Panthers have been worse in this role. Want to get the stat right. Ben Fox from Yahoo put it out earlier this week. The number is 0-10 in the last 10 games. The Carolina Panthers have not won or covered a game as a favorite since September 23rd, 2021. 0-10 straight up, 0-10 ATS as a favorite. And with that, I lean to the dog.
Daniel Jones with a beautiful pass and a beautiful catch by Tyler Warren into Falcons territory. I'm awaiting the official yardage here. I don't know if they're challenging to see if he was in bounds or not. I think he was. Oh, he's definitely in. That's definitely a catch. 23 yards. 1st and 10 Colts at the Falcons 33. If they gain no more yards, 50-yard field goal to win the game for Michael Badgley will be the attempt. No bet for me, Saints and Panthers. Pick the winner of the game, Sam, in Houston, Texans, and Jaguars. 37.5 the total.
I like Jacksonville. You can take a point at some places. Other places are going to make you lay a point and a half. Check your money line prices accordingly as well. Get the best of the number always. I did bet Jacksonville +1.
If I had to bet this game, I would also bet Jacksonville. Jonathan Taylor, 8-yard run on first down is the Colts inch closer. You've gotten the weather reports from Grant all show long. The wind is bad in Chicago. It is #whipping. The Bears 4.5-point home favorites. The total, Sam, down to 45 at Soldier Field.
How about 44.5 in Vegas and 44.5 at a couple other domestic books? Let's just bet the under 45.
I kind of want to bet the over. I'll
Really?
be on the sidelines. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to. I do have bets, just none that we've talked about thus far. I have a bet in this game, Sam. Ravens and the Vikings. 4.5 is the number right now at BetMGM. Baltimore favored, total 49. I bet the Ravens earlier in the week. Talked about it on You Better You Bet. And I know you like Minnesota in this game. And are we still at 5.5 at other books?
So the blitz came in on Baltimore within the last hour. They bet it to 5, and then Circa went to 5.5. We're back to 4.5. So this is a tremendous balancing act by the books here. Great two-way. The handle's high. You're getting Ravens bets, but then they're betting Minnesota right back. So I bet 4.5 with Minnesota on Friday. I took the points.
Jonathan Taylor, 11-yard run on 3rd and short. 1st and 10 Colts from the Falcons, 14, 31-yard field goal if they ever got no more yards. Taylor, 30 carries, 230 yards, and 2 touchdowns for the Indianapolis Colts. From that to this, the Browns 2-point road favorites at the Jets, total 37.5. Will you do it for me also? The Buccaneers, 2.5-point home favorites against Drake May and the Patriots. Sam, total is 48. We're close to going to 3 at MGM.
Couple books are at 3 already. BetMGM, like Nick says, -2.5, -118. I laid Tampa on Thursday, -2.5, -110.
I'm gonna bet Tampa at MGM. I'm gonna lay the 2.5 with the Buccaneers. I would like to get this number here. MGM has it. Give me Tampa. Seattle, Sam, a 7-point home favorite against the Cardinals, total 45.5.
Because you asked, I delivered. I took Arizona. This is your bet, and I'm tailing you on it. Took +7 at -115 this morning.
Jonathan Taylor, walk-off touchdown. Colts 31, Falcons 25, final score.
Let's go!
I think there's I don't even want to put this into existence. Tyler, is there a chance he dropped the ball at the 1-yard line? I don't even.
Don't even start. Don't even say that stuff.
Well, everyone's celebrating, so I feel like it's probably a good touchdown here. Raheem Morris looks devastated. Michael Penix Jr. looks devastated. As of now, it looks like a walk-off touchdown for Taylor, who would be up to 3 touchdowns and about 240 rushing yards in the game. Okay, we move on. They're showing the replay here. Here it is. Let's see. Taylor. No, he's in. Definitely in. Okay. Rams 6-point road favorites at the Niners, total 49.5.
I'm just checking because I'm going against the guy in first place in fantasy. He has Jonathan Taylor. I am losing 49-7 right now. And all 49 of those points are from Jonathan Taylor. So that's just
it's a rough.
Lovely. So the move on the Rams came midweek, right? We talked about it. They laid 3.5. Now it's 5.5, 6. I thought about San Fran, but I'm just off the game. The bartender, though, who's very bad at the NFL, he laid Rams -6.
And follow. I just want to make sure I get it right. Is it Chicken Dinner X is the Twitter account, right?
Chicken X Dinner.
Sorry, my apologies.
Close
I wanted
enough.
to make sure I got
You're
it
right there.
Chicken
Yeah,
X Dinner.
memorize
Follow
it. Chicken
Chicken X Dinner, Sam's Sports Betting podcast. And he tweets the bartender picks every Saturday. Be sure to follow Chicken X Dinner on social media. Taylor, 32, 244, 3 touchdowns, the final stat line. If you bet 6.5 with the Falcons at close, you won with Atlanta, plus the 6.5. Game goes over the total. We won with our Colts live money line bet. I bet the Rams at a number that no longer exists. Lions 8 at the Commie. Sam, total is 49.
Yeah, this one's tough for me to get down on, too. You know, the stat that we've talked about all week on this network, the Lions' last 12 losses, they've covered the next game all 12 times. 12-0 ATS. Trends don't pay the rent. That one has. Maybe Detroit in a teaser. You had brought that up, I think, earlier in the show. Detroit from 7.5 to 1.5 or 8 down to 2. That's how I would play the game. I don't love laying these big numbers on the road. I just don't.
Lions, Bills, 2 team. Now that I have a little flush with a little more cash, assuming Buffalo wins. Yeah, I'm going to like that. Bills. I don't think the Bills are going to lose. Famous last words. Chargers 2.5 at home against the Steelers. Total 44.5 to wrap it up on Sunday Night Football.
This one I did bet in my contest, and I have +3. You can bet 3. There's a couple 3s available. Wise Guys did bet 3.5 and 3 down to 2.5, and I certainly respect the move, no doubt.
I want to bet the Steelers, and I want to get 3 with Pittsburgh here. The offensive line injuries, I think, are going to be really troublesome for LA both tonight and moving forward. And again, this is going to be like a home game for the Steelers. Chargers don't have a home field. There will be more Steelers fans than Chargers fans in attendance. Sammy, great job as always, my friend. Appreciate the Christmas playlist that you sent me. What is on the menu? Last week it was Leone's, local pizza shop in Boston. What is Sam going to be eating today?
Haven't decided yet. Got the parents here. Whatever they're feeling, we'll rip it. Just going to spend a little time and watch a little ball.
Love you, my friends. Good luck with the bets.
Love you, too.
Sam will be back tomorrow morning with Joe O on Bet Sweats. Make sure you're subscribed to Bet Sweats on social media. Follow Sam, follow Joe on socials as well. I'll be back with Femi tomorrow at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. For Sam and our crew, especially the great Grant Leader, I'm Nick Costos wishing you, minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. Let's get it today, Week 10, NFL Sunday.
You've been listening to You Better You Bet. If you missed any of the shows, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
from Schefter said that. Reported Saturday that many of his sources around the NFL believe that Murray and the Cardinals will part ways this offseason. One source in particular said a separation is imminent. So we'll see. And he's got about $57 million in dead cap if he's cut before June 1st. So that could be the big free agent quarterback available in that window. So we'll get all of that going for you. As the season goes along, we just had the trade deadline, so he's not moving now. And we never thought he was going to move at the deadline. Some sad news. Former NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue passes away at the age of 84. A legend to the sport, part of what got this sport. Now, obviously, there's a lot of people that contributed to it, but the commissioner at the helm when this sport really took over the country, prior to Roger Goodell, so a big loss to the NFL community. So our thoughts, our prayers, our well wishes are with his family. A lot of NFL action seconds away in this one. Some other notable injury news. Lamar Jackson starting again this week, 2 weeks in a row for him. Justin Fields will be the starter for the Jets. Garrett Wilson will be out there for the Jets as well. The Saints, no Spencer Rattler, as we said. Shuck will be the starting quarterback for them, and we'll continue to monitor all those. Some debuts. Sauce Gardner already played. A little bit of a rough go of it late in that one. We'll see the debut of Jacoby Myers this week. We'll see a debut for Raheem Shaheed with the Seahawks, so a lot going on there. We won't see Quinton Williams with the Cowboys till next week because they are on bye. So a lot to get to, and these games are kicked off as well. Everything is underway in the 1 o'clock window, and we've got a lot going on with Jets. Browns kicked off. Saints, Panthers has kicked off. Ravens, Vikings, and away we go. Let's go out to our marquee matchup of the 1 o'clock window. Pats, Bucks, Tom Ankins got us covered.
And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on offense to start this ball game. The good news for the Buccaneers, Luke Gedeke is not only active, but he is in the starting lineup, so that shores up one hole in the offensive line. That bodes well for whatever Baker Mayfield wants to dial up from the offensive perspective. This one early in the ball game, these two teams battling for supremacy in their respective divisions. Right now, the Buccaneers advancing the ball into New England territory. 14-10 left to play in the first quarter. Patriots and Buccaneers, no score.
Thank you so much, Tom. Giants, Bears will start with the ball on, and there's a penalty to start right off the rip from the Giants. Gillian kicks off for the Giants. I think that's their kicker. They've had 9,000 kickers this year. It is snowing. Is that snow? Our first snow game of the year in Chicago. Little flurries sets the scene. We're fully into November now, and Caleb Williams with a big pass to Roma Dunze out to the sideline to kick this one off as they are now at midfield. Bills, Miami starting at the 35-yard line. 2nd and 10 for the Ravens. They're at their own 31-yard line. 2nd and 18 for the Browns. They're at their own 22-yard line. Junk Kids, 2 carries, 2 yards to start very early. Patriots, Bucks, as we heard, the Bucks already into Patriots territory. They're on the 37. Panthers starting on their own 44. And away we go. Let's go out to Minnesota. Ravens, Vikings. Eric Nelson's got our first update.
Yeah, hey, Anthony, on 3rd and 7 from their own 34, the Baltimore Ravens hit a pass over the middle, but it looks like it's going to be short of the first down. And the Ravens punting unit will come onto the field. So for Baltimore, they do not move the ball much, only 9 yards on their opening offensive series of the game. Once again, the Ravens come in at 3-5. They've won 2 straight, trying to find some mojo here in the middle portion of the NFL schedule. And the Vikings are 4-4. So this is a measuring stick game for both teams. The Vikings, of course, will have J.J. McCarthy back for the 2nd straight week, the young quarterback out of Michigan. He was excellent last Sunday in Detroit against the Lions in a Vikings win. So Minnesota, after the Baltimore punt, will start 1st down and 10 from the Vikings 15 with 13-13 to go in the first quarter here in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. Let's go out to Houston. Jags, Texans battling it out in the AFC South. Adam Spillane's got us covered.
Well, Anthony, in a game that we don't expect a ton of offense in, turnovers might be a big key, and we've already gotten one as Davis Mills was just intercepted by Jaron Jones. Mills making his first start in place of C.J. Stroud since Week 18 of 2022. He completed his first pass of the game to Nico Collins, but he was trying to go over the middle to Christian Kirk, but it was picked off by Jones, giving Jacksonville the ball at the Houston 40-yard line. So an opportunity here for Trevor Lawrence and the Jags to get some early points and to take an early lead. As on first down, it is Travis Etienne running for about 3 yards to the Houston 37-yard line. For Jacksonville, no Brian Thomas Jr. in this game, but Jacoby Myers, who was acquired in trade right before the deadline, is active for the Jags. So underway in Houston. The Jags getting a turnover. They have the ball in Texans territory, 2nd and 7 from the Texans 37 with about 90 seconds in.
Thank you so much, Adam. And we have a 4th down here. It looks like the Bears will go for it. Let's see. I'll give you an update in a second on that one. And we got a big play already in the Bucs Patriots game, our marquee matchup of this window. And the Bears are going for it. So it is 4th and 4. For Caleb Williams and co. We'll get you an update in that Bucs-Patriots game in a second. Caleb Williams scrambling out to the right as he's being chased, and he launches it towards the end zone, and it is incomplete. DJ Moore almost came down with it there. It looked like he still would have been a tough catch, but it was incomplete nonetheless. So they will turn over on downs. DeAndre Swift is out there, leading to that 4th down. They ran a little end around to him. So we'll get an update there first. Let's go out. Kevin Casey, Saints, Panthers. He's got an update on that one.
Okay, Anthony, still no score between Carolina and New Orleans. The Panthers took the opening kickoff. They are now in New Orleans territory. They're looking at a 2nd and 10 from the New Orleans 43-yard line. Bryce Young has been effective on the day. He just connected with Ted McMillan for a first down. He's now 3 of 3 passing. McMillan with 2 receptions for over 10 yards. Rico Dowdle with a couple of carries and 7 yards. So the Panthers have the ball. They are moving. They're looking at a 1st and 10 from the Saints' 32-yard line. Still no score between Carolina and the New Orleans Saints with 10 minutes to go in the first quarter.
Thank you so much, Kevin, and we'll monitor that one. And a big, deep downfield play in that one in the Bills-Dolphins. I keep saying that one. Bills-Dolphins. And it looks like it's going to be another Tua turnover. We'll get confirmation. I'm not sure if he dropped it or not, but that might be a pick for the Bills. 3rd and 6 for the Vikings. And J.J. McCarthy hits Justin Jefferson in stride as he gets destroyed. Big hit, able to complete it, and they get the first down as well. Giants are going to take over at the 30 after that failed 4th down. The Bills will take over on the 25 after that, big interception. Cam Little with a deep 55-yard field goal, and the GOAT. I think this guy's already becoming one of the best kickers of all time. He's automatic from anywhere on God's green earth. Browns take over after a punt by the Jets, and they'll start at their own 5. Well, there is a penalty here, so we'll see if this is on the Jags or the Texans as we're waiting for confirmation. It is on the Texans, so that might, unnecessary roughness. So that is going to lead to a first down for the Jags. So he hits the 55-yarder. It doesn't count, but they will now take over. And the Texans sideline is furious. I'm not sure if they're furious with the players or furious with the officials. Let's go out to MetLife. Mike Mancuso's got an update on the Jets and the Browns.
All right, Anthony, we are still scoreless, as you would expect. 11:36 remaining in the first quarter. Cleveland had the ball first. They just drove to the 22-yard line, and they had to punt. Jets then had the ball, and they were 3 and out. In fact, the best offense so far has been Austin McNamara, who just unleashed a 53-yard punt for the Jets. Browns on their second possession now taking over on their own 5-yard line. No score, 11:36 remaining in the first quarter.
Thank you, Mike. And it was unnecessary roughness, not on the kicker, but on the center in the Texans-Jags game. Hit the center. Come on. We all know if you played football, that's like rule number 1 when you're on kick block. And Travis Etienne is going to rush for about 9 yards to set up a 2nd and short on that one. the Vikings are, picking apart this Ravens defense early, and it looks like we got a big play in that one. They're now in the red zone after a 62-yard pass to Naylor, McCarthy to Naylor. They're on the 4-yard line, first and goal for them. The Panthers, it's 3rd and 9 from New Orleans, 11. From New Orleans is 31, sorry. The Patriots have the ball, 1st and 10, as they're down 7-0 after the big Mecca Ibuka touchdown over the Patriots. Baker 3 for 3, 52 yards and a touchdown on that first drive. Looks like the Giants converted a 2nd and 11 there. Theo Johnson coming down with the catch. There is a flag on the play. Jaguars now 3rd and 2 from Houston's 14. Travis Etienne has another carry up the middle, it looks like. No gain, so that's 3rd and 2. Direct snap. So they are in the red zone looking to come away with some points here as well. 2nd and 8 now for the Panthers as they are in the red zone. So the Vikings, the Panthers, and the Jags all in the red zone. We'll get an update on those as soon as possible. It looks like nothing came of the Bills' turnover as they punted, and the Dolphins are going to take over 1st and 10 from Miami's 8. We're waiting for the confirmation here on this penalty in the Bears-Giants game, because if it's not against the Giants, they've converted the first down, and they'll probably get more yardage on that one. And we may have a touchdown here in Minnesota as the Ravens, the battle of the purple on purple crime, as Vikings, Ravens battle it out. Rico Dowd with a little carry for 2 yards scamper. That's 2nd and 8 for them. They're now on the 3-yard line. They're trying to get into the end zone here. Rico Dowd already a catch for 8 yards, 4 carries for 9. 5 of 6 for Bryce Young for 26 yards. The Jags did not come away with a touchdown. Cam Little now settles for the field goal, and it's 3-0 in that one. Everything scoreless outside of a few games. Bucks 7-0 over the Patriots. Jags 3-0 over the Texans. And let's go out for the Vikings, Ravens. Like I said, the battle of purple, and we've got a score in it. Eric Nelson's got more.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Vikings purple jerseys, white pants. Ravens white jerseys, purple pants, and the home purple team strikes first. 9:46 to go. First quarter, Minnesota up 7-0. Aaron Jones goes 4 yards on a touchdown run, capping off a 7-play, 86-yard drive for Minnesota. And on that possession, Minnesota was basically led by the young quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. He was 3 of 4 for 76 yards throwing. The big chunk play was a 62-yard hookup to Jalen Naylor. He threw a dot to Naylor, and then Jalen was able to get some yards after catch, some yak, and they got it deep into Baltimore territory. Also, another completion on the drive for Minnesota on a 3rd down play. McCarthy hooked up with Justin Jefferson for a 10-yard completion to get Minnesota out of the back of their own end zone. So the Vikings pick up where they left off last week in Detroit with an impressive opening drive on offense. And again, they're going to get set to kick off to the Ravens. 9:46 to go in the first quarter. Minnesota 7, Baltimore nothing in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric, and we'll monitor that one. Very funny to note. We saw last week Rico Dowd scored a touchdown, and he multiple pumps got him a penalty. Aaron Jones on that touchdown goes to do the pump dance. No pumps, no penalty. So we'll monitor that, and we'll get an update in this Panthers Saints game as well, as we got a big turning point play in that one early on. And that the Giants went for it on a 3rd and long after a couple of first downs, and we'll get David Schuster to give us the complete breakdown of that drive.
All right, Anthony. Light snow is falling. The winds have really picked up here at Soldier Field. We have 9:22 to go here in the opening quarter. No score. Both teams going for it on 4th and short, but both coming up short. So the ball goes over to the Bears right around midfield. Both teams, again, failing on their 4th down plays. Caleb Williams so far 3 of 5 for 27 yards. Jackson Dart 2 of 2 for 23 yards. Again, the snow is coming down and the wind is picking up. No score here in Chicago in the first quarter.
David, let me ask you, was it more circumstantial, or is the weather playing an effect for why both teams went for it? Or was it just down short yardage in those circumstances?
I would say for the Bears, it was circumstantial. Listen, Ben Johnson seems to be just like his old predecessor, his old coach in Detroit. He's going to go for it quite often. So that's the Bears. And
the Giants were just deep.
Yeah, I think the circumstances with the wind definitely in their face. They weren't going to throw the ball. They were going to try and throw the ball, I should say. But they went for it on fourth down. They came up short, and so again, no score here in the first quarter.
And thank you so much, David. We will come back. We will give you all the action. One quick update in the Panthers game. Rico Dowd scores a touchdown from the 3-yard line. 7-0. No pumps from Rico, so no penalty on that one. We'll get an update on everything. We'll come back. All the action, all the news, fantasy, gambling, everything right here. Gridiron Game Day on Infinity Sportsnet and BetMGM. Stay tuned.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
We'll be back with more.
Gotcha, psych! We are back. Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM, right here on YouTube. A lot of NFL action already early on. We went to break. The Jaguars got a fumble on the ensuing kickoff after a touchdown that went to, and let me get you the exact play-by-play of all the breakdown going into it prior to that. They kicked off after the field goal. You know, they kicked a 55-yarder. The penalty, they extend the drive. They kick a shorter field goal. On the next kickoff, the Jags force a fumble, recover it, and in what I thought was going to be a touchdown to Jacoby Myers, that one wiped because of a penalty. And then a 7-yard pass, Lawrence to Washington, and they are now up 10-0 as a real early start for this defense for the Jags. A pick and a fumble recovery, and let's go out to Tampa Bay. Patriots, Bucks. Tom Aikens has got an update for us.
So far, the game really has leaned in the direction of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They are on top by a score of 7-0. The opening drive concluded with a 21-yard touchdown pass from Baker Mayfield to Emeka Egbuka. This was a picture-perfect drive, a good mix of run and pass. Rashad White, Sean Tucker handling the running part of it, and Baker Mayfield and a couple of receivers, most especially Egbuka, handling the passing part. So the Buccaneers have taken the early lead. When the Patriots went back on offense after the Buccaneers had taken that lead, it seemed that Drake May was not in sync with his receivers. They did not really get the ball moving very much. The Patriots now will get another chance to possess the football, but they're going to be doing so deep in their own territory. With 6 minutes and 2 seconds left to play in the first quarter, Tampa Bay 7, New England nothing.
Thank you so much, Tom. Let's go out to MetLife as the Jets punch back after a early Browns touchdown. Mike Mancuso breaks it down for us.
Hey, Anthony, we are tied at 7. Jets getting a 99-yard kickoff return by Kanye Wangu to even the game at 7. So a very exciting play for the Jets here at MetLife Stadium. And that came after the Browns engineered a 95-yard, 9-play drive that took 5 minutes. It was Dylan Gabriel engineering that drive, a couple of key completions on third downs. So the play calling of offensive coordinator Tommy Rees paying dividends for the Browns on that drive. It was a 9-yard touchdown pass to David Njoku for the score. So right now, with 6:21 remaining in the first quarter, we are tied at 7.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to Houston. Like I said, very eventful start for that Jaguars defense. Adam Spillane's got more for us.
Yeah, it's now 10-0 Jags as the Jags have taken advantage of 2 early Texans turnovers. One, Davis Mills throws an interception. That set the Jags up at the Houston 40-yard line. That drive ended in a Cam Little 32-yard field goal. Then on the ensuing kickoff, Tremont Smith fumbled. The Jags recovered. They started that drive at the 19. And on 3rd and goal from the 7, Trevor Lawrence hits Parker Washington for a 7-yard touchdown, and then Little made the extra point. So the Texans playing with a backup quarterback, Davis Mills, who is in for the concussed C.J. Stroud. And then also the Texans are playing without the right side of their offensive line. No Ed Ingram at right guard, no Tytus Howard at right tackle. So the Texans already in an early hole. They have the ball for the second time in this game. This will be a 2nd and 13 after Woody Marks lost 3 yards on first down. So 2nd and 13 from the Texans' 32-yard line, and we are about halfway through this first quarter as Mills is going to complete a pass to get most of the yards back. He got it out to Mark, so it'll be a 3rd and 1 for Texans coming up from their own 44-yard line. They need a first down here. They're already trailing 10-0.
Thank you so much, Adam. And they're already up against it. They were up against it coming into the game. No C.J. Stroud, and they're up against it right now. A lot of scoring going on, so we're going to get updates in all 3 games that we had to score in. First, let's go to Chicago, Giants, Bears. David Schuster's got us.
All right, Anthony, 5:40 to go here in the opening quarter. The Bears on the board. They lead at 7-0. Kyle Munningai, who had a big game last week against Cincinnati, he gets into the end zone from 8 yards out. Actually, the offensive line pretty much pushed him the last 3 yards into the end zone. The wind is really picked up here at Soldier Field. The snow continues to come down, although it's light at the moment. Bears lead at 7-0 in the first quarter.
Thank you so much. David, let's go out. Hard Rock Stadium. Early turnover for Tua. They survived that, and we've got our first score in that one. Jack Armpriester breaks it down.
Yes, Anthony. It's as you just said, the Dolphins take the lead in this contest, 7-0. Tua Tagovailoa, his third pass of the day was intercepted by Cole Bishop. The Dolphins defense uncharacteristically held him to a 3-and-out. They got the ball back on their own 8-yard line. They then went 12 plays, took the 92 yards downfield, 7 minutes, 27 seconds. That play was aided by a Cole Bishop unnecessary roughness penalty on a reception by Devon Achan. As once he got out of bounds, he threw him down to the ground, added 15 yards to the play. They turn around. Malik Washington with the 9-yard touchdown reception. The point after is good. We're at 4:44 to go in the first quarter right now. Miami with a 7-point lead over the Bills, 7-0.
Thank you so much, Jack. Let's go out. Baltimore versus Minnesota. The Battle of Purple. Baltimore was down 7-0, and they're trying to stay in it. Eric Nelson breaks down Ravens-Vikings.
Yeah, hey, Anthony. We're about a week removed from Halloween, but Kevin O'Connell reached into his bag of tricks on a 3rd down play. J.J. McCarthy throws in the left flat to Justin Jefferson, who then throws it back to McCarthy, who makes the catch but comes up 1 yard shy of the first down. So Minnesota just punted it away for the first time today, and the Ravens will take over 1st and 10 at their own 15, trailing 7-3. There's 2:06 to go in the first quarter. McCarthy has been effective early, 3 of 4 for 76 yards. The big one, a 61-yard dot to Jalen Naylor that set up Minnesota's only touchdown of the game. That was a 4-yard run by Aaron Jones. Meanwhile, Baltimore has 3 on the board, courtesy of the rookie kicker, Tyler Loop from Arizona. He's connected on a 44-yard field goal. Lamar Jackson is 5 of 8 for 38 yards. Derrick Henry, 4 carries for 10 yards. But on the Ravens' last drive, when they were trying to get 6, it bogged down because of a couple of drop passes. Mark Andrews could not haul in a high throw over the middle. Isaiah Likely also with a drop on that drive for Baltimore. So the Ravens are going to set up shop. 1st and 10 from their own 15, 2:06 to go in the first, 7-3 Minnesota over Baltimore here in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. Some bad news for the Texans as more bad news comes in for them. Woody Marks, I got to see another replay. It looked like he was just walking off the field being subbed out, and he fell to the ground grabbing his ankle. So he suffered an injury in that one. We'll get an update as soon as possible. Like always, we'll keep you up to date on all the injuries and all the action all week this Sunday, NFL Week 10. Giants, a little screen pass on 3rd and 18. They're going to be stopped, and that will lead to a 4th down. Nobody right now in the red zone. The closest team to that, there's actually nobody close right now to the red zone. I guess the Bills at the midway mark, 1st and 10 for them, down 7-0. Let's go out to Carolina. Kevin Casey, Saints, Panthers. He's got an update for us.
Okay, Anthony, 47 seconds to go first quarter, and it's Carolina 7, New Orleans 3. Carolina took their opening possession, drove all the way downfield, culminating in a Rico Dowdle 5-yard touchdown run. Bryce Young for the day, 5 of 7 passing, 26 yards. Rico Dowdle with 34 yards to go with his touchdown, 8 carries. Tedero McMillan, 2 catches, 18 yards for the Carolina Panthers. New Orleans, after a great punt by Carolina's own Sam Martin, has New Orleans pinned inside their own 5. The Saints are looking at a 1st and 10 from their own 2-yard line. 47 seconds to go first quarter. Carolina 7, New Orleans 3.
Thank you so much. We will get an update on all that. So just some to review the scoreboard. Obviously, earlier today, 31-25 Colts over the Falcons. They won in overtime in Berlin, Germany. 10-0 Jags over the Texans. 7-3 Panthers over the Saints. 7-0 Bucks over the Pats. Tied at 7 Jets Browns. Vikings lead 7-3 over the Ravens. Dolphins lead 7-0 over the Bills. Bills are 3rd and 12 right now from the Buffalo 40. And the Bears lead 7-0 over the Giants as they will take over after the punt. Bears have the ball 28-yard line, so that's where they take over after the punt as well. We'll get back to all the action, but first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, longtime former NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue has died at 84 years old. Tagliabue is in the league's top seat from 1989 until 2006 when Roger Goodell took over. Tagliabue was elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 2020. In Berlin this morning, Jonathan Taylor bolstering a potential MVP case.
Ball between the hash marks. High formation. Counter give to Taylor. Cuts at the 5. He's going to score! Touchdown! Walk-off! The Colts in Berlin with the walk-off touchdown by Jonathan Taylor with his 3rd rushing touchdown today. And in overtime, the Colts send everybody in Berlin home happy.
Well, not the Falcons fans. Colts radio, they win 31-25 over the Falcons. Taylor also had an 83-yard touchdown rush in the 4th quarter. Taylor had 244 yards rushing to go along with 3 rushing touchdowns. Colts kicker Michael Badgley also connected on a late 44-yard field goal to force overtime. The Colts are 8-2. Panthers running back Rico Dowdle with another touchdown, and the celebration, he acted like he was going to do the 2-pump Key and Peele that went viral this week, but instead moved those hips side to side. That's allowed. No flag, and presumably no fine coming from that one. Panthers ahead of the Saints 7-3 late in the 1st quarter. How about 2 return touchdowns for the New York Jets? They have a kick return touchdown and now a punt return touchdown. The Jets looking for a 2nd win as they host the Browns. They're up 14-7, still 5:45 to play in the 1st quarter at MetLife Stadium. 3 games coming in the later window. It's a rematch from last year's NFL playoffs with the Commanders taking on the Lions. This time that game's being played in the Commanders' home of Northwest Stadium. Then a couple of NFC West battles with the 6-3 49ers hosting the 6-2 Rams in Santa Clara, and the 6-2 Seahawks are hosting the 3-5 Cardinals. Tonight, Aaron Rodgers and the 5-3 Steelers visit the banged-up 6-3 Chargers. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. More action, more NFL, all right here. NFL Gridiron Game Day. I'm Anthony Gallo, your host. If you're watching on BetMGM and listening on the Odyssey app, what is going on, folks? Another Jets special team touchdown as now first a 99-yard return on the kickoff. And then while we were in break, they had let me get you the exact yardage, a 45-yard return 74 yards, by Williams, returned for a touchdown. So now 14-7 Jets, and the Browns are punting again. So we'll see what happens here, as it has all been the Jets special team today. And no punt return on here. So no special team. Couldn't make it 3 straight special teams touchdowns. And we got a couple of big plays around the league to catch you up on. We'll get you an update in the Bucks, Pats in a moment, as there's another score in that one. Ravens, some other scores to update that have been unchanged when I've spoken to you. 7-0 Bears over the Giants. Giants have the ball at the Bears' 49-yard line. First and 10 for them. Bills punting again. They were unable to get a first down to extend the drive before going to break. 2nd and 11 for the Dolphins at Buffalo. Buffalo's 38. Vikings 7, Ravens 3. Vikings have the ball 3rd and 8 in Ravens territory. They're at Baltimore's 31. After the pump by the Browns, the Jets took over at the 22-yard line. Panthers 7, Saints 3. 3rd and 9 for the Panthers. They're at the 48-yard line trying to get into New Orleans territory. And let's go out Jacksonville. Houston, we said there was a lot of, defensive special teams around the league. In the Jets game, a lot of special teams. In the Texans-Jaguars game, a lot of defense. And let's see where Jags-Texans is at. Adam Spillane has more for us.
Well, we have just completed the first quarter. It's 10-0 Jags. The Jags have taken advantage of 2 Houston turnovers. The first one was a Davis Mills interception that led to a 32-yard Cam Little field goal, and then the second was a fumble of a kickoff by Tremont Smith that turned into a Jags touchdown. Trevor Lawrence finding Parker Washington for a 7-yard touchdown pass. The Texans got the ball back. They were able to drive it a little, but the drive stalled after a holding penalty and then a fumbled snap. Jacksonville has the ball again, and the Jags are on the move. They are approaching midfield. They will have the ball 2nd and 5 from their own 46 when play resumes. Trevor Lawrence, 3 of 6, 19 yards. Travis Etienne, 7 carries for 28 yards. Davis Mills starting in place of C.J. Stroud. Mills is 6 of 8 for 35 yards and an interception. The Texans have not been able to get anything going on the ground. Nick Chubb, 1 carry for 3 yards. Woody Marks, 1 carry for -3 yards. So about to start the second quarter, it's the Jags 10 and the Texans nothing.
Thank you. So our marquee matchup of the day, Bucks, Patriots. They've been going back and forth, and a big play for the Pats has turned this one on its head, and Tom Akins has got more from Raymond James Stadium.
Well, after the first quarter where not too much action was taking place, the Buccaneers nursing a 7-0 lead, courtesy of a 21-yard touchdown pass from Baker Mayfield to Emeka Egbuka. However, on the last play of the first quarter, Drake May and the Patriots offense came to life. Kyle Williams wound his way through the Buccaneers defense, caught the ball from May, and won off to the races, 72 yards into the end zone to make this game a tie. The Patriots offense came to life only on that last play. They had just received a punt from the Buccaneers. They were about ready to go, and lo and behold, lightning struck in terms of the Patriots' good fortune. So we have completed one quarter of football here at Raymond James Stadium. The Patriots and the Bucs tied at 7.
Thank you so much, Tom. Baltimore versus Minnesota. They battle it out as the Ravens try to keep track with the Vikings. And more on that, Eric Nelson's got a live update from Minnesota.
Yeah, we've got Minnesota now leading Baltimore 10-3 with 10:56 to go in the second quarter here at the House of Noise in Minneapolis. The Vikings get a 49-yard field goal from Will Reichard. That caps off a 7-play, 26-yard drive for Minnesota. The key completion on that drive was J.J. McCarthy to Jalen Naylor for +18, a third down throw. And one thing, Anthony, with explosive guys like Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, a guy like Jalen Naylor is going to get a lot of single looks for the Minnesota Vikings from opposing defenses. So Naylor so far has been the big playmaker on offense for Minnesota. 2 catches for 80 yards. Remember, he had a 62-yard chunk play earlier in the game. The Vikings also have a touchdown run from Aaron Jones from 4 yards out. J.J. McCarthy is 6 of 8 for 105 yards on the day. Lamar Jackson, his counterpart at quarterback, 7 of 10 for 42 yards. No touchdowns, no picks. The Vikings so far have bottled up Derrick Henry, 5 carries for 14 yards. Again, this is a pivotal game for both teams. Both of them are in their respective divisional races, the AFC North and the NFC North. Ravens are 3-5. Vikings are 4-4. Minnesota is going to be kicking off to Baltimore. Again, the Vikings in this battle of purple lead the Ravens 10-3, 10:56 to go in the second here in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. A couple of games to update you on. Jags just punted to the Texans. Saints 4th and 1. They will probably punt it. We will get an update on if they go for it or not in that one. Let's go out to Chicago. The Giants were in the red zone, and let's see what the completion of that drive was. David Schuster's got more in Bears-Giants.
All right, Anthony, and the Giants do get into the end zone. Jackson darts in from 3 yards out. That ties the game at 7 with 13:06 to go here in the opening half. Dart having a very good game. He's 6 of 7 for 104 yards throwing the ball through the air. A lot of that going to wide receiver Darius Slayton, who's got 2 catches for 69 yards, including one incredible one-handed grab at the sidelines. The Bears touchdown coming in the first quarter. Kyle Munningai getting in from 8 yards out. Caleb Williams overall 6 of 11 for 62 yards. So again, early second quarter, we're tied at 7. The snow has lightened up a bit here in Chicago.
Thank you so much, David. Let's go out to Miami as the Bills and Dolphins are battling it out. Possible upset alert in this one. Jack Armpriesters got more from Hard Rock Stadium.
Yeah, it is, Anthony, although it is still early, 14 minutes to go here in the first half. Dolphins on top 13-0. Malik Washington got it started with a 9-yard touchdown reception. The point after was good. And then after the Dolphins held Buffalo on a 4th and 1 at midfield, they took over, took them 3 plays to go 51 yards. Jalen Waddle with a 38-yard catch in the end zone for the touchdown. The point after was no good. The Dolphins on top 13-0. Important to note in that first quarter, the Bills with just 31 yards of offense. Tua Tagovailoa on the afternoon, 6 of 7 for 80 yards and those 2 touchdowns. His only incompletion was the Cole Bishop interception that Buffalo did nothing on because the Dolphins held him to 3 and out, and they turned it right around. 13:45 to go here in the first half. Miami on top 13-0.
Thank you so much, Jack. 2nd and 8 for the Ravens as they hand the ball off, and they'll get about 4 on that one. So it looks to set up a 3rd and manageable. The Giants are going to start the kickoff in a moment. Dolphins have the ball at their own 23 as they start that drive after getting another stop. 2nd and 10 for Cleveland. They're down 14-7. They have the ball at their own 26. The Patriots have the ball after forcing a punt of the Bucs. 1st and 10 from New England 7. 3 of 8, so not a great completion percentage for Drake May, which he leads the league in, but 91 yards and a touchdown. No Bucky Irving, so Tucker's been the lead back in that one. He's got 4 carries for 23 yards. And let's go out. We got another big play here in Carolina. Saints, Panthers. Kevin Casey's got more for us.
Okay, Anthony, just a couple of seconds ago, Tyler Shuck, of all people, he hits Chris Olave 62 yards for the touchdown pass. There's a lot of speculation. There could have been a foul on the play. J.C. Horn is contending he was pushed. No call. The touchdown stands. So Tyler Shuck on the day, 4 of 7 for 128 yards. Alvin Kamara, 20 yards rushing. Chris Olave, 62 yards receiving. Juwan Johnson, 56 yards receiving. Don't count out the Saints just yet. 9:21 to go second quarter. New Orleans 10, Carolina 7.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Just as everyone drew it up, Tyler Shuck leading the day in passing yards. Obviously early. Jackson Dart, 6 of 7 for 104 yards. Tua has 6 of 7 for 80 yards and 2 touchdowns. Jalen Waddle with one of those touchdown catches. 3 receptions, 53 yards. J.J. McCarthy, 6 of 8 for 105 yards. Dylan Gabriel, 5 of 12, 53 yards. Their defense hasn't given up a touchdown yet. Their special teams has given up 1 on the kick return and 1 on punt return. Drake May, 4 of 9, 98 yards and a touchdown. Tyler Shuck, like we said, 4 of 7, 128 yards and a touchdown. Davis Mills, 6 of 9, 35 yards and an interception. Caleb Williams overthrowing Roma Dunze there in the end zone, so it'll be 2nd and 10 for the Bears from their own 38. That was a deep pass, 38 yards, probably 48 yards. It was towards the back of the end zone, so we'll see what happened. About 12 minutes left in the half there. Dolphins, it's 3rd and 10 for them From their own 23-yard line, the Vikings get the ball back after a punt, 1st and 10 for the Vikings from Minnesota 16. The Browns have the ball at their own 26, so an incompletion. It's now 2nd and 10, or 3rd and 1 now, obviously. Things moving fast here. Dylan Gabriel passed to Cedric Tillman, who was questionable pregame, so a 9-yard reception sets up a 3rd and short, 3rd and 1 from their own 35-yard line before the official timeout. 14:51 left in the half in that. 2nd and 3 for the Patriots from New England's 31. Short pass to Mac Hollins for about 5 yards. Jags 10, Texans 0. 4th and 22 for the Texans. So this day continues to be a disaster for them. They're about to punt from their own 5-yard line. Davis Mills sacked there for a 9-yard loss. That is the first sack of the day for the Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence on the other side has had to do very little with the 2 turnovers. Obviously, 1 on the kick return and 1 on a Davis Mills interception. Trevor Lawrence, 4 of 7, 25 yards and a touchdown in that one. The fumble recoveries by 2 fumble recoveries. So there was actually 2 fumbles. We actually missed one of those. Tremont Smith and Dave on the kick return, and Davis Mills also had a fumble lost. Woody Marks, like we said, left in the first quarter. I do not think he's been back since. He fell non-contact, just walking to the sideline. Nick Chubb in as the backup over him now. As far as the interception, that was Jerrion Jones for the Jags, and we'll get an update as soon as that one is confirmed. I think we have a touchdown here, but we'll get a confirmation because there is a flag on the play, but we may have a special teams touchdown in this one. A lot more to get to, a lot of NFL action left. We still got 6 more hours of nonstop NFL action, all 7 of these 1 o'clock games, the 3, 4 o'clock games, and we have Jody Mack at 6 o'clock. We'll talk to some players in the post game. We'll get you an update on the fantasy scoreboards, everything, gambling, fantasy, all the action, all the defensive plays, injuries, whatever you want. It's all right here on Infinity Sportsnet and the BetMGM networks. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day. Stay tuned.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. And let's jump right into it. When we went to break, we were not certain if the touchdown would be held up, but a punt return touchdown, 72 yards for Washington. And that is his second touchdown of the day, one receiving and one punt return. Woody Marks back in the game, so good news for the Texans as he just busted off a 21-yard run, and they are in the red zone threatening as we speak. They are on the, second and goal from Jacksonville's 4. The Bucks right outside the red zone, 3rd and 11 for them from New England's 21-yard line as they try to come away with some points here in a 7-7 draw in that one. And we've got a fumblerooski right here, and it actually is going to benefit the Dolphins. Dolphins fumbled. Actually, no, I'm sorry. They weren't on offense. The Bills fumbled, and the Dolphins ended up picking it up. I thought the Dolphins fumbled the ball away, and it looks like it's a James Cook fumble. I thought the Dolphins fumbled the ball away, and it pushed all the way forward, but we'll see what happens there. 4th down and 8 now for the Bucks from New England's 18. They're going to set up for the field goal. 3rd and 10 for the Browns from 3rd and 15 now after a penalty, a false start. 3rd and 15 from the Jets' 49-yard line. 1st and 10 after a J.J. McCarthy interception when we were in break. J.J. McCarthy threw an interception, and after a Lamar Jackson scramble, it's now 1st and 10 for the Ravens from their own 33-yard line. after the fumble, which ended up bouncing all the way back to Miami's 5-yard line, which ended up, it ends up being just a really, it's a turnover, which you don't want down 13, but it's kind of like a great punt for the Bills. But 1st and 10, obviously not a punt, it's a fumble, but you get what I'm saying. 1st and 10 for Miami from their own 5-yard line. After a penalty and an incompletion, it's now 2nd and 11. Sorry, another incompletion there. 3rd and 11 for the Giants at Chicago's 29-yard line as they're trying to come away with some more points as it's tied 7-7. 4th and goal here, and the Texans are going to kick it. Matthew Wright, who was signed this week, he's 56 of 64 in his career, 59-yard long. He's filling in for Fairburn, who had a big week last week, 5 field goals. So they finally get on the board, the Texans, and it's now 17-3. Some more notables. The Bucs kicked a field goal. That one is good. 4th and 26 now for Cleveland and they punted it. So it is now Jets ball at the 20. A big scramble here from Jackson Dart and some flags as they are now in the red zone. It looks like he got the first down. We'll see what the flags are exactly on. It doesn't look like it's on a hold. And maybe it's a block in the back. It looks like it's going to be. I don't have confirmation on that, but it looks like a block in the back from where the flag was thrown, and that's going to be on Bellinger. So that'll probably erase what would have been a first down scramble by Jackson Dart to put them within the 5-yard line. So we'll get an update there in a moment. So 3rd and 3, there is a flag, and that's going to push them back now to Chicago's 21. So they gain the yardage, and they lose it. It's now 3rd and 3, so still more manageable than it was a moment ago, but you hate losing such a big chunk play there in that one. Bucks, Patriots, Tom Akins has got an update for us.
And indeed, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have moved back on top in this ball game, courtesy of a 36-yard field goal by Chase McLaughlin. Both teams have battled up and down the field. For the most part, defenses have taken over on this ball game. The Bucs looked great in the opening drive. 21-yard touchdown pass, Baker Mayfield to Emeka Buka. But later in the last play, as a matter of fact, in the first quarter, the 72-yard touchdown pass, Drake May to Kyle Williams answered the call. That brought us to the tie, but then just now broken by Chase McLaughlin's field goal. Both these teams looking for big wins. The Bucs came into this game 6-2. New England came in 7-2. To say the least, it's important for both those teams to get a win here today. 7 minutes and 10 seconds to play in the second quarter. Tampa Bay 10, New England 7.
Thank you so much, Tom, and we'll monitor that one. Derrick Henry throwing defenders all over the place right now. Let's go out to Minnesota. Eric Nelson's got an update for us.
Yeah, hey, Anthony, we've got 2:55 to go, second quarter. Baltimore trailing Minnesota 10-3, but the Ravens are on the move. They have a 2nd and 12 from the Vikings 20, and the Baltimore Bulldozer, Derrick Henry, he did have a power run. He went for 13 earlier on this drive, and then one of the other Ravens running backs, Keaton Mitchell, has carried twice for 31 on this drive for the Ravens. Lamar Jackson, the two-time MVP, is leaning on the running game, but right now facing a 2nd and 12. He's going to go to the air, and they dump it off underneath, and they'll get some plus yardage. On the reception is Zay Flowers, so the Ravens move it right around the Minnesota Vikings 10-yard line. They'll be short of the first down, so we'll stay with you here on this 3rd and 2. Again, the Vikings are up 10-3, and now we're going to hit the 2-minute warning. So I will check back in here after this 2-minute warning. But again, our score is 10-3 Minnesota here in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. Let's go out to Houston. Texans, Jags. Adam Spillane's got an update for us.
All right, Anthony, 8 minutes to play in the first half. It's now 17-3 Jacksonville as Travis Etienne has almost broke a real long run on first down, but he picks up about 14 to get a first down out to the Jags' 39-yard line. It was 10-0 Jags, taking advantage of a couple of Texans turnovers, and then Parker Washington ran back a punt 72 yards to make it 17-0 Jags. The Texans were able to get inside the 10. They had first and goal from the 7, but the drive stalled there. Matthew Wright had to settle for a 23-yard field goal, so that makes it 17-3. Davis Mills, 8 of 13, 67 yards through the air for the Texans, making his first start since Week 18 of the 2022 season. Really, the only big play for the Texans offense has been a 27-yard completion to Jalen Knoll, the rookie fourth-round pick out of Iowa State. For Jacksonville, the Jags offense has done very little, but frankly, it hasn't had to do anything. Trevor Lawrence just 4 of 7 for 25 yards. He does have one touchdown. It was a 7-yard touchdown pass to Parker Washington. But other than that ETN run that just happened, that's the ETN run that we just saw on first down. That is the first Jags play to go for more than 7 yards in this game. So 7:47 to go in the first half. It's the Jags 17 and the Texans 3.
Thank you so much, Adam. Let's go out to Chicago. The Giants are going for it on fourth down, and let's see how that concluded. David Schuster's got more for us.
All right, Anthony. The Giants did go for it on a 4th and short, but they came up short as the pass incomplete into the end zone by Jackson Dart. Dart's been really good so far. He's 11 of 14 for 146 yards in the air. He's got 2 rushes for 21 yards, including a 3-yard touchdown run. The Bears now have the ball. They're out around midfield. They scored early in the contest. Kyle Munningai from 8 yards out. So, again, 4:50 to go here in the opening half. It's 7-7 here in Chicago.
Thank you so much, David. And DeAndre Swift ripping off a nice run there, so he's looking healthy. 25 yards for him. So that's a good sign for Bears fans. Let's go back out. Like Eric Nelson said, they were going to the 2-minute warning, and let's get an update from Eric Nelson in Minnesota.
Yeah, so the scenario is this: Baltimore trailing 10-3. We're at the 2-minute warning, and the Ravens have it 3rd down and 3 at the 11, so they can get a first down without scoring. They come out in the jumbo package, the power I, and they are going to run the football, and it looks like Derrick Henry is stuffed. He is going to be short of the first down. Jonathan Grenard shot in for Minnesota to make the tackle, and now it's going to be 4th down for Baltimore. And let's see what John Harbaugh does. Again, Ravens have not scored a touchdown today. That was no gain on that play for Henry. No sign of the punter. So we'll stay with you on this one. Ravens will stay with that jumbo package, trailing by 7, clock moving. Baltimore has 3 timeouts left, Minnesota 2. And now the long count by Lamar Jackson, hoping to draw Minnesota off, will not work. And so the Ravens will take a timeout. And it looks like they're going to go talk it over on the sideline. So still no sign of the field goal kicker, Anthony Tyler Loop. So Jackson and Harbaugh will chat on the Baltimore sideline. I'll give you some numbers. Lamar is 8 of 13, 52 yards passing, no touchdowns, no interceptions. He's run it 3 times for 12 yards. Derrick Henry, 33 yards on the ground. Keaton Mitchell, 29. Minnesota's running game has been anemic. 14 yards for Aaron Jones, 13 for J.J. McCarthy. McCarthy has 125 yards passing in the game, no touchdowns, 1 pick. And the top receiver has been Jalen Naylor, 2 catches for 80. So they have sent the field goal team onto the surface here at U.S. Bank Stadium. Tyler Loop will be trying to connect on his second field goal of the day for the Baltimore Ravens. It'll be from 33 yards out. He's a rookie out of Arizona. And the Ravens will try to get more points. They have not scored a touchdown yet, but they'll try to add 3 more in this 10-3 game. And the kick by Loop is up and good. So 1:11 to go, second quarter, a tight one here in Minneapolis. Minnesota 10, Baltimore 6.
Thank you so much, Eric, and we will continue to monitor that one. Scary moment in the Bears game. He's all right before I say anything, Caleb Williams, but he slid. Bobby Okereke trying to jump over him so he doesn't make contact, and his knee hit his helmet, but it looked like Caleb Williams was fine. And it's now 4th and 2 for the Bears at the Giants' 49-yard line. They're going to run it with Swift, and he powers through one defender and is able to, get a few more yards after that. The Browns end up tying it up, or I'm waiting for the extra point to be confirmed, but a big pass, 22 yards, Dylan Gabriel to Jerry Jeudy. It's now 14-13 pending the extra point. I think the extra point was good, so it's 14-14 now in that one. We'll get an update in that in a bit. Let's go out to Carolina. Panthers, Saints. Kevin Casey's got more for us.
Okay, Anthony, it's 10-7. New Orleans lead the Carolina Panthers, 2:34 and counting here. Looks like we'll head towards the 2-minute warning here. New Orleans just picked up a first down. They have a player down. Make that Carolina has a player down for the surprising Saints. Tyler Shuck, 5 of 11 passing for 154 yards and a touchdown. That one touchdown, 62 yards to Chris Olave. And Olave has not only that 62-yarder for the touchdown, Juwan Johnson, 2 receptions, 56 yards. Alvin Kamara, 20 yards rushing. So for Carolina, they have to really think about what they were doing. Last week they had a high with winning at Green Bay, but they may have taken New Orleans a little lightly because right now with 2:29 to go in the second quarter, it's the Saints 10, Carolina Panthers 7.
Thank you so much, Kevin. And just to show, 7 of 13 for Tyler Shuck, 165 yards. 7 of 11 for Bryce Young, 41 yards. Panthers being very conservative in their offensive play calling early. Alvin Kamara, 8 carries for 23 yards. He's also got a 26-yard reception. Chris Olave, 1 catch for the play of the day so far, 62 yards. Play of the day in this game. Rico Dowd, 11 carries for 39 yards, 2 catches and 9 yards. Ted McMillan, 2 receptions for 18 yards. So a couple of stats in that one. Let's go out to MetLife as the Browns and Jets go back and forth, and Mike Mancuso's got more for us.
That's right. We are now tied at 14. The Jets have the ball inside the 35-yard line of Cleveland, so they are on their way to try to get the lead back. Just a few moments ago, it was Dylan Gabriel, a 22-yard touchdown pass to Jerry Jeudy, and that tied the game at 14. Cleveland was able to get good field position because on the Jets' prior possession, Justin Field rolled out trying to get Garrett Wilson, but he was intercepted by Ronnie Hickman, and that set Cleveland up in good shape. Right now, 8 minutes remaining in the first half. Cleveland and the Jets tied at 14. Jets have the ball on Cleveland's 32-yard line.
Thank you so much, Mike. The Bills and the Dolphins battling out. The Bills, 14 of the last 15 against the Dolphins, I think 7 straight, and that is in jeopardy currently. Jack Armpriester has more from Hard Rock Stadium.
Yes, Anthony, it appears it is. They appear to be trying to put a dent into that 13-0 score at the time. James Cook had the ball punched out inside the Dolphins' 25-yard line. It got knocked around a little bit. Miami ended up getting the ball at the 5-yard line. They then turned around and went on a 67-yard drive, 10 plays, took 6 minutes off the clock, and it ended with a Patterson 46-yard field goal. So right now the Dolphins find themselves on top, 16-0. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the clock. There's 2 minutes and 38 seconds to go here in the first half. Buffalo's been unable to get any kind of offense going at all this game. They just unable to do anything. And right now they're moving in late in the first half. They're at their own 31-yard line with a 2nd and 9. Once again, Dolphins on top, 16-0.
Thank you so much, Jack. Bears 2nd and 13 from the Giants' 42-yard line. 3rd and 5 for the Vikings from their own 40. Some more updates. The Jets now creeping into close to red zone territory, 14-14. 2nd and 6 for the Jets. Now 3rd and 7 after a 1-yard loss on the ground. They're on Cleveland's 29-yard line. About 7 minutes left in the half for them. 2 minutes left in the half. 10-7 Bucks over the Pats. The Pats are in the red zone, 2nd and 11 right now from the 15 of the Buccaneers. Saints 10, Panthers 7. They're at their own 30-yard line, the Saints. 1st and 10 for them. 3rd and 15 for the Jags, up 17-3 at midfield as they try to extend that lead. And we will continue to monitor all of those as we go forward. Giants about a minute 18 left in the half, and that Ravens-Vikings game about 50 seconds left. 3rd and 5 now after the incompletion from Minnesota's 40, like I said. And J.J. McCarthy scrambling around, hit as he throws it, and that one's just thrown into the ground. No one around, but I'm guessing they're going to say that it was not intentional grounding. It'll be 4th and 5 now for the Vikings as they'll punt it with about 46 seconds to go. We'll be right back. We'll give you all the updates. We'll update all these games as they get to halftime. At halftime, we'll give you the fantasy updates. Stay tuned. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right, and we are back. A lot of action to get to. This Ravens-Vikings game has been fun. 10-6 Vikings over Ravens. A big sack on the Ravens, but the tackle, a hard hit on Lamar Jackson, and they drove him into the ground. So they called the roughing the passer, and that puts the Ravens at the Vikings 12-yard line. So 1st and 10 for the Ravens at the Vikings 12-yard line. 2nd and 10 for the Giants, and they are at Chicago's 14. They are the only two teams in the red zone, although the Texans are threatening. 1st and 10 from Jacksonville's 35-yard line. They're down 20-3 in that one, and they just got into the red zone. We'll get an update on that in a second. 4th and 9 for the Saints. Carolina's 45-yard line after a false start penalty. The Browns have it. They're down 17-14 after the Jets field goal while we were in break. And we may have, a dropped interception. Jackson Dart throwing to the corner of the end zone, and a dropped interception for the Bears. And a big play there, Zay Flowers. We'll get an update on that. I think that got him just outside the goal line, but the Ravens are going to settle for the field goal as there's only 2 seconds left, and the field goal is good. So they'll go into the half, barring a big kick return here from the Vikings. 10-9 Vikings-Ravens. Not much to go home about with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, but J.J. McCarthy, 9 of 15, 130 yards and an interception. The Browns and Jets, like I said, it did at the 2-minute warning, so it's 2nd and 10 from the Browns at their own 40. Patriots, Bucks, that's at halftime. That's our marquee matchup of the 1 o'clock window, and some fireworks right before the half. Tom Aikens got more.
Well, once again, the New England Patriots have put points on the scoreboard in the last play of a quarter. They did so at the end of the first quarter with a 72-yard touchdown pass, Drake May to Kyle Williams. That knotted the game at 7 at that point. In the second quarter, after not showing a whole lot of offense throughout the entire quarter, the Patriots once again rose to the challenge of being behind 10-7, thanks to a 36-yard field goal by the Bucs' Chase McLaughlin, and the Patriots brought the ball down the field after several tries from the 1-yard line. They finally got it into the end zone. This time, once again, Drake May did the job. A 1-yard pass to Stephon Diggs to put the Patriots on top. We're at halftime, and Drake May on the first half, 11 out of 19, 180 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Baker Mayfield for the Buccaneers, just 9 out of 15, 116 yards, 1 touchdown, and no interceptions. This game has been close throughout. We are at halftime. The Patriots 14, the Buccaneers 10.
Thank you so much, Tom. Like I said, the Giants were in the red zone. They were threatening a near interception by Jackson Dart. Let's see how that drive turned out for the Giants. David Schuster's got more from Soldier Field.
All right, Anthony, and the Giants do convert a 32-yard field goal from Young Ho Koo, and we have 3 seconds to go in the opening half, so basically we're at halftime. The Giants do lead at 10-7. They've outscored the Bears 10-0 here in the second quarter. After the Bears had scored in that opening quarter, Kyle Munungai with an 8-yard touchdown run. The Giants came back. Jackson Dart, a 3-yard touchdown run of his own that tied the game at 7, and then, like I said just moments ago, Young Ho Koo with a 32-yard field goal. Dart has been extremely good so far in this game. He's 14 of 21 for 198 yards in the air. He's got 2 rushes for 21 yards, including that touchdown run. So add it all up, and the Giants lead at 10-7 now. We are almost – we got actually 3 seconds to go here at halftime, so the Bears will probably try a Hail Mary before halftime. 10-7 right now, the Giants in the lead.
Thank you so much, David. In that Bills game, a big incompletion on second and manageable, about 2nd and 5. Dalton Kincaid, no gloves, drops the ball, and they will punt. They're actually going to just run it out, and that one will go to half, 16-0 Dolphins over Bills. The Texans are threatening. They're on the goal line. Adam Spillane's got an update for us.
Out of the 2-minute warning, Texans have a 1st and goal from the 4. Woody Marks gets the ball, and he gets to about the 1-yard line. So the Texans, who failed on a couple of goal line situations against the Broncos last week, will have a 2nd and goal from the 1. They trailed this game 20-3. Cam Little kicking a 53-yard field goal on the Jags' last drive, a drive that was aided by a couple of Texans penalties. One was an unsportsmanlike penalty on Kamari Lassiter right before what would have been a 3rd and long early in that drive, and then there was a pass interference penalty on Henry To'oTo'o. The Texans' only point is now on 2nd and goal. It'll be Marks going out wide to the left, and he is in for a touchdown. So the Texans, who trailed by 17 in this game as we near halftime, are trying to find a way to get back in this game. They've been able to find the scoreboard on their last 2 possessions. They got a Matthew Wright field goal on their previous drive, and now the touchdown on this one. So with the extra point upcoming, it's the Jags 20 and the Texans 9. The Jags have 3 timeouts left with 1:19 to go in the half, and they will also get the ball to start the second half.
Thank you so much, Adam. Let's go out to Carolina as that one's gone to half. More on the Panthers and the Saints. Kevin Casey has an update.
Okay, we're at the half, and it's New Orleans surprisingly out in front of Carolina, 10-7. The Panthers took the opening kickoff and went all the way downfield and got a 5-yard touchdown run from Rico Dowdle. But the Saints have hung around and got a Blake Grupe 21-yard field goal. And then late in the quarter, just about 5 minutes ago, Tyler Shuck, the rookie quarterback, he hits Chris Olave with the 62-yard touchdown pass, and the Saints are in front. They're entertaining, but maybe not as entertaining as the North Carolina A&T band here at halftime. We're at the half with the New Orleans Saints on top of the Carolina Panthers, 10-7.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Some notable stat lines. Like he said, Tyler Shuck, 11 of 18, 194 yards. Drake May, 11 of 19, 180 yards and 2 touchdowns. Dylan Gabriel, 9 of 18, 86 yards and 2 touchdowns. J.J. McCarthy, 9 of 15, 130 yards and an interception. Lamar Jackson, 11 of 16, 102 yards, only 12 yards on the ground. Jackson Dart, 14 of 21, 199 yards, and he has a rushing touchdown in that one. Tua, 10 of 14, very efficient day, 133 yards and 2 touchdowns in that one. As far as the running backs go, DeAndre Swift, 8 carries, 60 yards. Devin Achane, 12 carries, 64 yards. Derrick Henry, slow start, 9 carries, 33 yards. Quinshon Judkins, 14 carries, 39 yards. A lot of work early, not a lot of production from him in that one. With the 2 special teams touchdowns by the Jets, a lot of time on the field for that Browns offense. Tucker of the Bucks, who's filling in for Bucky Irving, he's got 4 carries for 23 yards. Rico Dowd, 11 carries, 39 yards, and a touchdown. No penalty this week. No pumps, no penalties. Travis Etienne Jr., 9 carries, 44 yards. And receiving-wise, some notable receivers. Nico Collins, 3 catches, 47 yards. Chris Olave, 3 catches, 85 yards, and a touchdown. Emeka Egbuka, 3 catches, 76 yards, and a touchdown. Jerry Jeudy, a big touchdown grab, 4 receptions, 51 yards. And it looks like I think we might have gotten a turnover here in the Jets game as the Jets were trying to put some points on the board before the end of the half. But there's a flag, so we'll get an update in that one. Naylor, 2 receptions, 80 yards. Darius Slayton, 3 catches, 85 yards. Let's go out to the Dolphins-Bills game from Hard Rock Stadium. Jack Armprister's got a halftime update for us.
Anthony, we are at the half, as you mentioned, 16-0. The Dolphins, they've got a pair of throwing touchdowns from quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. Malik Washington with a 9-yarder. The point after was on that one, the point after was good by Riley Patterson. That capped off a short drive for a 12-play, 92-yard drive for the Dolphins. And on the next drive, Jalen Waddle with a 38-yard touchdown reception. On that one, the point after was no good. Dolphins went up 13-0, and then earlier in the second quarter, Riley Patterson with a 46-yard field goal put the Dolphins up 16-0. Josh Allen, not very Josh Allen-like in his last 15 games against the Dolphins, just 9 of 15 in that first half for 73 yards. James Cook, running back, with just 7 rushes for 21 yards. Tua Tagovailoa, 10 of 14 for 133 yards in those two scores. He did have an interception on the Dolphins' first possession of the game. Halftime's coming up in about 7 minutes. It's been raining, but it looks like the sun's coming out, and it's going to dry out a little bit. Buffalo will get the ball as they try to fight back down 16-0.
Thank you so much, Jack. That is something to monitor there. It wasn't a turnover. It was an incomplete pass. The penalty flag, it looks like, was picked up, and the Jets are going to end up punting and giving 55 seconds left for the Browns to do something after a big Myles Garrett third down sack. Speaking of sacks, Myles Garrett is now, I think, tied for 25th all-time in the sacks category, passing J.J. Watt with that one. So that is a notable sack number for him. Some of the other numbers we wanted to see, milestone-wise, we will have to wait till the 4 o'clock window because most of those games do not kick off until the 4 o'clock window, or some of these games on by DeAndre Hopkins, 6 catches away from 1,000. 7 catches away from moving in the 16th all-time. And let's see, where is he at? That was coming into the day. That's not currently. And I do not believe he has more. He's got 1 catch, so he is 5 away from the number, 6 away from moving up on the receptions list. With that being said, let's get an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Former NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue has died at 84 years old. Tagliabue served as the commissioner for 17 years from 1989 through 2006. He was elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame as a contributor in 2020. The Colts' Jonathan Taylor running for 244 yards and 3 touchdowns, the last of which was the game winner in overtime. Colts improved to 8-2 with a 31-25 victory over the Falcons in Berlin. 3 games coming in the later window. The Commanders, again with Jaden Daniels out, will turn to Marcus Mariota as they host the Lions. The Commanders' season is teetering on the brink as they sit at just 3-6. A couple of big matchups in the NFC West. The 6-3 49ers are hosting the 6-2 Rams. Meanwhile, the 6-2 Seahawks will welcome in the 3-5 Cardinals. Tonight, Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers are visiting the Chargers at SoFi Stadium. Guardians pitchers Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz have been indicted by prosecutors in Brooklyn on a host of charges related to a scheme to rig bets on pitches thrown in MLB games, according to Jeff Passan. Ortiz was arrested in Boston earlier today. Clase is not currently in custody, per Passan. Prosecutors allege that the scheme began as early as May 2023 with Clase and then later included Ortiz. The two were alleged to have been paid $5,000 for an intentional ball thrown by Ortiz on June 15th. They were then paid $7,000 for another Ortiz intentional ball thrown on June 27th. The two face up to 65 years in prison for fraud, conspiracy, and bribery charges, according to the Eastern District of New York. And the latest AP poll sees the top 6 remain unchanged. Oregon rises to 7, with BYU dropping to 12. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, we are back. Kicking off a couple games into the second half. Giants and Bears. The second half has started in that one. Ravens and Vikings well underway in the second half, as it looks like there may be some confusion on the field, but it looks like there might be another turnover here for J.J. McCarthy. So we'll get an update as soon as possible. I'll get a confirmation that what that was on. And they're coming off the field, so it looks like it counts, as that was Marlon Humphreys up against Justin Jefferson. Jefferson trips. I don't think they're going to call a penalty on this. And Humphreys picks it. He looked so confused at what just happened, and they'll get the ball back up 10-9, the Vikings in that one. While we were in break, Travion Henderson with a big touchdown in the Patriots game. They've now extended that lead to 21-10. He's got 7 carries for 77 yards and a touchdown, as Emeka Egbuka catches a ball for 7 yards to make it 2nd and 3 for the Bucs. Let's go out to MetLife. The Browns were threatening. Could they tie it up? Mike Mancuso's got more at the half.
Anthony, they did tie it right before halftime. Andre Schmidt with a field goal to tie it at 17, Cleveland and the Jets. Very interesting game. Couple of big special teams plays from the Jets. Kenye Wangu with a return of a kick, and Isaiah Williams a return of a punt. 4 touchdowns. Jets defensive end Will McDonald has 3 sacks in this game against Dylan Gabriel, who has struggled a bit, 11 of 23 for 125 yards. He does have 2 touchdown passes, while Justin Fields has struggled, only 3 of 6 for 5 yards and a costly interception. They did honor Nick Mangold before the game. I failed to mention that the Jet who had passed away a week and a half ago, the all-time Ring of Honor center for the Jets. But now back to the game at halftime. We are tied at 17, the Jets and the Browns.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to Houston, as that game's gone to the half, and Adam Spillane's got an update for us from halftime.
Yeah, Anthony, the Texans are kind of playing themselves back into this game. They were once down 17-0. It is now 20-10 as we hit the half. The Texans getting a touchdown run from Woody Marks. It's their first touchdown in a couple of weeks. They did not score a touchdown last week against Denver. Woody Marks, 7 carries for 32 yards and the touchdown. Davis Mills starting in place of C.J. Stroud, 12 of 17, 167 yards. He has thrown an interception, and that helped lead to the Jags' first points of the game. That was a Cam Little 32-yard field goal. And for Jacksonville, when you look at the 20 points that they've scored, basically they have all been aided by Texans' mistakes. You had the field goal. The first field goal by Little was aided by the Mills interception. Then the one Jags touchdown, the 7-yard touchdown catch for Parker Washington, that was aided by a fumble on the kick return, which set up the Jags in the red zone. Then you had the Parker Washington 72-yard punt return, and then on the last time the Jags scored, it was a 53-yard field goal by Cam Little. That was aided by a couple of Texans penalties. So the Texans, when you look at the box score, the Texans have kind of dominated this game just in terms of total yardage, but obviously the scoreboard tells a different story. Trevor Lawrence, 6 of 12 for 57 yards. He has 1 touchdown and 1 interception. That interception came at the end of the half on a really nice play by Derek Stingley Jr. Travis Etienne, 9 carries for 44 yards. So we're at the half. It's the Jags 20 and the Texans 10.
Thank you so much, Adam. And we've got a big player. Jackson Dart does it all in the air with his feet, and it looks like he may have had another impactful run in that one. A big miss here in the Bucs Pats game, as Baker just overthrows the receiver. Would have been a tough window to get the ball into either way, but we will monitor that as always. Let's go out. Like I said, there was a little bit of confusion before that pick. It could have been pass interference. The Ravens ended up getting the ball. They now have the ball at midfield. Let's get a more cohesive breakdown from Eric Nelson.
Yeah, we have 11:55 to go in the third quarter. Baltimore trailing 10-9, but the Ravens are on the move as we speak. And Lamar Jackson just completes another pass, this time to one of his tight ends. And rumbling deep into Minnesota territory is Charlie Kohler. And boy, what a drive this has been for the Ravens. It began with that interception by Marlon Humphrey. It was a home run heave by J.J. McCarthy, not even close to the intended receiver, Justin Jefferson. So Humphrey with the easy pick, then the return of 27 yards. After that, Minnesota has a pass interference penalty as Harrison Smith runs through Isaiah Likely on a pass route, and the Ravens get the ball in good shape near midfield. Now they're at the 5-yard line. Derrick Henry will be stopped for about 1. So it's a 2nd and goal for Baltimore from the Minnesota 4. The Vikings up 10-9. Kyle Loop has 3 field goals for the Ravens in this game, the last one right before the end of the second quarter. And Minnesota has a touchdown run from Aaron Jones and a field goal from Will Riker. But J.J. McCarthy, after a hot start, has cooled off. He's throwing 2 interceptions, both on deep throws. The Ravens are going to send Jackson back to throw again. He's in trouble. He's scrambling, and he's going to throw it out of bounds. He got outside of the hash mark, so it's going to be a long incompletion, and it's going to be 3rd down and 4 for Baltimore as the Ravens are trying to get their first touchdown of the game here today. Anthony, we'll stay with you to see what happens in this ball game. Lamar Jackson has thrown for 147 yards. McCarthy for 134, but he does have the 2 picks. Derrick Henry's run for 33 on 10 carries. Aaron Jones, 36 on 8 carries. He does have the 1 touchdown run. So Lamar Jackson will come out in the shotgun with twin receivers right and left on 3rd and goal from the 4. And Jackson dancing in the pocket, throws it in the end zone, out of bounds. Good pressure by Minnesota. So we will likely see Kyle Loop, the rookie kicker out of Arizona, for the 4th time today. And he will try to give the Ravens their first lead of the afternoon. So stick with us, Anthony. We'll give you the update. It'll be approximately a 22-yard field goal. So give Minnesota credit. They have kept the Ravens out of the end zone, but Baltimore keeps knocking on the door. And on this last drive, it was the interception and then the penalty on Harrison Smith and then a deep throw to Zay Flowers that sets Baltimore up for the field goal try. We'll call it 23 yards from the right hash for Kyle Loop, former Arizona Wildcat. And there's the snap to spot the kick, and it is good. So with 10:19 to go in the third, Baltimore has its first lead of the day. Ravens 12, Vikings 10 in Minneapolis.
Thanks so much, Eric. So Tyler Loop, his 4th field goal of the day. Brian Flores doing his job on the defensive end, stifling that Ravens offense. 2 costly turnovers from J.J. McCarthy seems to be the difference in that one. I was talking about the big play in the Giants game. Let's go out to David Schuster as he gives us an update on Giants and Bears.
Okay, Anthony, we have 11:50 to go here in the third quarter. The Giants have extended their lead. It's now 17-7. Jackson Dart, no question, he's the star of this game so far. He scores from 24 yards out with his legs. Earlier in the game, he scored on a 3-yard run. He also has been very good throwing the football, 15 of 23 for 204 yards. Bears touchdown coming very early in the game. Kyle Munningai with an 8-yard run, but ever since then, it's been all Giants. 17-7 early third quarter.
Thank you so much, David. Let's go out to Tampa. Patriots, Bucks, and the Bucks trying to keep pace with the Patriots. Tom Akins has more from Tampa.
Well, so far the Bucks are not keeping pace with the Patriots. New England scored on the last play of the first quarter. That was their first touchdown. They scored on the last play of the second quarter. That was their second touchdown. Here in the third quarter, they decided to reverse things a little bit. They scored on the second play of the third quarter. This time another explosive play, a 55-yard run by Trevion Henderson. He came through the right side of the Patriots offensive line, ran through the Bucks defense without too many people even getting a chance to put a hand on him, and 55 yards later, the Patriots have taken command of this ball game. Right now, 10 minutes and 2 seconds left to play in the third quarter. It's New England 21, Tampa Bay 10.
Thank you so much, Tom, for that update. On 3rd and 4, Caleb Williams running for his life, and he gets the first down, kicking up some chalk, too. It looks like the pocket, just broke down. Brian Burns almost gets to him. He shakes off Burns, and he, almost trips. But he juked himself out there, and he's able to get the first down to extend the drive in that one. The Bills threatening there in Miami's territory, 1st and 10 for the Bills in that one. And it looks like, is it Kincaid or Knox? Which one is that? Kincaid coming off the field, limping. The gloves on, though, this time, limping. He's still on the sideline, not in the tent, so maybe a good sign for Bills fans as they run the ball up the middle for it looks like a first down. They cannot tackle James Cook, and he gets out of bounds for the first down. Let's go out to Carolina and get an update in the Saints-Panthers game from Kevin Casey.
Anthony, the Carolina Panthers are moving the ball right now, 7:40 and counting here, third quarter. The Saints on top 10-7. Carolina had only 83 yards of total offense in the first half. They've now moved the ball from inside their own 5. They're looking at a 2nd and about 6 or 7 from the Saints' 32-yard line. And Bryce Young has been effective for the most part on the day, 8 of 13 for 54 yards. Rico Dowdle has been much of the story, 11 carries for 39 yards. Tetaroa McMillan, 2 receptions, 18 yards. Jatavian Sanders, the tight end, 4 receptions, 27 yards. But the Saints have been surprising all day. Tyler Shuck, 11 of 18 for 194 yards. Chris Olave, 3 receptions, 85 yards, including a 62-yard touchdown catch for the New Orleans Saints. And the Carolina Panthers looking at now a 3rd and about 6 or 7 from the Saints' 32-yard line. They may be forced to call a timeout or something. There looks like there's a lot of confusion on their side. So with just under about 6:40 and counting here in the third quarter, it's as I pause here, there was also a play into the end zone, but it's incomplete. So 6:36 to go, third quarter. It's New Orleans 10, Carolina 7.
Thank you so much, Kevin, as that one's been a little bit of a shocker. This Panthers team up and down, big wins. They shut out the Falcons. They beat the Packers. Now struggling with the Saints as Tyler Shuck is having, the first great start of his early career with 209 yards, 12 of 20, and a touchdown. Also, worth noting, I think he was at 6 of 12. So since then, he's 6 of his last 10. So getting a little bit more efficient as this one goes along. I thought that was going to be a better number as I was counting it out in my head. Dylan Gabriel also 2 touchdowns today. A lot of rookie QBs having a day. Jackson Dart, all of it. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll get you all the updates. And when these games wrap up, we got a lot of action to go in the second half of these 1 o'clock games. But when they wrap up, we'll talk to some players. Jody Mack will join me at 6. If you want to get in on the action on the social media side and you want to hit me up with your picks for the 4 o'clock window, fantasy studs, all of that, Pico Day _Gallo on X and Pico de Gallo 24 on IG. We'll be right back on Gridiron Game Day. Back after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM, YouTube, we're everywhere. This is Gridiron Game Day. Before we get back into the action, this portion of the show is brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in just 10 minutes. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Before we went to break, the Vikings were getting ready to receive the kickoff. They fumbled the ball. The Ravens got the ball back on here, and they're showing again, just punched out a great play by the Ravens kick coverage group in that one, and that set up a Justice Hill scrambling, Justice Hill run up the middle from the 1 yard line. That will make Lamar Jackson, all the Ravens player fantasy owners very happy in that one. But if you're a Ravens fan, you are happy about that. They're now up 19-10 after the field goal. 10 unanswered points. Actually, I think that's 16 unanswered points for the Ravens. 10 points in the third quarter here. Bryce Young dropping back to pass on 3rd and 4, and he hits McMillan for the reception. They will get the first down, and that puts them in the red zone, 1st and 10 from the 15 of New Orleans. The Jaguars are 1st and 10 from Houston's 21-yard line, so they're right outside the red zone in that one. And let's get an update from Chicago as the Bears are trying to stifle the Giants any chance they can get. David Schuster's got more from Soldier Field.
All right, Anthony. And Jackson Dart has now accumulated over 300 yards of total offense, 19 of 29 in the air for 241 yards, 5 carries for 60 yards on the ground. He's got a couple of rushing touchdowns from 3 yards and 24 yards out. But the Bears have just recovered a ball on a fumble. They still trail the game 17-7, but a little life here in the third quarter. Again, the Giants lead at 17-7. The Bears just recovering a fumble. We're in the third quarter. Back to you, Anthony.
Thank you so much, David. I don't even know what happened there. I don't know if the ball was punched out or just one of those cases where, Jackson Dart just, bobbled it and lost the ball. He was also down for a little bit there as well. He's running, let's see. Oh, he's hit with a shoulder by one of the defenders on the Bears, and that popped it out, and he was down, not moving, and they recovered the fumble. So the Bears will take over. That could be a huge momentum shift in this one as it's 17-7 with 5 minutes left in the third quarter. It looks like we have a fumble by the Panthers. The way the Saints are reacting in those beautiful jerseys they got on, those jerseys are fire. It looks like the refs are meeting with the coach. We'll see if Kellen Moore will react happily or not to that. Will they retain the ball? 3rd and 4 for the Jaguars on the 15-yard line of the Texans after a run up the middle for 2 yards by Tootin. We'll see if they get a touchdown on that one. Nico Collins, 4 receptions, 101 yards. So he's finally healthy and doing his thing. And a big stop on 4th down as the ball didn't get past the line of scrimmage. Trevor Lawrence's ball batted down. So Cam Little, the new GOAT in kicking, is coming out for another field goal to see if he can extend the lead to 13. Yeah, the Jackson Dart fumble, very confusing in that one. Almost a pick earlier and then the fumble there. Let's go out now to Minnesota as this one's gotten away from the Vikings, and Eric Nelson breaks it all down.
Yeah, the Baltimore Ravens now have a 19-10 lead with 7:50 to go in the third quarter, and they finally have an offensive touchdown. The Ravens do in this game, their first one of the afternoon. Justice Hill, a 1-yard touchdown run, capping off a 6-play, 23-yard drive that took 2 minutes and 11 seconds, and it was set up by a fumble on a kickoff return by Miles Price. It was recovered by Keandre Jackson for the Ravens, and they cash in the Minnesota miscue. And so the Ravens, with the 4 field goals and now a touchdown, have the 9-point lead. Lamar Jackson has 157 yards passing. J.J. McCarthy, 134, but 2 picks. And both of those picks have been costly for Minnesota. Really, McCarthy looked outstanding on the opening drive of the game for Minnesota. But since then, Baltimore has been able to keep the young quarterback in check. They've had 4 knockdowns, and he's had some errant throws. Derrick Henry, 33 yards for Baltimore on the ground. Aaron Jones, 36 for Minnesota. Top receiver today so far is Zay Flowers for Baltimore, 4 catches, 75 yards. And Jalen Naylor, 2 for 80 for Minnesota. So the Vikings have it 1st and 15 on their own 41. They're trailing by 9. They get a pass over the middle to the Adam Thielen, who has made limited appearances this year, but he gets it out near that Minnesota Viking logo at midfield. So it'll be 2nd and 8 after a gain of 7 for the Vikings from their 48. 6:35 to go in the third. They're trailing Baltimore 19-10 here in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. They fumbled it again on the next kickoff, but they were able to recover it before starting this drive. So a tough day for the Vikings kick returner. We've seen a few, in the Texans game, we've seen them fumble in that one. And in the Bears game, the Bears start their drive with DeAndre Swift, 11-yard carry up the middle. So they'll get a first down to extend that one. Let's go out to Miami as the Bills are trying to get back in this one against division rivals Dolphins, and Jack Armpriest's got more.
Hey, Anthony, the Bills had the ball to start the second half. They got the kick, they got deep in their territory, and they started out on a 9-minute drive. Looked like they were going to take it into the end zone, but Ifeatu Melifonwu intercepted Josh Allen in the end zone. The Dolphins did not score. Snuck that drive out. The Dolphins did get the ball back up to almost midfield, and then Jake Bailey punted, put the ball at the 2. So they have a first down at the it's a 3rd and 1 at the 11 for Buffalo, and it's a fast-moving third quarter. It's 48 seconds to go. Each team has had the ball once, and now this Buffalo drive here. So 3rd and 1 for Buffalo. They're just totally shut down thus far, and they are losing this contest 16-0 to Miami.
Thank you so much, Jack. And we got a big play here in Bucks versus Pats. We'll get an update on that in a second. Caleb Williams limping around a little bit after that last play for the Bears. That was an incompletion, but it looks like illegal contact on the Giants defender, Deonte Banks. Very soft call there. Yeah, that's a little soft. I don't like that call. He didn't hinder the play. He had a hand on his hip, but he wasn't grabbing him. Caleb Williams seems fine. He's still out there. He just looked like he was favoring that leg a bit. J.J. McCarthy with the incompletion on 4th and 2, and the Ravens will take over. There is a flag, so we'll see what that play is called in that one. And it looks like the Bears are going to get another first down here as well. So let's see what that is. First, let's go out to Carolina, where Kevin Casey has an update on the Saints and the Panthers.
Okay, 2:23 to go, Anthony, in the third quarter, and it's New Orleans 10, Carolina 7. And the Saints have been very fortuitous, you could say. They seemingly had blocked a Carolina field goal, but Carolina, because the ball went past the line of scrimmage and touched by the receiving team and recovered, Carolina got another opportunity, but then a missed or a bobbled handoff attempt from Bryce Young to Jimmy Horn Jr. resulted in a turnover, and now New Orleans has it 3rd and about 2 from their own 49-yard line. And Chris Olave on the day for the New Orleans Saints, 3 receptions, 85 yards, and a touchdown. That one touchdown, a 62-yard touchdown pass from Tyler Shuck, who is 13 of 21 passing for 215 yards on the day. Saints facing a 3rd and 2 from their own 49-yard line, 2:23 to go third quarter. Saints on top of the Panthers, 10-7, 2:23 to go third quarter.
Thank you so much, Kevin. And it looks like, I don't know what the call was here on the incompletion for J.J. McCarthy. It looks like it's on Thielen, and he's losing his mind. I think it was unsportsmanlike conduct. We'll see in a second. Illegal blindside block. Thank you, Nico. Listen, that it was a run. That just seems like a good play right there, and they call that a penalty, and the Ravens now have the ball. Thielen losing his mind. There was a little bit of a skirmish, nobody throwing punches or anything on the sideline, and our guy, Mario Huron earlier talked about the leadership of Roquan Smith. Roquan Smith was making sure none of these Raven guys were about to take an unnecessary penalty, so he was out there telling his guys to get away from the sideline. And now Lamar Jackson almost throws a pick on that first down, so it'll be 2nd and 10. From Minnesota's 38, so the risk did not pay off for the Vikings. Let's go out to Houston, as the Texans have the ball, trying to get back in this one. Adam Spillane has more from NRG Stadium.
Yeah, Anthony, the Jags increased their lead to 23-10. They get a 33-yard field goal from Cam Little to start the half. It was a 59-yard drive, the longest drive of the game for Jacksonville, but the Texans getting the ball back, and they are driving. They are into Jacksonville territory. It'll be a 2nd and 5 from the Jags 42. They got really good field position on this drive after a touchback and then a penalty on the kickoff as Davis Mills will throw deep down the middle, and it is incomplete. There was some contact on the play. He was looking for Jaden Higgins, the 2nd-round pick out of Iowa State, but no flag comes down. So it'll be 3rd down and 5 with 7:32 to play in the third quarter. And again, the Jags lead 23-10. Davis Mills is, he threw an interception on the Texans' first drive of this game, but that's why he's been okay. 14 of 20, 178 yards, and that interception. Nico Collins, 5 catches for 106. 54 of those yards came on the final play of the first half, but he was stopped short of the goal line, and the clock ran out. The big for Jacksonville player of the game has been Parker Washington. He has a 7-yard touchdown catch from Trevor Lawrence, and then he also returned a punt 72 yards for a touchdown, as on 3rd down, Mills was pressured. He tried to throw to Dalton Schultz, and it looked like Schultz had it hit off of his hands. The ball might have also been deflected as well. But we'll see if the Texans decide to punt. It's a two-possession game, and D'Amico Ryan is going to keep the offense out on the field. So big play here coming up for the Texans. They trail 23-10 with 7:29 to play in the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Adam. Let's get out to Tampa as the Bucs and the Patriots are battling it out, and the Bucs trying to stay with the Pats. Tom Aikens got more.
Well, indeed, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers trying to climb back into this ball game. They just put points on the board, a 10-yard touchdown pass from Baker Mayfield to Tez Johnson. Then they tried a 2-point conversion attempt. They tried to run an end around with Emeka Egbuka, who did not get into the end zone. So at this point, the Patriots maintain their lead 21-16, a 5-point lead. The Bucs trying to narrow that to a field goal's worth, but they were unsuccessful in doing so. Right now, the Patriots back on offense, 4 minutes and 8 seconds to play in the third quarter. New England 21, Tampa Bay 16.
Thank you so much, Tom. Let's go out to MetLife Stadium. The Browns and the Jets all tied up, and Mike Mancuso's got more of a breakdown for us.
Okay, Anthony, it has begun to rain here in the second half. Not much going on offensively. We are still tied at 17. Cleveland has the ball first down and 10 on their own 19-yard line with 6.5 remaining here in the third quarter. Dylan Gabriel, 12 of 25 for 137 yards. He's been sacked 3 times, each by Will McDonald. Justin Fields on the other side for the Jets, 5 of 10 for only 12 yards with a costly interception. Nick Folk has a field goal. He's now kicked 27 of them, and right now it's a 2nd and 18 as another sack has been registered. Dylan Gabriel has now been sacked 4 times in this game. So Cleveland's deep in their own territory. They have the ball on their own 11-yard line, facing a 2nd and 18. We are tied at 17, 5:46 remaining in the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Mike. Quincy Williams with a sack earlier, and that's coming after he was supposedly benched. 6 tackles today, 2 for a loss and a sack and an extra QB hit. So a big day for Quincy as he's trying to regain his playing time in that one. So, a lot of storylines going around the league. It looks like the Bears will kick the field goal. It is 4th and goal for them. So once that one is good or not, we will tell you. 1st and 10 for the Bills at the Miami 35 as they're trying to get back in this one, down 16. And it looks like, I don't know if he was in or not, but it might have a touchdown in that one. We'll wait for the confirmation from Jack Armpriester in a second, but that looked good for me. The Browns are going to punt in that one. Patriots have the ball 2nd and 10 from their own 35-yard line, looking to do anything. And there's a flag in this Jets-Browns game. Actually, they're not going to punt. It is delay of game, and that's going to push them back even more. It's going to be 3rd and very long for them as that one continues to truck along. Let's see. Vikings have the ball. There's still no motion on that one. They're at midfield, 1st and 10. Aaron Jones with a big catch just now from J.J. McCarthy for 12 yards. Oh, we'll see that. Bills going for the 2-point conversion here. We'll see if Josh Allen and co. can get it done to make this a 1-score game. And the Browns are going to have to settle for, it looks like they are not going to get the first down after a little screenplay. Josh Allen drops back, and it looks like he stopped, and the refs are waving it off. We'll get a confirmation on that when we come back from break. But first the break, Infinity Sportsnet, Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are back, and we've got a bunch of NFL action coming at you as we speak. When we first went to the break, we were talking about the Bills going for it. I wasn't certain, but it looked like he was short on the two-point conversion, and he was. So it is 16-6. The Dolphins now have the ball at their own 35. 2nd and 8 for them. The Vikings settle for a field goal after a couple deep plays to the end zone to Justin Jefferson. Him and McCarthy not able to hook up, so it is now 19-13 in that one. Browns and Jets are still tied as the Jets have the ball 3rd and 2 from about, let's say the 36, 37-yard line in Cleveland territory. Pats, Bucks. The Bucks got the ball back after a 3rd down incompletion. So 21-16 Pats over the Bucks. 3rd and 1 for the Buccaneers as they're at midfield. They're on the New England's 49-yard line. So they're trying to get back in this one and possibly take the lead. The Dolphins now 3rd and 10 after a loss of yardage on the last play from Washington. So let's see if they get this completion here. Up 16-6 Dolphins, 9 minutes left in the game. Let's go actually out to Jack Armpriester, who's got an update from Hard Rock Stadium for us.
Hey, they're trying to figure this out, Anthony, because it appeared that the pass was going to Jalen Waddle downfield. It was intercepted, but I guess when he got up there appears to be a flag on the Buffalo player who intercepted the ball. So they're trying to figure. Hold on. Yeah, it was an illegal blindside block on Buffalo after the interception.
Okay.
So they'll get the ball. It's at the 24. So then they'll take the penalty back from there. But on their drive before that, typical great Josh Allen drive, 8 plays, 98 yards, takes 4.5 minutes off the clock. If you recall, he was intercepted in the end zone after Buffalo's first drive of the third quarter. It took 9 minutes off the clock. They came away with nothing. Here, Keon Coleman with the 35-yard touchdown they went for the 2-point conversion. The pass to Shakir, he just was not able to get in the end zone. He was tackled just short of the goal line. So it's 16-6. Buffalo now has the ball. They'll get it. They're still walking back. It looks like it's going to be about the 12-yard line, where Buffalo will have a 1st and 10 at the 12-yard line. 8:55 to go here in the fourth quarter. Miami holding on to a 10-point lead, 16-6.
Thank you so much, Jack, and that's why you tune in to Gridiron Game Day, as we got another turnover in this Panthers-Saints game, and we'll get a confirmation on that. The interception in the Bills game by Maxwell Harrison, their first-round pick out of Kentucky, so a big play for him. He missed a lot of time early due to injury, and we'll get updates in all of this. Let's go out to Houston as the Texans are trying to stay alive against the Jaguars. Jaguars in Houston's territory. Adam Spillane's got us covered.
Yeah, 4:31 to go. It's still 23-10 Jags. The Texans did not convert that 4th and 5 from right around midfield to Jacksonville, getting good field position. And they just made a big play on 3rd and 17. Trevor Lawrence hit Johnny Munt, his tight end, for what should have been a marginal gain. But Kalen Bullock, the Texan safety, missed the tackle, and that allowed Munt to run for 21 yards and pick up the 1st down and keep the drive alive. The Jags offense hasn't done a whole lot in this game. Lawrence just 11 of 20 for 131 yards, 1 touchdown and 1 interception, but they haven't had to do a whole lot as the Texans turned the ball over twice in the first quarter. That led to 10 Jacksonville points. And then Parker Washington has a 72-yard punt return. That really has turned into be the biggest play of the game. The Texans trailed by 17. They got it to 20-10 at the end of the half, but the Texans have only had the ball once as Lawrence throws over the middle, and that's caught at the 15-yard line. That is Munt again. That's Austin Trammell, who made that catch at the 16. So 1st and 10 for Jacksonville. They are in the red zone. Cam Little for the Jags has kicked 3 field goals, including one that was for 53 yards. So 4:10 to play in the third quarter. It's the Jags 23 and the Texans 10.
Thank you so much, Adam. Some injury news here. Jackson Dart heading to the locker room. It looked like he hit his head a few plays ago, and Russell Wilson's in the game for them. So we'll get an update as soon as possible on that one. He went into the tent, and then he went to the locker room. So no word on that, but it did look like Tom Pelissero was even saying it. It looked like he hit his head on the previous play. So we'll see what happens in that one. First, I told you they kicked a field goal, and the Ravens are trying to put this one away. Ravens, Vikings, Eric Nelson's got more for you.
Yeah, we have 3 quarters in the books, and Baltimore is leading Minnesota 19-13. The Vikings, a couple of minutes ago, did get a field goal from Will Reichert, their second-year kicker out of Alabama, good from 43 yards out. We've seen a lot of the field goal kickers in this game. Reichert has 2 on the day. Tyler Loop has 4 for Baltimore, but also a miss. Remember that if for some reason Minnesota should come back to win, the only touchdown we've seen for the Vikings was Aaron Jones early in the game, first quarter, 4-yard run. And the only touchdown for the Ravens came in the third quarter, Justice Hill, a 1-yard run. Now, some of the numbers in this one, Lamar Jackson is throwing for 174 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. His counterpart, J.J. McCarthy, has thrown for 170, no touchdowns, but 2 interceptions, some costly turnovers. The Vikings also have a fumble on a kickoff by Miles Price that led to Baltimore's only score. Henry on this current drive has had pretty good running room. In fact, he just bulldozed his way up the gut for a few more yards, all the way down to the 27 of Minnesota. So right now the Ravens have it, 2nd and 2 from check that the Viking 23, and Henry's up to 59 yards on the ground. Aaron Jones for Minnesota has 47. As far as receiving goes, Zay Flowers, 4 catches, 75 for Baltimore to lead all the Ravens wideouts and tight ends. Jalen Naylor, he was involved early, Anthony, but he's been a ghost lately. 2 catches, 80 yards, including a 62-yard splash play in the first quarter on Minnesota's opening drive that led to that touchdown run by Aaron Jones. But the Ravens right now would like to get at least 3. And again, they run Derrick Henry to the right, and Baltimore's going to face a 3rd and 1 from the Minnesota 22. Ravens are up 19-13, but they're on the move with 13:50 to go in the 4th here in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. And we've got an update on Jackson Dart. He's being evaluated for concussion. So we'll monitor that situation to see if he comes back in. A big play at MetLife could turn the tide in that one. First, let's go out to Chicago and get a breakdown. Obviously, like I said, Jackson Dart in, out, Russell Wilson in. David Schuster has more on Bears and Giants.
All right, let's start with Dart first. Yes, he has left the game with, I guess we can call it concussion protocol. He's being evaluated. Second time during his NFL career that he's left the game for that reason. Also once in college. So obviously he's got a little bit of a history of that. But the Giants just scored on a short 19-yard field goal by Young-Ho Koo, his second short field goal of the afternoon. That makes it a 2-score game. Giants leading at 20-10. Russell Wilson has come on for Dart. Dart, before leaving, 19 of 29 for 241 yards in the air. Also 70 yards on 6 carries on the ground, including a couple of touchdown runs of 24 and 3 yards. So right now it's up to the Giants' defense to hold the Bears in check. They lead at 20-10 early in the 4th quarter.
Thank you so much, David, and we will check back in a moment. And we have Ravens at Minnesota 17-yard line, 1st and 10 for them. Let's go out to MetLife first, where we got a big, big play in Jets versus Brown. Mike Mancuso's got more for us.
Anthony, the Jets do grab a lead. It's now 24-17. They lead Cleveland. Justin Fields just avoided a hit and completed a 42-yard catch and run to Breece Hall for a touchdown to give the Jets the 24-17 lead. Fields 6 of 11 on the day for 54 yards. Breece Hall has rushed for 52. On the other side, Dylan Gabriel has thrown for only 150 yards, 14 of 27. He's been sacked 4 times. It is raining here at MetLife Stadium. Cleveland has the ball 1st and 10 on their own 34-yard line. The Jets now have the lead 24-17.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let's go out to Miami, where the Bills and the Dolphins are battling it out. We had the turnover prior, and let's see how that turned out for the Bills. Jack Armprister's got more for you.
It did not turn out well for the Bills on that, Anthony. Sorry about that. Josh Allen on a 3rd and 1 from Buffalo's 41 took it up the middle. Looked like a tush push almost. I mean, there was nobody pushing, but he was just going up that side, and he broke free for 15 yards down to the Miami Dolphins 44-yard line, where the ball was stripped away from him, recovered by Minkah Fitzpatrick, and we're waiting for the TV timeout to end. But right now, the Dolphins will come out of this timeout, 7:10 to go, 1st and 10 from their own 38-yard line as they try to get this game and lock it down. They've got a 10-point, 16-6 lead over the Buffalo Bills. Anthony?
Thank you so much, Jack. Let's go out Panthers, Saints. Kevin Casey's got an update from Carolina.
Okay, Anthony, 9:28 to go in the game. It's the New Orleans Saints 17, the Carolina Panthers 7. Just a couple of moments ago, Tyler Shuck, a 30-yard touchdown pass to Jawan Johnson. Earlier in the day, a 62-yard pass to Chris Olave. So Tyler Shuck on the day, 15 of 23 for 226 yards, 2 touchdown passes. And I just saw a stat here. Since the opening drive where Carolina got a Rico Dowdle 5-yard touchdown run, Carolina's had 8 drives, 4 punts, 2 turnovers, and a blocked field goal. That's not getting it done, but the Panthers do have the ball at midfield, 1st and 10, 9:28 to go in the game. The Saints 17, the Panthers 7.
Thank you so much, Kevin. With that being said, we will take a break. We'll go to the update. We'll come back. We got all this, the end of the 1 o'clock games, 4 o'clock games coming up, player interviews, post game, all right here on Infinity Sportsnet. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, this report is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. Well, longtime former NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue has died at 84 years old. Tagliabue was in the league's top seat from 1989 until 2006 when Roger Goodell took over. Tagliabue was elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 2020. Giants quarterback Jackson Dart is being evaluated for a concussion. He has headed to the Giants locker room to start the 4th quarter. Russell Wilson is in at quarterback for New York. Dart had been playing terrifically, 242 passing yards. He ran for 2 touchdowns. Giants are leading the Bears 20-10, under 10 minutes to play in the 4th quarter. The Jets have a 24-17 lead on the Browns behind a couple of special teams touchdowns. The Browns, though, on the move. They are down to the Jets' 39-yard line. Lamar Jackson hitting Mark Andrews for a 2-yard touchdown toss. Extra point pending in Minnesota. The Ravens have opened up a 25-13 lead, under 11 to play in regulation. The Dolphins up 10 on the Bills midway through the 4th quarter. The Dolphins have the football at their own 41-yard line. It's the Patriots 21, Buccaneers 16 in Tampa. Tampa has the ball, though, deep in their own territory. Saints 17, Panthers 7 as New Orleans looks for a second win on the season. And the Jaguars all over the Texans in Houston 29-10 late in the 3rd. In Berlin this morning, Jonathan Taylor bolstering a potential MVP case.
Ball between the hash marks. I formation. Counter give to Taylor. Cuts at the 5. He's going to score. Touchdown. Walk on. The Colts in Berlin with the walk-off touchdown by Jonathan Taylor with his 3rd rushing touchdown today. And in overtime, the Colts send everybody in Berlin home happy.
Colts radio, Taylor at 244 yards rushing. Colts are 8-2 as they beat the Falcons. Sunday Night Football will feature Aaron Rodgers and the 5-3 Steelers visiting the banged-up 6-3 Chargers. Brock Purdy inactive for San Francisco. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
We are back, and the Jets just kicked a field goal. That makes it 27-17, and we got a big play to Matt Collins from Drake May to get them into the red zone. It was 3rd and 14 for the Patriots as they continue to battle out with the Bucs. They're up 21-16. The Texans 4th and 2 from the Jags 17-yard line. It looks like the Texans are going to go for it. They're down 19. The Saints are up 10. They have the ball 2nd and 5 from Carolina's 23. Let's get an update from Minnesota as the Vikings are clinging on to the last bit of life they have in that one. Eric Nelson's got more for you.
Yeah, hey, Anthony, the Baltimore Ravens might be sending a message to the rest of the AFC as they lead Minnesota 27-13 with 8:37 to go in the fourth. Minnesota's basically in desperation mode, and J.J. McCarthy just threw up a home run heave for Justin Jefferson, and they call penalties against Baltimore on this play, specifically pass interference on Shidobi Awazi, the cornerback. So Minnesota on a big pass interference penalty, and they got tangled up running down the far sideline. And so the Vikings now have it 1st and 10 at the Ravens 20. Again, they're trailing 27-13 in Baltimore on the Ravens' last possession. May have been their most impressive offensive drive of the day. They went 11 plays, gained 67 yards, ate up 6 minutes and 36 seconds of clock time. Mark Andrews with the two-yard touchdown pass with a toe tap, Anthony, in the back of the end zone from Lamar Jackson. Then the Ravens go for the deuce, and Jackson finds Rashad Bateman, who played college football here at the University of Minnesota, for 2, and that made the score 27-13. So the Ravens in control now, but if the Vikings can strike quickly, they can try to find a way to get back in this game. Some of the stats so far that we have, rushing the ball, Derrick Henry now starting to find his stride, 17 carries, 72 yards. Aaron Jones for Minnesota, 9 for 47. As far as passing goes, Lamar Jackson now 17 of 27, 176 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks. J.J. McCarthy, 15 of 27, 174 yards, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions. And we should note that Justin Jefferson so far only has 4 catches for 37 yards for Minnesota, although they did get the big pass interference call here about a minute ago. So the Vikings trying to add to the lead, and J.J. McCarthy on 3rd and 3 has his pass deflected. And that's another storyline in this game, Anthony. J.J. McCarthy, by my count, unofficially, there have been 6 deflections of his passes today. Now, he's listed at 6'3", so that's not small, but the Ravens have been able to clog the passing lanes, throw up their hands. If they're not getting sacked, they have a couple, but those knockdowns are almost as valuable as sacks. So we'll stay with you here. On 4th and 3 from the Ravens 13, the Vikings are forced to go, trailing 27-13. We'll see if Minnesota can extend the drive as J.J. McCarthy comes out in the shotgun. And the young quarterback from Michigan will throw it, and he overthrows his intended target, Justin Jefferson, on the far right side, and Baltimore will take over on down, and that could very well do it as the Ravens are on their way to an impressive road win in Minnesota. They lead 27-13, 7:15 to go in the fourth quarter here in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. A big play here, 4th and 16 for the Bills. Josh Allen scrambling around, somehow finds the receiver downfield, and that extends the drive after a big Achane rushing touchdown of 50-plus yards as they're down 23-6. The Bills looking for any kind of momentum in this one. The Giants still waiting more confirmation on Jackson Dart, just that he's been evaluated for a concussion. He's in the concussion protocol. And the Bears have the ball with 5:30 left in that one. 2nd and 10 for them. Let's go out to MetLife as the Jets are trying to get their second win of the season. Mike Mancuso's got more on that.
All right, Anthony, 5:15 remaining here in the fourth quarter, and the Jets maintaining now a 10-point lead, 27-17. Nick Folk just hit a second field goal of the day from 37 yards, and that opened the lead up to 10. Breece Hall, very, very key on that drive. He, in the game, 15 carries, 72 yards. The Jets' defense has really been all over Dylan Gabriel. He's been sacked 6 times and has thrown for just 150 yards. 5:15 remaining in the fourth quarter. The Jets by 10, 27-17.
Thank you so much, Mike. And there's a lot going on right now, a lot of action everywhere. We did get a touchdown from the Texans on that goal line earlier, so it's now 29-16, waiting for the extra point. I would assume they probably will go for 2 because it doesn't really – the math is you want to get that touchdown in a field goal scenario here. The Bears complete a 3rd and 10 to continue that drive. That Jags game has a lot of time left, too. There's 12 minutes left. 2 minutes left in Saints-Panthers. Saints 17, Panthers 7. The Saints have the ball from the Carolina 5 with after the 2-minute warning. We'll see what happens there. The Bucs have taken the ball back from the Patriots, A big interception in this one, on the goal line, I believe it was. I'll get you the exact play. Yeah, on the 2-yard line, 3rd and goal, Drake May looking to put this game out of reach, throws an interception. Smith, after taking a unnecessary roughness, whatever the call was, Drake May was giving himself going up out of bounds a few plays earlier, ends up getting the big, let's see what the exact call was on the run exactly. I can't find it, but Smith with the interception. They now take over after a 5-yard run. They're now at their own 25-yard line, 2nd and 5 for them. The Ravens will start the drive from their 13. The Bills now have the ball, 3rd and 5 from Miami's 24. Let's go out to Chicago. Giants, Bears. The Bears trying to stay alive. David Schuster has more.
All right, Anthony, 5:12 to go here in regulation. The Giants doubling up the Bears 20-10. Jackson Dart, the story of this game, in a lot of ways, actually. He left the contest with concussion protocol. He also has a couple of rushing touchdowns from 3 and 24 yards out, and he was very efficient throwing the football, 19 of 29 for 242 yards. Russell Wilson has taken over in his place. Meanwhile, for the Bears, Caleb Williams, very pedestrian today, 17 of 33 for just 174 yards. The Bears offense pretty much stalling here this afternoon. So again, 5:06 to go here in regulation. The Bears with the ball, but they trail 20-10.
Thank you so much, Dave. Caleb Williams missing some guys. That was a catchable ball, but also if it's placed better, it's probably better. But he misses Roma Dunze a couple plays earlier on what should have been a big play for them. Dylan Gabriel and the Browns, they're on the 14-yard line, and a drop pass to Junkins as this team is trying to get back in it down 10, and that'll make it, let's see. Did they call defensive holding on that? No. I think I'm a play behind on my scorekeeping here. But they are on, this is a few plays behind. I'll get you the exact number. A drop by Junkins, it's going to be 2nd down for the Browns. A big rush by Tucker gets the Bucs into the 30-yard line territory of their own. Let's actually get an update from Raymond James Stadium as Tom Akins has more on Patriots-Bucs.
Well, it looked like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were going to lose this ball game. The New England Patriots have been in command the entire second half until just moments ago when Tyke Smith intercepted Drake May in the Buccaneers' end zone. Since then, Tampa Bay has brought the ball down the field. They're now in Patriots territory. This is only a 5-point game. Early in the season, Baker Mayfield, time after time, came up with last-second miracles. Does he have one more left in his game plan today? Well, we're going to find out. We are nearing the 2-minute warning. We have 2 minutes and 18 seconds left to play in this ball game. Right now, the score, New England 21, Tampa Bay 16, but stay tuned.
Thank you so much, Tom. And the Bears just completed a big play in this one. About 4:40 left. They're down 10. Big pass to Roma Dunze there gets them to the Giants' 31-yard line as they're trying to rally the troops here. Let's see. Caleb Williams drops back, and he's scrambling to the left side, and he's going to get the first. Will he get out of bounds? He may. And he was stumbling. He probably would have had the touchdown if he didn't lose his footing. But he gets down to about the 2-yard line. The Browns are now lining up for a field goal, and that'll be good. They're down a score, 2:57 left in that one. They have, I will let you know in a second, do they have both of their timeouts, all three? They have all three of their timeouts as they kick off with about 2:57 left in the game. And a touchdown of Roma Dunze is going to make it 20-16. The Bucs will take over after the 2-minute warning, 3rd and 3 from New England's 27. And then we have a kickoff to the Jaguars. They're up 11 after the 2-point conversion was good by the Texans. So that one's 29-18. So let's go through the scores right now. Giants 20, Bears 16 as they line up for the extra point. There's 4 minutes left in that one. 3:36 left in Bills-Dolphins. The Bills are attempting the onside kick, and the Dolphins, whoever number 19 is in the Dolphins, just snatched it up. No problemo for him. Wilson Jr. snatches it up, and they will get the ball back with 3 minutes left. The Bills do have all three of their timeouts. There's a flag on the play, I'm assuming, because it didn't go far enough. The Ravens ended up punting the ball back to the Vikings as they get the ball back 27-13, 5 minutes left in that one. Like I said, 2:57 left in the Browns-Jets game as those teams continue to battle it out. Patriots, Bucks, 2 minutes left in that one as they're up 5 over the Buccaneers. And the Jaguars 29, the Texans 18, 12 minutes left in that one. And we will get you all of these games as they go final, get all the exciting action. We'll get you some player interviews as well as live from the stadium. But first, let's go out. Chicago, Giants, this one's coming down to the wire. David Schuster's got more.
All right, Anthony, and the Bears are determined to at least make this a game. They have just scored on a 2-yard touchdown pass from Caleb Williams to Rome Odunze, so that makes it 20-17, 3:56 to go here in regulation. The big play on that drive, actually, Williams running for about 25 yards on a scamper, but he does get into the end zone with the 2-yard pass to Odunze. On the other side, Jackson Dart left the contest about a quarter ago with concussion protocol. He had a couple of touchdown runs. He also had 242 yards in the air. So, again, it's going to be up to the defense of the Bears to keep this one in check. 20-17 Giants, 3:56 to go here in regulation.
Thank you so much, Dave. Let's quickly go out to Houston and get an update in Jags-Texans from Adam Spillane.
All right, the Texans have closed to within 11 after Jason Higgins caught a 12-yard touchdown pass from Davis Mills, and the Texans got the 2-point conversion. So not only do they get within 11 to 29-18, but they have just forced the Jags 3-and-out, and they're going to get really good field position after Trevor Lawrence was sacked on 3rd down. So the Jags are going to punt from their own 9-yard line. 10:25 to go in the fourth quarter. It's Jacksonville 29, the Texans 18.
Thank you so much, Adam. So much more to get to. All the exciting finishes of the 1 o'clock window. The 3 exciting matchups we have in the 4 o'clock window. Jody Mack joins us at 6 o'clock like he does every week. The Mac Man, a lot to come. Exciting finishes, post-game interviews, 4 o'clock window, all right here. We'll update the fantasy scoreboard. We'll check in on my picks. All of that, 4th and 3 for the Bucks here as they try. There's about a minute 55 left. They do have all 3 timeouts, so this may not be the game. We'll try to see if we can get this in before the end of the hour. Let's see. Baker Mayfield is going to get sacked, and that's a devastating play. Oh, wait, he pitched it up, and it's still nothing there for them. We'll come back. We'll wrap up all these games. We'll get you started for the 4 o'clock window. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we're coming down to it. A lot of excitement here. 3rd and 3 for the Jets. If they get the first down, the game is over. If not, the Browns are still in it. The Texans not going down without a fight. In that one, they're down 5 now as that game's coming down to the wire. One final, Saints get their second win of the day, or second win of the year, not of the day, that would have been impressive. 17-7 over the Panthers earlier, 31-25 Colts over the Falcons in Berlin. Let's get an update as the Dolphins try to put away the Bills in what would be the biggest upset of the day. Jack Armprister's got more.
Anthony, the Dolphins have put this game away. They're at the 2-minute warning right now. Buffalo has a 3rd and 11 on its own 34. The Dolphins are on top, 30-13. Devon Achane with a pair of touchdowns here in the fourth quarter, a 59-yard jaunt that capped a 2-play, 62-yard drive. That followed a Jackson Hawes 26-yard touchdown reception from Josh Allen, which brought them within 10. They tried an onside kick. It was no good. The Dolphins recovered the kick, and then Devon Achane again, 35-yard touchdown run, capping a 3-play drive for the Dolphins. The point after was good on that, 30-13. As I mentioned, 2 minutes to go in the contest. It looks like Miami will probably get its first win over Buffalo since 2022.
Thank you so much, Jack. And the Jets lined up 4th and 4. We don't know if they were going to go for it And they lined up. The Browns stacked 8 in the box, even more than 8, and we got a lineman to jump off sides. And they fell. Every time I see that, how is it possible you could fall for that? And they are going to lose this game, the Browns. 4th and 4. There was about 58 seconds left. I think it was on 99. It may have been on Delpit, but either way, embarrassing way to lose. 10 penalties on the day, 78 yards. To lose this one, I guess it's good for Browns fans if you want a quarterback. The Saints and the Jets coming away with wins today. So Tankathon is heating up. And we will come down to it. They are going, Aaron Glenn's going to get his second win of his coaching career, end of the season. The great Jody Mack, will have a lot to say about that one. And we finally will get a resolution to this Bears-Giants game. Bears have the ball. They are in the Giants' red zone, down 3. You cannot feel good if you're a Giants fan. You can't feel good if you're Brian Daboll and you blow this game. So they got to come out and do something for him. And the Bears just trying to build on what was an exciting win last week to win this one in exciting fashion. That'll go a long way. 2-minute warning for the Bills and the Dolphins. Mitch Trubisky is in there, so the white flag has been waved. It's 4th and 9 for the Bills, down 30-13. Listen, if you questioned, the Patriots are going to come away with barring a absolute choke job from them with a big Travion Henderson touchdown earlier. It's a big win, obviously, but if you were someone coming into the day that questioned the Colts, the Broncos, the Patriots for the level of competition they faced, and that's why you don't think they're good, well, the Bills just went out there today and got embarrassed by the Dolphins, a Dolphins team that was hanging on for dear life. So we will get an update there, and oh, man, this Giants-Bears game keeps getting better. And we will get an update there. First, we had an exciting finish in Houston, and Adam Spillane's got us covered.
I bet you didn't think you'd say that when this day started. The Texans, once down 19, have now climbed to within 5 as they get a 7-yard touchdown catch from Dalton Schultz from Davis Mills. The 2-point try was no good, so that makes it a 29-24 game. Davis Mills in starting for C.J. Stroud, 24 of 38, 259 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's also thrown an interception. But the Jags got good field position after a good kick return. And so right now they have it 2nd and 7 on their own 48 as Trevor Lawrence will hand it off, and they get across midfield. That's to Etienne. But a 3rd down is coming up. Travis Etienne now 16 carries for 58 yards in this game. One thing to watch as we tick below 7 minutes in this game, the Texans have just 1 timeout remaining. They have had to burn 2 timeouts trying to avoid delay of game penalties just in this quarter alone, and that is something that might come back to haunt them. Nico Collins, 7 catches, 136 yards for the Texans today. Just his second 100-yard game of the season. Trevor Lawrence, 13 of 22, 158 yards as he throws incomplete on 3rd down, and it looks like the Texans will get the ball back with 6:16 to go, and a team that was once down 29-10 to start this quarter, now down 5, and they are about to get the football back.
Thank you so much, Adam. Let's go out to Chicago as this game has gotten crazy, and David Schuster's got more.
All right, Anthony, we are down to under 2 minutes to go, 1:54 to be exact, and the Bears, with a miraculous comeback, have now taken a 24-20 lead. Caleb Williams, who was really pedestrian through the first 3.5 quarters, but he's come alive here late, like he sometimes does. Williams with a 2-yard touchdown pass to Rome Odunze, and then a very short shank punt by the Giants gave the Bears life, and Williams took advantage and eventually scampered 18 yards into the end zone to give them a 4-point lead, 24-20, with 1:54 to go here in regulation.
Thank you so much, David, and we will get an update on that one as soon as it goes final. The Bucs are kicking the onside kick down 5 after a touchdown by Baker Mayfield, a passing touchdown. So we'll see where that one leaves this one, and it is a high bounce, and Stephon Diggs is going to come down with it, so that'll end the day for the Bucs in our marquee matchup, and Diggs took a hard hit there. On that, he was able to hold on, so kudos to him. Let's go out to Minnesota as the Vikings are trying to make their last stand against the Ravens. Eric Nelson's got more.
All right, hey, Anthony, we are closing in on the 2-minute warning, and right now Baltimore is up 27-19 with the ball, facing a 3rd and 4 from the Ravens 35. Minnesota has no timeouts left. Baltimore with 2. But here's something that will probably light up the sports talk phone lines in the Twin Cities all week if the Vikings don't come back and win this game. They got a touchdown throw from J.J. McCarthy to Jalen Naylor from 10 yards out. That makes the score 27-19. By my math, if you kick the extra point, it's 27-20, and you hope to get the ball back, maybe go down and tie it. Who knows, go for the win. But instead, they chased the points. Minnesota went for 2 after the McCarthy to Naylor hookup, and McCarthy's throw on the deuce attempt incomplete. So Baltimore has an 8-point lead. So really the worst-case scenario for the Ravens would be if they give the ball up to Minnesota, the Vikings have to get the 6 and the 2. Of course, it'll all be a moot point if on this upcoming 3rd and 4 from the Baltimore 35, the Ravens can move the chains and get a first down. They'll basically be able to go into a victory formation. So we're not done yet, but I think Kevin O'Connell will clearly be second guessed on that decision to go for 2 instead of 1. By the way, Lamar Jackson, 176 yards passing for Baltimore, 1 touchdown, no picks. J.J. McCarthy, 244 yards in the air, 1 touchdown, 2 costly interceptions. Aaron Jones, the leading rusher for Minnesota, 47 yards. Derrick Henry has 75 yards on the ground for the Ravens. Zay Flowers is Baltimore's leading receiver, 4 catches, 75 yards. Jalen Naylor is Minnesota's top target for McCarthy, 5 catches, 124 yards, and the touchdown I talked about a few seconds ago. So we'll see what happens here. Baltimore trying to salt it away. The Vikings looking for a stop and then some sort of a miracle. 2 minutes to go in the 4th. Baltimore 27, Minnesota 19 here in Minneapolis.
Thank you so much, Eric. And Lamar Jackson fumbled a snap there. I don't know if it was the transfer to Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers picked it up, and they were able to recover it, gain some yards to make it at 3rd and 4. So a tricky situation there. And I didn't realize. I thought they completed the 2-point conversion. Where a lot of stuff being thrown at us at once. So I didn't even realize that he didn't take the points there. And it's now 4th and 10 for the Giants as they are at the midfield trying to stay alive, down 4, 43 seconds left. They do have 2 timeouts. Russell Wilson is in because Jackson Dart is out, and we'll see what happens there in that one. Davis Mills completed a big 3rd down to continue that one, and it is going to be a tipped ball, and it looks like this game is over. 38 seconds left, even with the 2 timeouts. I do not think the Giants are getting the ball back here. And it looks like the Bears are going to go on to another exciting victory, and the Giants are going to choke away another game. And this is not going to be, taken well by the fans, by ownership after what we heard this week. So we'll see what happens in that one. We'll see what the aftermath is, and we'll get, hopefully, somebody on the phone from the Bears locker room with the victory. Russell Wilson going to throw it deep, and Tyrone Tracy just can't. Tried his best on the block there, and it is, a couple hands to the face there, too. Some karate chops at the end. But the Bears will go on to win that one. 4th and 4 now for the Ravens as they are in the 2-minute warning. Come out of the 2-minute warning, incompletion, so there's going to be a few seconds on that one. It was a trick play. I don't even know what they ran right there on 4th down. So it looks like the Vikings are going to get the ball back with 1 timeout to spare and, down 8. So we'll see if that 2-point conversion failure comes back to bite them in the butt. 2nd and 5 for the Texans, 29-24 Jaguars. They are on their own 43-yard line. They get the first down here with a nice little pass to the right side for Davis Mills. We are kicked off in Seahawks Cardinals, so we'll get an update there as well when that starts to get a little bit more interesting from Lumen Field in Seattle. So they're at the 50-yard line, the Texans. 1st and 10 for them. And it looks like we have a penalty here on the Vikings. I do not know if that is on the punt or not. Let's see what the call is. It's holding, but I think it's on the punt. After the return, they called holding. We'll get some confirmation in that one. A 12-yard run for Nick Chubb puts the Texans in Jaguars territory, 38-yard line for them. The Vikings, it was a offensive holding after the return, so they are starting from the 8-yard line. One timeout, a minute 44 left, 1st and 10 for them. It's going to be 2nd and 10 after an incompletion. So a lot of work to do for the Vikings in that one. All the finals so far, 24-20, Bears over the Giants. 28-23, Pats over the Bucks. Earlier today in Berlin, 31-25, Colts over the Falcons. Dolphins upset the Bills, 30-13. Jets win their second game this year, first game at home, second in Aaron Glenn's career, and the Browns lose their 13th straight road game, 27 Jets, Browns 20, and the Saints upset the Panthers to go to 2-8, 17-7, and that means the Titans now own that number one pick outright by themselves. And J.J. McCarthy is scrambling. He is scrambling, and he gets to the 35-yard line. They keep this one alive. No timeouts left for the Vikings, so I'm sorry for that. That was a confusion on my part. They have no timeouts left. A minute 20 left in this one, 27-19, as they look to tie this game up for the Vikings. A completion to Hawkinson as that gets them to about the 39-yard line. 0-0 in Seahawks Cardinals, and that just changed, and we will get an update in that one as soon as possible. Seahawks Cardinals well into the first quarter. 2nd and 3 for the Texans at Jacksonville's 31-yard line. It's going to be 3rd and 6 now for Minnesota as they're at their own 38 after an incompletion to Naylor by J.J. McCarthy. So 3rd and 6, they're going to try. And Naylor having a big day today. 6 targets, 5 catches, 124 yards, and a touchdown. Justin Jefferson, 12 targets, 4 catches, and 37 yards. So the superstar receiver struggling, and Naylor out there balling out. What a play in this Seahawks Cardinals game, and we'll get a complete update in that one as soon as possible. Jacksonville now 2nd and 3 Houston 2nd and 3 after the 2-minute warning from Jacksonville's 31-yard line. A penalty here on the Vikings, a false start. So now 3rd and 11 from Minnesota's 33-yard line. So with the Bears winning, and you got big Packers and Lions game. Lion game coming up in a little bit at 4:25, but you got a big Packers game tomorrow night against the Eagles. With the Bears winning, this Vikings loss is not going to feel like a missed opportunity just because, 2 tough games for these other division rivals. It's going to feel like they lost some ground as well. J.J. McCarthy scrambling up the middle. A little spin move there gets them to it's going to be about 4th and 4 with 37 seconds left. And they don't have any timeouts, so the clock is running. 30 seconds now. They're taking a while. Addison is just jogging to the line to get ready. 4th and 4 here. 25 seconds, 24. We will go to break and get you an update, and it looks like, I don't know, I think the Ravens called the timeout. I don't know what just happened. We'll go to break. We'll come back. We'll get some post-game sound. We'll talk to some players in the locker room. We'll kick off the 4 o'clock window, all right here on Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sportsnet, BetMGM. I'm Anthony Gallo. Be right back.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. A lot to get to. Every time we go to break, everything in the world happens. So we are getting to it right now. Giants end up losing to the Bears 24-20. The Texans are on the goal line right now. 3rd and goal from Jacksonville's 14. Let's go out to NRG Stadium and get a live update from Adam Spillane.
Yeah, Anthony, and the Texans had 1st and goal from the 2, but a false start, then a 2-yard loss, and another false start has them back at the 14 as Davis Mills is going to scramble out to his left. He's got to the 10, to the 5, dives for the end zone, and he is in for the touchdown. Davis Mills has led the Texans all the way back. This was a 29-10 Jags lead not too long ago, and that's 3 straight touchdown drives led by Davis Mills. And now all of a sudden the Texans will go for 2 to try and make this a 3-point game. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. The Jags have just 1 timeout left. And for Davis Mills, this is a great moment for him. This is his first start since Week 18 of the 2022 season. In 2023, he was the backup quarterback. But when C.J. Stroud suffered a concussion against the Jets, the Texans elected to have Case Keenum start in place of Stroud instead of Mills. And so Mills gets his opportunity today, 27 of 45, 292 yards. He has thrown for 2 touchdowns and now just run for 1 as the Texans line up to go for 2. They just put a second back on the clock, so there's 31 seconds left to go. And Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence, the Jags have not done a whole lot offensively as Mills fumbled the snap, and then he just dives on it. So the 2-point conversion is no good. So Jacksonville will get the ball, trailing by 1. They have Cam Little, their kicker. Remember, he kicked a 68-yard field goal, last week against the Raiders. So the Jags don't have to get very far in order to win this game. But that's where we're at right now, 30-29. Texans leading with 31 seconds to play.
Holy smokes, what a game. And we have got a lot more to cover this. We'll get an update from Seattle, a lot going on there. But first, we are about to, tap in with somebody from the Dolphins. I will give you a confirmation on this Texans-Jags game as soon as that goes final. But first, let's go out to Miami. Our guy Malik Washington joins us after a big 30-13 upset victory. Malik, no one gave you a chance. You guys went out and did it. How you feeling?
Yeah, I think you said nobody gave us a chance, but the guys in this locker room gave us a chance. And we had the belief, we had the work week to go out there and earn a win today, man. So we're excited.
How is it that you guys stay together and that it takes a lot of, cohesion? It takes a lot of hard work. You block out all the noise. How are you guys able to do that this week against a monstrous opponent?
Yeah, like I said, we just go to work each and every day. We go to work, man, with the same mindset, with the same intensity that we've had since the beginning. We go to work and we just keep upping it so that when we go out there on Sunday, we're able to execute, we're able to play together, we're able to be a team, and that's what you saw here today.
What was the message after the trade deadline? Obviously, a lot of names floated out there, and I'm sure that's hard in the locker room. But what was the message to you guys? The deadline passes, and it's back to work.
Yeah, it's noise. It's noise. And, there was extra noise this year with the trade deadline and stuff like that. But all it is noise. And we've talked all year about blocking out the noise, canceling out the noise, and just playing our brand of football, playing Miami Dolphins football.
Take us through the touchdown you caught in the game today. What was going through your mind? What was the play call?
Yeah, that was huge, man, just to get us started, get some points on the board. Early in the game, it's kind of like a little glance, little post route just in the middle of the field, and Tua made an incredible throw. We executed just how we did in practice. So, that was a huge just to get the momentum started.
Malik, enjoy the victory. Go celebrate with your teammates. Thanks for the time, man.
Of course. Thank you, guys.
Malik Washington of the Dolphins, 30-13 over the Bills. They had lost 14 of 15 to the Bills, and they won. They had lost 7 straight, so they go out, they win big. Malik Washington, a couple rushes. He had a big touchdown, a 9-yard touchdown in this one as well. Jalen Waddle, 5 catches, 84 yards, and a touchdown. Devin Achane, 6 catches, 51 yards. He also had 22 carries for 174 yards and 2 touchdowns. Let's go out to Seattle. Like I said, a big Seahawks game so far, and they've done a lot in a few minutes. Neil Scott's got more from Seattle.
All right, we got about 7 minutes to go first quarter. The Seahawks are already up by a score of 14-0. Hawks took the opening kick. The newest Seahawk, Rashid Shaheed, took the kick for a gain of 22 yards. Rashid acquired Tuesday in a trade from the Saints. Seattle got to midfield. Sam Darnold fired a 43-yard touchdown pass to JSN, Jackson Smith-Njigba, for a quick score. The kick was good, 7 plays, 65 yards, and the early lead. Darnold, by the way, 4 for 4 on that drive for 60 yards. On Arizona's first drive, Jacoby Brissett was sacked. He fumbled. DeMarcus Lawrence picked it up. He took it to the house. The kick was good. The Seattle Seahawks add on. 6-3 Seahawks going for their 4th win in a row this afternoon. Right now, we've got 7:15 on the clock in the first quarter, and Seattle's up 14-0 over Arizona.
Thank you so much, Neil. Let's go out to Houston. 13 seconds left in that one. The super late Cam Little, he can hit it from anywhere on God's green earth. Adam Spillane's got a live update from NRG Stadium.
All right, big play just now from Trevor Lawrence. He was sacked on first down by Daniil Hunter and Sheldon Rankins. Hunter now has 3.5 sacks today, but then on second down, he ran for 20 yards. So the Jags have the ball at their own 45-yard line. 5 more yards gets them to that 68-yard spot where Cam Little hit from last week against the Raiders as Lawrence will run wide outside the pocket. He throws to the sideline. It is caught by Parker Washington. There are 7 seconds left, but there is a flag on this play, and this one might be coming back. If the play stands, then it would be a 60-yard attempt for Little, but they're going to call it on the offense. So it's a legal use of the hand. So now you have just 7 seconds left. The Jags do not have a timeout remaining, so this might be the very last play of the game. Maybe you can get something to the sideline and try a long kick from there, but the penalty pushes the ball back to the 35-yard line, so you figure they need to get, 15, 20 yards in order to give Little even an opportunity. But right now the Jags are lined up to run a play here, and again, they have just 7 seconds left and no timeouts left. So this might be the last play. The Texans have, about 3 guys back. Sorry, the Texans have three guys back at their own 40, and now it looks like Houston will call its final timeout. So 7 seconds to go, 1 point lead for the Texans, and it looks like this might be the last gasp for Jacksonville.
Thank you so much, Adam. We'll check in with him once that goes final. The 4:25 games have kicked off, so all 3 4 o'clock games are underway. Let's check in. Lions, Commanders. Our guy, Chris Russell's got more for us.
All right, good afternoon. Been a while since I've been with you guys. The Lions and the Commanders, as you just said, underway, and the Lions forcing a 3-and-out from the Commanders' offense on their first series. Of course, it's an offense without Jaden Daniels and without Terry McLaurin once again. Daniels, his 3rd different injury of the year. He's expected to miss not only this week, but also next week against the Dolphins in Madrid, and then they'll reevaluate. No word on Terry McLaurin, but he's missed a bunch of games so far this year. So again, the Lions struggling a little bit coming in this game, but at 5-3, trying to get revenge for a Saturday night divisional playoff round loss at home as the 1 seed to the Commanders last January, and they are getting the ball first on their first possession, I should say, after forcing a 3-and-out for the Commanders, who come in losers of 4 in a row and at 3-6 overall.
Thank you so much, Chris, as well. We've got about 7 seconds left. They're about to line up for this play in the Jags-Texans game. And then we also have 14-0 Seahawks-Cardinals, 0-0 in the Rams-Niners game. We'll get an update from both of those as well. And then let's go out to Houston to get an update on this final play from Texans, Jags. Adam Spillane has more for us.
Well, Anthony, we had a score on the game's final play, but it was a defensive score. As Trevor Lawrence got flushed out of the pocket, he lost the ball. It was picked up. I can't tell if it was a fumble or if it was an interception, but Sheldon Rankins came up with it. It will go down as an interception. I couldn't see who had the pressure on Lawrence, but Rankins able to catch the ball in the air, and then he runs down the sideline for a touchdown. It is a 36-29 final. The Texans outscore the Jags 26-0 in the fourth quarter, and they win a game that they absolutely had to have as they get to 4-5 on the season, and just a crushing loss for the Jags, who fall to 5-4. So the Texans, they play Tennessee next week in Nashville, but you have to think that now they've got a little bit of an opportunity now to maybe make some sort of a run in the AFC. They had to get this win. They get it, and for the Jags, just a crushing defeat. So final score, the Texans 36 and the Jags 29.
Thank you so much, Adam. They're showing it right now. I mean, the Jaguars right now are currently that last seed in the AFC, 5-4. Chiefs 5-4, and the Texans now 4-5. They have the best defense statistically in football. I think it's the best defense in football, but statistically, if you want to argue with the stats, they have the best defense in football. And today they were able to do it offensively, finally getting these wideouts healthy. Davis Mills, C.J. Stroud hurt. Davis Mills getting the job done. Nico Collins, big day, 7 catches, 136 yards. 14 carries, 63 yards for Woody Marks. Davis Mills, 292 yards and 2 touchdowns. So a massive day for the Texans, and the Jags are left scratching their heads. Liam Cohen throwing a tantrum on the sidelines afterwards, and they got the guy who goes to grab the headset, and he's smashing on the ground. This guy's like diving to catch it. Very funny. We'll get all the action from the 4 o'clock window. We'll talk to some players from the locker room. If we talk to Malik Washington of the Dolphins, if you missed that Odyssey app, use the rewind function. Seahawks 14-0. 0-0 Rams Niners. 0-0 Lions Commanders. We'll go to the update, and then we'll come back. Here's our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flash.
Just a disastrous fourth quarter for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They're outscored by the Texans 26-0 in the fourth. The Texans using those 26 points to win over the Jaguars 36-29. Giants quarterback Jackson Dart was ruled out with a concussion after taking a hard hit on a fumble in the third quarter. Russell Wilson took over at quarterback for the Giants. They then blew a 10-point fourth quarter lead with 4 minutes to play. Just the latest disastrous fourth quarter for the Giants. Caleb Williams running in the go-ahead score for the Bears, who are now win 24-20. The Bears improved to 6-3. The Giants are 2-8. And there's a bit of a shakeup at the top of the draft. The Jets earned their second win, 27-20 over the Browns. And the Saints, also quarterback needy, win a second in Carolina, 17-7. The Dolphins stunned the Bills for their third win, 30-13. Devon Achane going off for 174 yards rushing and 2 scores. The Patriots are now 8-2. That's 2 games up on the Bills in the AFC East. The Pats with an impressive 28-23 win in Tampa. Rookie running back Trevion Henderson with 147 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. The Ravens win a third straight, 27-19 over the Vikings. Baltimore is 4-5. Jonathan Taylor running for 244 yards and 3 touchdowns, including the walk-off in overtime. Colts 31, Falcons 25 in Berlin. The Colts are 8-2. Current action, the Seahawks have taken a 14-0 lead on the Cardinals. A defensive touchdown. Jackson Smith-Njigba already 4 catches, 82 yards and a score for Seattle. Still in the first quarter in Seattle. The Rams and Niners scoreless. They're only 4+ minutes in. The Rams have the ball down at the Niners' 2-yard line. Lions and Commanders also scoreless. Lions have the football in Commanders' territory. Tonight, Aaron Rodgers to the Steelers are visiting the Chargers at SoFi Stadium, and former NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue has died at 84 years old. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that is right. We are back. The 1 o'clock window wrapped up, but we are not done. The 4 o'clock window is just underway, and we've got a lot to get to. But first, let's go out our marquee matchup of the 1 o'clock window. Bucks, Patriots. Patriots win 28-23. And joining us for the second week in a row, Demario Douglas. What's going on, Demario? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. You know, it's always good. This is the first time this year we've had back-to-back same guests, which means you guys won 2 in a row. Let's start with this. Coming into this game, you were one of the teams that everyone said you hadn't beaten anyone, and they were not giving you credit. What do you guys say to the haters as you win yet another game?
What? Man, we just gonna keep going. You don't let the haters sit back and keep hating.
Every week it feels like someone new steps up, whether it was Kyle Williams and Matt Collins this week, Diggs and yourself on other weeks. What are you guys preaching to the locker room to make sure everyone's ready every week?
Man, just stay ready, be ready. You never know when your opportunity is coming, and make sure you're ready, because your opportunity can come any game, any time, any moment.
What's the feeling of the locker room right now? I know you guys have to be hyped up.
Yeah, it's good, man. They carrying out now, but them guys, they turned. Another game, but we got to hurry up and change our mindset because we got a game Thursday.
What can you say to the young running back Travion Henderson stepping up with the injury to Stevenson and having a career day on the field?
Man, I'm proud of him. He's been, prepping for this moment, and I think he's been ready for this moment.
DeMario, I appreciate you. Thank you for the time yet again. Go enjoy the victory.
Thank you.
DeMario Douglas, he added 2 catches, 34 yards. A big win for the Patriots, 28-23. Drake May, 16 of 31, 270, and 2 touchdowns in that one. Let's go out, though. Washington, Detroit, they're battling it out, and a lot going on in that one. Let's go out to our guy, Chris Russell, as he's got an update for us from Washington.
All right, Anthony, the Lions have taken a 7-0 lead here with 7:11 left to go in the first quarter. Actually, now 6:40 left to go in the first quarter here in Landover. The Commanders have the ball right now. They are at Detroit's 29-yard line after a big kickoff return from Noah Igbenogany. But as far as the Lions, they got their offense going with a 16-yard wide-open flat route pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Then Amon-Ra St. Brown also was involved in a deep shot that he came up just empty on, but it ultimately led to Jahmyr Gibbs' second pass-catching touchdown of the year, 8th overall, a 14-yard slant pass from Jared Goff, and the extra point capping off a 10-play, 78-yard, 5-minute and 4-second drive to give the Lions the 7-0 lead. Again, the Commanders now driving and inside the Detroit 30 here with 6:31 left to go in the first quarter.
Thank you so much, Chris. And in the Rams-Niners game, it's 7-0 Rams over the Niners. Matt Stafford, 4 of 6 for 39 yards. Tyrod Williams, 4 carries, 25 yards, and a touchdown. Devontae Adams, 2 catches for, I clicked off there, 25 yards. And he is now 5 catches away from 1,000 all time. And I believe he caught DeAndre Hopkins, who is 1 slot ahead of him in that one. And if he hits 1,000, he'll be tied with Hines Ward for 16th all time. So we'll monitor that as the day goes along. In this one, I think DeAndre Hopkins had, Hopkins had 2 catches, so he's still 1 behind Hopkins, who needed 7 on the day, or 6 on the day, to get to that same number. Matt Stafford scrambling to the right, and after the penalty that made it 1st and 5, it's now 2nd and 5 for Matt Stafford and the Rams. Like we said, Chris told you, 7-0 Lions over Commanders, and we will watch that one. And we got players coming up. We spoke to Malik Washington. We spoke to DeMario Douglas, so a lot to get to there as well. Let's give you an updated leaderboard in the fantasy football world in a standard PPR league. Jonathan Taylor today, 49.6 points on the day. Devon Achane, 40.5. Trevion Henderson, 28. Davis Mills, 27.68. Jackson Dart, who left the game early due to injury, and the Giants ended up losing, 26.28. Caleb Williams, 25.1. Drake London, 24.4. Emeka Ibuka, 23.5. Jalen Naylor, 23.4. So a lot of Tez Johnson, 20.2. A lot to go around there in that one. Defense-wise, I think we had the Jets had 20 and the Texans had 16. The Jags, who started hot, only ended up with 8. So that is worth noting as well. And there is Tyler Loop and Cam Little. Cam Little, the new GOAT of kicking, goes out there and gives us another big day. And the Jags had a chance to get in the field goal range, and a sack and a penalty cost them late. And if that penalty doesn't occur, they probably get the 60-yard field goal in that one. It's now 1st and 10 for the Rams from their 41-yard line, and Matt Stafford has the completion to Devontae Adams, as that's going to get them to the 35-yard line in Niners territory. Cardinals have the ball 2nd and 6 from Arizona's 47-yard line, and Washington just hit the kick. Let's go out to Seattle and get an update. Cardinals, Seahawks, Neil Scott's got more for us.
All right, end of the first quarter here, and Seattle is way up, 21-0. 3 first-quarter touchdowns by the 6-3 Seahawks. A 43-yard pass from Sam Darnold on the opening drive, and then the D stepped up, forcing a Jacoby Brissett sack and fumble. And DeMarcus Lawrence picked it up. He took it to the pay station for another quick score. Then on Seattle's second possession of the quarter, they moved quickly downfield on 2nd and goal from the 9. Running back George Halani took it in for another Seattle score. The third score in the first quarter. That was 9 plays, 81 yards. Sam Darnold, by the way, 7 of 8 for 95 yards in quarter number 1. We are at the break here between quarters. It is second quarter about to start. Seahawks are up 21-0 over the Cardinals.
Thank you so much, Neil. And that is getting away quick from the Cardinals. They're going to have to come away with something here. Obviously, these games are never over. We've seen it enough. 2 Giants collapses this year, whether it was today or the one against the Broncos. We've seen it with, the Bears and Bengals last week. We just saw it with the Texans and the Jags. So this game is not over for the Cardinals, but it can get away from them quick. That division, the Seahawks and Rams are tied at 6-2 apiece. The Niners are 6-3. They're actually 3-0 in the division, which is crazy to think about with all the injuries they suffered. And the Cardinals are 3-5. So a win here would keep them, lockstep with not just the division, but also the rest of the conference in that wild card picture as we continue to wrap around the league. So with that catch now, Devontae Adams, is even closer to that milestone. Matt Stafford is 2 touchdown passes away from 400. He's actually 21 away from being in the top 8 all-time. Some other notables, Joe Flacco is 4 away from being in the top 20 all-time, and Patrick Mahomes is 9 away from being top 21 all-time, which is incredible when you think about how much football that guy's got left in his career. Aaron Rodgers is 20 behind Peyton Manning to move in the 3rd all-time. That seems far-fetched for him to get unless he plays another year at least the level he's playing now. Earlier in the 1 o'clock window, Texans came back big, 26 fourth-quarter points. Yes, there was the fumble recovery at the end of the game that ended up, kind of not mattering. It just sealed it. But 26 unanswered fourth-quarter points to win the game 36-29. The Saints win on the road 17-7. The Patriots beat the Bucs 28-23. The Jets win 27-20. The Ravens win 27-19. The Dolphins win 30-13. The Bears win 24-20 over the Giants, outscoring them by 11 in the fourth quarter to come from behind and win. The Colts won in Berlin earlier today, 31-25. Later tonight, we get Steelers-Chargers, and tomorrow night we get Eagles-Packers. So those are big ones as well. As far as the spreads in the early window, let's actually get an update on these ones. Is we've got only one team, 2 teams covered. Ravens and Texans covered. Everyone else beat the spread today. So that is a big early window. If you were one of them, my picks, obviously, I did not hit my Browns pick. Hit the Ravens, hit the Baker Mayfield 220 yards passing. So we'll monitor that one. Kenneth Walker, anytime touchdown, I do not believe has been hit yet, and it has not been. George Holani scoring for the Seahawks, so everyone getting involved in that one. And Jackson Smith-Njigba off to such a fast start, 4 catches, 82 yards, and a touchdown. Sam Darnold, 7 of 8, 95 yards, and a touchdown in that one. So a lot going on there. They did have the big recovery from DeMarcus Lawrence. Rashid Shaheed making his Seahawks debut. He's got a carry for 10 yards and a reception for 3 yards on his only target. And I think we've got another one here in San Francisco as the Niners and Rams are battling it out. I think it's Puka Nacua with a touchdown there. We'll get an update and confirmation as soon as possible. 3rd and 11 for the Cardinals as they're trying to get anything going. And it may be another turnover here. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Thank you. And that is going to be a touchdown. DeMarcus Lawrence this time with the big scoop. I don't even know if you call it scoop and score. I think that was an interception on that one. Let's go out to San Francisco. Rams, Niners. Ryan Leong's got an update for us.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, so it's just cooking out here in Santa Clara today. It's about 80 degrees at kickoff. The Rams are hot as well. They're leading 14-0 over the Niners. 5:34 to go in the first quarter. First, it was Kyron Williams, and he got into the end zone on a 2-yard scoring run. Moments ago, Matthew Stafford hooked up with Puka Nacua on a 22-yard touchdown reception.
All right, Ryan, we're going to have to come back to you in a moment just because we have somebody on the line now. Jets with a big victory today, coming up with their second win of the season, and we go out to MetLife. The Jets knock off the Browns. Tony Adams joins us now. What's going on, Tony?
Hey, how y'all doing, man? I'm doing good.
So going into the week, you obviously dealing with first the speculation of the trade deadline and then the departure of your teammates. How was it, obviously as a team, but more specifically that defense, how was it coming into today and being able to pull out the victory?
Earlier in the week, it was hard, you know what I'm saying, because, I've been here for 4 years, so I had to build bonds with both of those guys. They're like brothers, you know what I'm saying? But when you have a great leader like AG, Coach Wilkes, and have guys around you, like we just all bonded together. We bonded together even stronger so we could stay together. And I think ultimately that's why we came out here and played the way we played.
So I live in the market, I work in the market, and you guys have dealt with a lot of outside noise. No one really giving you a chance even before the trades, and after the trades even less. What do you guys credit for being able to stay together and stay competitive?
Man, the only thing that matters is the men in this room. The only thing that matters is the people that take this field. The only thing that matters is these fans that stay by our side no matter what, you know what I'm saying? And that's what we're going out there and play for us. The outside noise, it don't mean nothing, you know?
Tony, thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it. Enjoy the victory. Good luck the rest of the season.
All right, thank you as well.
Tony Adams of the Jets. We will get back to Ryan on the other side and get a full breakdown of the Niners Rams game. We'll get into the Lions and Commanders and this Seahawks blowout of the Cardinals. Stay with us. 3 more hours to go. The great Jody Mack joins us at 6 o'clock. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. $45 seconds remaining. $30 seconds remaining. $15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, we are flying through every Sunday. The excitement, everything, it flies through. And in this Niners-Rams game, the landman, not the show on Paramount, but the landman punching out the ball of Jawan Jennings, and the Rams take over in that one. Cardinals down 28-0. 2 defensive scores in this one it was a fumble. I thought it was an interception. Doesn't matter. Same difference. Ended up in a touchdown for DeMarcus Lawrence. And that one. And then another fumble return earlier for the touchdown. So 2 defensive scores for the Seahawks. Sam Darnold also has a touchdown, and Halani as well on the ground. So Darnold in the air and Halani on the ground. Jackson Smith and Jigba, 4 catches, 82 yards and a touchdown. Jacoby Brissett has 2 carries for 15 yards. That's about the extent of his day so far. And this Cardinals team it's getting away from them fast. After a big Monday night victory, this fell apart fast for them. 14-3 Lions over the Commanders. Let's go check in with our guy, Chris Russell.
All right, Anthony, it's 14-3 now. The Detroit Lions leading the Washington Commanders here. Amon-Ra St. Brown just plunging in for a touchdown to get the second touchdown on the board of the day for the Detroit Lions for 9 yards on a 3rd and 7, little slant inside play against Mikey Sanderstill, who the Commanders have left inside at slot corner this year, or I should say again today, despite losing Marshawn Lattimore to the outside. There was some talk about him playing to the outside. Either way, it doesn't matter. Amon-Ra St. Brown just torched him on the route, and the touchdown was pretty much a pitch and catch from Jared Goff for 9 yards, as I mentioned, on third down. Earlier, it was Jahmyr Gibbs on a similar-looking play, a slant, for 14 yards, also from, of course, Goff, capping off a 10-play, 78-yard drive. So the Lions have scored on the 9-play, 65-yard drive just a second ago, and a 10-play, 78-yard drive. They've given up the 44-yard field goal in that game. Marcus Mariota, of course, is the quarterback for the Commanders, with Jaden Daniels once again out. No Terry McLaurin as well, and as you can imagine, the Commanders kind of struggling on offense here. But the Detroit Lions, the story so far, 5-3, looking for a 6th win on the year and to kind of get back on track. And one other note that we should mention, it appears based on multiple national reports, hard to see from here, that Dan Campbell, the head coach of the Lions, is calling some, if not all, of the plays, according to, again, multiple national reports. So that is interesting when you consider that they lost Ben Johnson over the offseason to the Bears, and Johnny Morton's been the offensive coordinator so far, and the Lions have struggled a little bit. So far today, absolutely no problem. 14-3 with about 52 seconds left to go here in the first quarter in Landover.
Thank you so much, Chris. Let's go out to Seattle. Cardinals, Seahawks, and this one's getting away quick from the Cardinals. Neil Scott has more on that one.
Boy, you got that right. 12-17 left to go here in the second quarter. It's already 28-0. Seahawks over the Cardinals, leading 21-0 to start the second quarter. The Seahawk defense did what it did in the first quarter, sacking Jacoby Brissett, forcing a fumble, picked up again by DeMarcus Russell, and he scored on his second defensive touchdown of the day. The kick was good. Seattle now leads 28-0, a 28-yard defensive touchdown to open the second quarter. Sam Darnold, 7 of 8, 95 yards, 1 touchdown. Seahawks have beaten the Cardinals 8 straight, and they are in an early blowout. Right now, we've got 12 minutes left to go on the clock in the second quarter. Seattle 28, Arizona 0.
Thank you so much, Neil, for that update. And it is getting away very quickly from the Cardinals, and this is going to be a devastating loss. Earlier in the week, actually yesterday, sorry, not that much earlier in the week, Adam Schefter said he was hearing around the league that they could part ways with Kyler Murray, and that was imminent. So he could be, if they cut him before the June 1st designated deadline, or whatever they call that deadline, he is a 57.5 cap hit of dead cap. So that could be where they go. And we've seen the Eagles made it popular with Carson Wentz, and we've seen it with other teams as well. Let's get an update on the Tankathon scoreboard as well. Coming into the week, the Bengals, Cowboys, Chiefs, and Titans all on bye. The Titans at 1-8 are still the number 1 overall seed, with the results today being the Saints winning, the Jets winning, and the Dolphins winning. The Saints are now 2. The Giants are now 3. The Browns, Jets, and Vegas, and the Dolphins round off the top 7. Depending on what happens with the Commanders today, they could be 8 or 9. The Falcons lost, but that pick is owned by the Rams. So if the Falcons end up not doing anything better than what it is now, it's going to be a huge loss for them, and the Rams coming away. A team that used to have no picks, now they have all the picks. And let's go to Santa Clara and get an update from our guy, Ryan Leong, on the Niners-Rams game. What's going on, Ryan?
Hey, what's going on, Anthony? Yeah, this game is all Rams so far. It's 14-0 Los Angeles, 1:41 to go in the first quarter, and they could try to make it a 3-score lead here by the end of the quarter. What's happened so far is Matthew Stafford, he's 9 of 14 for 120 yards. He's thrown a 22-yard touchdown pass to Puka Nacua, also a 2-yard scoring run from Kyron Williams. Now get this, guys. Of first downs, Rams already outgaining the Niners 12-2 in first downs. They're also 2 of 2 on third down conversion, and in total offense, 171-50. So the Rams are really giving it to the 49ers right now. The winner of this game will be second place in the NFC West. Again, it's a 14-0 LA lead, 1:04 to go in the first quarter.
Thank you. So that's a crazy stat, 12-2 on the first downs, and it's only the first quarter. Insane stat from our guy, Ryan Leong. And we get a big pass to Cooper Kupp, who's finally looking healthy for this Seahawks offense. And they have a plethora of options. I can tell you this, the Rams and the Seahawks, they still obviously have to close out this game. Two very sneaky teams that do not get enough credit for how good they actually are in this one. And we will talk to Jody more. Jody, kudos to Jody. He's been very high on the Seahawks since, week one came upon us. But we will go to 13-2 now on the first down differential for the Rams. They are on the 25-yard line, and a Kyron Williams 2-yard gain gets them to the 23. So we'll see if they get into the red zone and ultimately score. After that Kupp reception, it's now 2nd and goal from Arizona's 3, and the Seahawks are threatening to add another score to an already lopsided 28-0 trouncing of the Cardinals. It looks like Kenneth Walker play action to the right side, and it is incomplete. Jackson Smith and Jigba asking for the pass interference. He's not going to get it, though. But once again, let's get an update real quick on this Tankathon. Titans are first. Saints are second. Giants are third. Cleveland is fourth. Jets are fifth. Vegas is sixth. The Dolphins are seventh. And obviously, depending on what happens with Washington, they will be 8th or 9th with the Bengals following them. And then Atlanta, Arizona, and Dallas. Baltimore currently 13th, but I think that they've got their eyes set on the playoffs in that one. Cleveland also owns Jacksonville's pick, which they currently sit 19th. Essentially, the way it is, you get the top 18, then the wild card round losers, then the divisional round losers, conference championships losers, and the Super Bowl teams. So that's only going to be ranked out by record. And the Jets right now have that Colts pick, so that's projected. They have the best record in football because they own the tiebreaker against the Broncos, but that doesn't, that won't mean anything until we actually get there. As far as the NFL standings go in the divisions, after today's results, Patriots are 8-2. They have a commanding lead over the 6-3 Bills. They also own the tiebreaker against them right now. And the craziest part about the Patriots is they're 5-0 on the road, 3-2 at home, 5-0 on the road. The Steelers, pending tonight's game, obviously have a 1.5-game victory, 2 in the loss column over the Ravens. So we'll see what happens tonight. It could be one game after if they lose to the Chargers tonight, and the Bengals 3-6, Browns 2-7. Jaguars choking away the game today. They're 5-4. They sit in second, behind the 8-2 Colts. And behind them, just one game behind them, the Texans at 4-5. In the AFC West, Broncos 8-2, Chargers 6-3, Chiefs 5-4. So the Broncos sitting right now. Again, the Chargers own the tiebreaker against them, but as of right now, the Broncos will be in first place going into next week's big matchup against the Chiefs. In the NFC East, the Eagles are running away with that division. 2 3-win teams and a 2-win team. They are 6-2. On what it should be a huge Monday night game, Eagles-Packers this week. And then we have the Packers at 5-2. This is one of those very intriguing divisions, as there's a few of them in the NFC. Packers 5-2, Bears 6-3, Lions 5-3, and the Vikings are 4-5. I just saw a very cool stat that Jared Goff has the most passing touchdowns since 2022 in the entire NFL. So very intriguing there, as you can see how good that Lions offense really is when it's clicking. Outpacing the Washington Commanders right now, 160 to 50 yards. They have 11 first downs, and the Commanders have 3. They're in the second quarter, though. 14-3 Lions over the Commanders. They're on their own 30-yard line, and Jahmyr Gibbs is going to bust out a big 20-plus yard run in that one. Rams still up 14-0. They're on the goal line, and it is, second and goal at Arizona's 1 for the Seahawks, and the Rams are now at first and goal, and it is, let's see what the exact yardage is on this one. I'll tell you in a second. They have about 14:30 left in that one. They're on the 9-yard line, so they are looking to punch it in and make this a 3-score game. No matter what, and a handoff to Charbonnet gets him to about the 4-yard line. We'll see what comes of that drive. Jared Goff dropping back from it's a tip ball in the air. Oh, it almost picked off by the Commanders. Two defensive linemen as they both dove for it. Could not get to it in time. So just out of their grasps in that one. And going back to the standings just to wrap it up. Bucks 6-3, Panthers 5-5, Falcons 3-6, and the Saints 2-8. If the Panthers could have pulled that game out today against the Saints, they would have been 6-4 and a half game behind the Bucks in that division. Not how we thought that one would be. And we may have I don't know, but we may have another score here in this Niners-Rams game. So we'll get an update as soon as possible on that one. And a big catch and run here from, I think that was Jahmyr Gibbs, and it was. It's Jahmyr Gibbs getting involved often in this one. 6-2 Rams and Seahawks sitting atop the division. 6-3 Niners and the 3-5 Cardinals as they all face off with each other this week. In division, though, the Niners are 3-0. The only team in the league currently 3-0 against their division rivals. Oh, actually, I'm wrong. The Chargers are 3-0. They started the year 3-0 against the division. So a big start for them in this one. And we'll get an update in that. First and 10 for Washington from their own 31-yard line, or from Washington's 31-yard line. So the Lions have the ball, first and 10, Washington's 31-yard line, up 14-3. Rams threatening here after that big play, and we'll get a confirmation on that as soon as it goes. And in the Seahawks-Cardinals game, we've got another score. Zach Charbonnet, this time from the goal line, about a 4-yard run. 35-0 with 8 minutes to go in that quarter. Let's go out to Washington and get an update from our guy, Chris Russell, Commanders, Lions. What's going on? We'll go back to him there. He's obviously working on something. These guys all working really hard with the games. And we got now with the field goal 35-0 in the Seahawks and Cardinals game. And Jared Goff with a big completion here. Jameson Williams, I think that was. We'll get a confirmation on that with a big catch and run. It gets the first down, and they continue to move the ball forward. That was actually Khalif Raymond for 13 yards. They're now on the 18 of Washington. 2nd and 10 now after Jahmyr Gibbs run for 0 yards. Rams actually just took a timeout. They're up 21-0 after the Davis Allen touchdown from Matt Stafford. We'll get to all that. I think Matt Stafford just got to the number that we were talking about, the milestone. We'll update that as well. Stay right here. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day. We'll be right back.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We've got a few blowouts on our hands right now. And let's go out to Maryland and get the first update from Commanders versus the Lions, as our guy Chris Russell's got us covered.
Yeah, Anthony, this might not be as bad as it is for Arizona against Seattle, but it's getting real bad real early for the Commanders, as kind of expected. Now 22-3, Detroit with 9:40 left to go before halftime, as Jahmyr Gibbs just added his second touchdown of the day. This one on the ground, breaking a couple of tackles, 13 yards out, capping a 9-play, 87-yard, 5-minute and 11-yard drive, plus the 2-point conversion, which Dan Campbell went for, even though they would have been up 21-3 with the extra point. So they get the 2-point conversion from David Montgomery on a rush up the middle, and it's, again, 22-3 Detroit with, again, 9:41 left to go. Now, after on the touchdown play, Deron Payne, one of the Commanders' better defensive linemen, he had a unnecessary roughness, personal foul, and ejection call against him. So he is done for the day. You just watched him walk off to the locker room. So it goes from bad to worse for the Commanders, who, again, don't even have Jaden Daniels, don't have Terry McLaurin. Marcus Mariota is only 4 of 8 for 44 yards, seemingly can't get anything going. Jared Goff is 11 of 15 for a $128 and 2 touchdown passes, one to Amon-Ra for 9 yards, and the earlier one to Gibbs for 14 yards. So, again, Detroit up 22-3, 9:41 to go before halftime.
Thank you so much, Chris. And he's not kidding. It has gotten worse. That is an unnecessary penalty there. And we've got I think that was a big fourth down stop there. I think they're going to have to measure that. But 4th and 1 for the Niners as they were at the Rams' 11-yard line. They run the ball to the left in a single back formation, and Christian McCaffrey tripped up, and it looks like he was short inches of the line. So we'll see if they confirm that or not. I think they're going to measure it in that. But the Cardinals looking to get on the board. A scramble by Jacoby Brissett gets them to the 3-yard line, and then a pass out of the back of the end zone. So it's now 3rd and goal at Seattle's 3-yard line. They took an official timeout, so 5 minutes left in the half there. 8:40 left in the half in Santa Clara, Rams-Niners. And like Chris said, it is 9:41 left in the half as the Lions are getting ready to kick off 22-3. And we've got a lot of blowouts. You know what they always say, though? I feel like we've had a couple of these where, you always think the window is going to end up being a dud, and then you get a few exciting ones at the end. And we saw what happened in the Giants Bears game and the Texans Jags game, that these games are never over. And it looks like, I think that was Zay Jones in the back of the end zone getting hurt. I don't know if he was touched. It looked like it was non-contact. Could be a cramp, though. So we'll see what that ends up being for the Cardinals, as that would be a devastating injury for their wide receiver core. I mean, we saw it earlier with Woody Marks, though, where he walked off the field and collapsed, and then he was back in there to win the game later for the Texans. So we'll see what happens. And the Commander's body language on TV is just not good. And they're showing the penalty that led to the ejection. Oh, he just straight up punched him. Payne just straight up punched Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's wild. And then Kinlaw also getting a penalty. So not a smart. I didn't see the replay when it happened. We saw a touchdown and I was looking away. But that is a embarrassing penalty to take there. And I don't care what he said to you. I mean, just because you're down by this much doesn't mean you got to start swinging on dudes. But he's out now. He is gone from the game for sure. I'm trying to get an exact update. I'm pretty sure that's the one that led to the ejection there. He was a full punch. And you know what? Here's another thing is too, for, football players who punch people with helmets on. Probably not a smart idea. We'll get an update on all those, but let's go out to Santa Clara. Rams, Niners. Ryan Leong's got an update for us.
All right, Anthony, I was right. I mean, that the Rams would take a 3-score lead. They didn't do it in the first quarter, but they did it now in the second quarter. 21-0, L.A. with the lead. Matthew Stafford comes up with the 400th touchdown of his illustrious career. He finds Davis Allen on a 4-yard touchdown pass. I tell you, if you guys watched the replay, he mimicked or did a touchdown reminiscent of the catch. And by the way, Davis Allen wears number 87. So it looked just like that. But of course, the opposing team and the Rams are really laying it on. The Niners are so desperate here. They went for it on 4th and 1 from the LA 11, and Christian McCaffrey did not gain the distance needed for a first down. So the ball turnover on downs. LA's got the ball deep in their own territory. It is all LA. Stafford right now is 11 of 16 for 139 yards and 2 scores. Kyron Williams has 50 yards rushing on 9 carries, including a 2-yard touchdown run. And let's see, for the Niners, not much going there. Christian McCaffrey, 6 carries, 13 yards rushing. Mac Jones, 7 of 9 for 78 yards. It's all L.A. 21-0 in the second quarter.
Thank you so much, Ryan. It is definitely all L.A., as that 4th down stop could be what – I know it's only the second quarter, but that could end up being the nail in the coffin for the Niners. And I like the move. I was okay with it. And he was, a couple – one missed tackle away from getting the first down easily. So we'll see what happens in that one. For the 1 o'clock window, we do it every week. We give you Gallo's Fantasy 5 and the top 5 leaders. And this includes, if we do a London game, a Europe game, it'll include that as well. Jonathan Taylor, 32 rushes, 244 yards, 3 touchdowns on the ground, and then 3 catches for 42 yards. That was for a total of 49.6. In some leagues, you got 50, 51. Devon Achane, 22 rushes, 174 yards, 6 receptions, 51 yards. He also had 2 touchdowns, 40.5 points. This is all standard PPR league scoring. Trevion Henderson, 14 rushes, 147 yards, and a touchdown for 28 points. Davis Mills, 27 of 45, 292 yards, 2 touchdowns, an interception, 3 rushes for 20 yards, and a touchdown on the ground as well. That gets us 27.68. And then at 26.28, Jackson Dart didn't even finish the game. 19 of 29, 242 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns on 66 yards. So a big day there. Those are the top 5 guys from this earlier window. Jonathan Taylor, Devon Achane, Trevion Henderson, Davis Mills, and Jackson Dart. Some other notables, Caleb Williams had 25 already in the first half. Jahmyr Gibbs has 25. So a big start for that offense to have that many fantasy points. That's an indication of you guys are doing something right. Somebody who's not doing anything right is the Cardinals, as they are getting run over by the Seahawks, and Neil Scott has a complete breakdown for us.
All right, 3:27 left to go here in the first half, and Seattle leads this one 35-0. Seahawks putting on a clinic this afternoon, scoring at will offensively and defensively. Midway in the second quarter, Seahawk wide receiver Cooper Kupp caught a pass from Sam Darnold and took it 63 yards to the 3-yard line. After a Seattle penalty, Zach Charbonnet took it in from 6 yards out. Kick was good. Seattle adds to the carnage. 2 defensive touchdowns by DeMarcus Lawrence this afternoon. And looks like I can't see from here, but the Hawks just fumbled on the 2-yard line, so Arizona's got another shot. Right now it's 35-0, and we've got about 3 minutes left to go here in the half.
Thank you so much for the update, Neil. As that one, Cardinals getting some life here as Darnold fumbled, so we'll see what happened there. In the red zone, it's now after the 4th down completion. It's now 1st and goal at Detroit 6. The touchdown here would be huge to make it a 12-point game before the half, and you don't know, maybe you get some more points in that one. There's a flag down on the previous touchdown, so it doesn't look like that is going to stand. And the Commanders down at the 1-yard line as it's going to be 2nd and goal now. They're searching for their first touchdown of the game, their first meaningful points of the game as well in this one. So real quick, update all the scoreboards. 22-3 Lions over Commanders, 21-0 Rams over Niners, 35-0 Seahawks over Cardinals. And Mac Jones dropping back on 2nd and 9, and he'll complete a pass to get that to the 25-yard line. And we'll see. Let's go out to the Commanders-Lions game, as I think we've got a score in that one. Chris Russell's got more for us.
Yep, you got it, Anthony. And indeed we do. Chris Rodriguez up the middle for a 1-yard touchdown. Just waiting for the extra point here. And they're going to say it was a delay of game wiping out the extra point, so that'll, of course, move the Commanders back a little bit. So we still wait for that extra point. Right now it's 22-9 after the Rodriguez short touchdown run. Now that was preceded by a Zach Ertz 4th down and 1 catch in which he took a nasty shot over the middle of the field from Avonte Maddox. Certainly a big moment there as the Commanders try and get back into this one. Again, 22-9 here pending the extra point with 3:39 left to go before halftime. Now, just catching up on what we told you about last time, Daron Payne, by video, punched. I mean, he absolutely roundhouse right. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Maybe he didn't like Amon-Ra St. Brown's Trump presidential touchdown dance. I don't know what caused that, but he got ejected. 15-yard personal foul, as he should have. And then the play after that, The Commanders also had a personal foul for unnecessary roughness to Javon Kinlaw as he was involved in something down around the goal line. All of this while surrendering a second touchdown on the day to Jahmyr Gibbs for 13 yards on a run, capping off a 9-play, 87-yard, 5-minute, 11-second drive. And the Commanders also lost 2 players in that deal on the touchdown play as well, Frankie Louvu and Trey Amos. We don't have an update on Louvu. They say Trey Amos is questionable, the rookie cornerback, to return. He came into this game a little bit banged up, but the Commanders did just make the extra point from Matt Gay, so it is 22-10 with 3 minutes and 39 seconds left to go before halftime.
Chris, was Javon Kinlaw also ejected?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, Anthony.
Was Kinlaw ejected also?
He was.
No?
He was not. Kinlaw was not ejected.
Okay.
Deron Payne was.
All right. Thank
he
you.
did get a 15-yard unnecessary roughness
Right.
Penalty, personal foul.
Right. I wasn't sure. Thank
Yep.
you.
Mhm.
Thank you. So he obviously Kinlaw did not throw a huge haymaker like Payne did, which the video is crazy because I'm sure Amon-Ra St. Brown might have been jawing, but even then it doesn't justify it, and it kind of just looks random that he was just taking his anger out on somebody. So we'll keep up with Chris on that one. But we actually have a game. We have a game, 22-10 in that one. 21-0 Rams over the Niners, 3:40 left in the half, and 35-7 Seahawks over the Cardinals as the Cardinals actually scored a touchdown, a 4-yard run to Dortch, and then the extra point was good. So, but we do have a game in, I think I said handover. It's Landover, Maryland, prior. But before we get back to all the updates and all the chatter and action in the NFL window, we do have an update for our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, following the top non-NFL story of the day, Guardians pitchers Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz are facing 65 years in prison after being charged with fraud, conspiracy, and bribery. The two are alleged to have rigged individual pitches to win bettors hundreds of thousands of dollars, according to an indictment unsealed by federal prosecutors. Clase is alleged to have started the scheme as early as May 2023, with Ortiz joining the scheme in June of 2025. Bettors won at least $450,000 wagering on balls and strikes, with Clase and Ortiz alleged to have received kickbacks. Clase is a 3-time All-Star, 2-time reliever of the year. He and Ortiz were placed on non-disciplinary paid leave by Major League Baseball back in June. Ortiz was arrested this morning. He'll appear in court tomorrow. Clase is not in custody. Giants quarterback Jackson Dart suffered a concussion. The Giants then blew a 10-point lead over the final 4 minutes. 24-20, Bears beat them. The Bears are 6-3, the Giants 2-8. A couple of 8-2 teams atop the AFC, and they're not being led by Tom Brady and Peyton Manning these days. Drake May and the Patriots win at Tampa 28-23. They're now 2 games clear of the Bills in the AFC East, who lost to the Dolphins. And the Daniel Jones-led Colts walk off the Falcons in overtime, 31-25 in Berlin. Jonathan Taylor had the game-ending score as third of the game. Taylor also ran for 244 yards. The Texans put an exclamation point on their game against the Jaguars.
7 seconds to go. Here's the snap to Trevor Lawrence. Backing up, stepping up. Lawrence tripped up. The ball is out. The Texans have it. Across the 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Houston, Rankins, game over, the Texans win it!
Texans radio 36-29. Texans win to improve to 4-5. The Ravens are also 4-5, earning a third straight win, 27-19 over the Vikings. Saints upset the Panthers. Jets top the Browns. Sunday Night Football features the Steelers taking on the Chargers at SoFi Stadium. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are back, NFL Week 10, and we are fully on a bender right now, as these ones are. We might have some good games coming up. It didn't look at it at first. We've gotten some scores. Niners get on the board 21-7. Juwan Jennings with a big touchdown catch. It is now 3rd and 8. The Rams are on the 32-yard line, and they get the ball back here. You're going to have a few timeouts to work with as they go to the 2-minute warning, and you might just be able to turn it into a one-possession game. 38-7, Seahawks over the Cardinals. Cardinals trying to get something on the board before the end of the half, as that one's got 1:37 left. And when we last spoke, the Commanders had just scored, and it's now 22-10 as the Lions are trying to. They have this. It's 2nd and 6. The Lions have the ball at Washington's 46. 3 minutes left in this one. They're trying to put a distance in that lead that's only 12, because right now that is our closest game. To update the stat leaders in the window, Sam Darnold, 9 of 10, 167 yards and a touchdown. Jacoby Brissett, 9 of 13, 114 yards. He's got 3 rushes for 16 yards. 2 fumbles lost, which has been the big killer for them today. Both turning into touchdowns. Otherwise, this one probably is, it's still 24-7, but way more manageable with a score here. Rams 21, Niners 7. Matt Stafford 12 of 18, 146 yards and 2 touchdowns. Kyron Williams 9 carries and 50 yards. Juwan Jennings 4 catches for 49 yards and a touchdown. Brian Robinson Jr. 3 carries, 17 yards. Christian McCaffrey having his worst day so far this year. 7 carries for 14 yards. Mac Jones also 12 of 14, 109 yards and a touchdown. So we're noting Devontae Adams, like we said, he came into the day. Matt Stafford has he has 2 touchdowns, so he finally gets to that 400th touchdown. That puts him 19 behind Ben Roethlisberger for 8th all time, but he gets the 400 in that one. Calais Campbell, playing for the Cardinals right now, he needed 4.5 sacks coming into the day to hit 120 sacks all time. He currently 6.5 behind the 23rd all-time spot, so a big day for him. And receptions-wise, Devontae Adams needed 7 coming into the day to get to 1,000 receptions all time, and he is at 3, so he needs 4 more to get to 1,000 all time, and he was currently sits. Let me see what the exact number was. If he needs 7, he needs 6 more to get past Hines Ward for 16th all time. So some milestones coming up for these guys in this one. Let's go out to Seattle as the Cardinals are trying to salvage the half, put some points on the board, and chip away at this lead. Neil Scott's got more for us.
All right, we got about a minute to go here in the first half. Seattle 38 and Arizona 7. A powerful performance by Seattle in the first half. 5 touchdowns, 2 of them from the defense and DeMarcus Lawrence. And for good measure, Seahawks just added a 46-yard field goal. Arizona finally got on the board with just over 2 minutes to go. Following a Seattle fumble, Arizona wide receiver Greg Gorch got the touchdown. Sam Darnold this afternoon, first half, 9 of 10, 167 yards. We're close to the half, and the Cardinals certainly are in field goal range right at the moment. But the score now, 38-7, Seattle over Arizona.
Thank you so much, Neil, and we will monitor that one as there's about 1:04 left going into the half. About 1:24 left in this Rams-Niners game. As the Rams are driving down the field, they are at about the Niners' 41-yard line. It is 2nd and 10 for them. Lions have the ball up 12 over the Commanders. It's 4th and 1 for them from the 41-yard line, so we'll see if they'll kick it. We do know they're at the 2-minute warning. We do know that Dan Campbell likes to go for it in that one. And we'll see if we could talk to Chris as soon as they come out of the 2-minute warning in that one. And Rams incompletion. It's going to be 3rd and 10 on this one from the San Francisco 41-yard line as they continue to march on the field. They probably come away with 3 here if they get any more yardage. the way the kicking game has been today around the league. Again, Matt Stafford, 14 of 22, 173 yards and 2 touchdowns. Kyron Williams has a touchdown on the ground to go along with 50 yards and 1 catch. Puka Nacua, the lone Puka Nacua and Davis Allen, my apologies, the lone receiving touchdowns for those two. Devontae Adams with another catch here gets the 5. And, oh, man, almost picked off in that one. Niners defender coming across on the throw to the left side, incomplete to Mumpfield, and they're going to kick it, whether it's a punt or a kick. We will confirm it is the punter coming out. So we'll get an update on that. But first, let's go out. Oh, okay, we'll wait for that one as we're waiting for the 2-minute warning to pass in Detroit. A incompletion. They just started incompletion for Jared Goff. 13 of 18, 160 yards and 2 touchdowns for Goff as he continues his consistency. Since he's been with Detroit, he has consistently, put up touchdowns, put up points, and, protected the ball. And I think that is a huge reason for their success. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 3 catches, 41 yards. Khalif Raymond, 3 catches, 39 yards. Amon-Ra St. Brown, a pass-catching touchdown. Jahmyr Gibbs has a rushing and a receiving touchdown. 3 receptions for 30 yards, 9 carries for 75 yards in that one. So off to a huge day for the Lions running back. Rams have the ball. They're trying to put some points on the board, and we go out to Santa Clara for an update from our guy, Ryan Leong.
All right, thanks, Anthony. Yeah, it's all Rams, but at least the Niners got themselves on the scoreboard. It's a 2-score game right now as the Rams lead 21-7 with 1:07 to go in the second quarter. I'll give you some numbers on Matthew Stafford. He is 14 of 23 for 173 yards, throwing a couple of touchdowns, including the 400th of his career, and that was a 4-yard pass to Davis Allen. And at the time, that pass gave L.A. a 3-score lead. The Niners are on the scoreboard finally, thanks to Jawan Jennings. He caught a 6-yard touchdown pass from Mac Jones. And, again, that put the Niners on the scoreboard. Right now, Mac Jones is 14 of 16 for 143 yards, including that touchdown pass. Christian McCaffrey, he's got 14 yards rushing on 7 carries, so he's struggling there on the run game. Brian Robinson is chipping in 3 carries for 17 yards as well. And Jennings is the big wide receiver so far for the Niners. He's got 6 catches for 71 yards. But it's all L.A. still, 21-7 inside of 1 minute in the second quarter.
Thank you so much, Ryan, and we'll monitor that one. Let's go out there underway in the 2-minute warning. About 1:40 left in Washington. Lions, Commanders. Chris Russell's got more for us.
All right, Anthony, as you come to me here, the Lions were facing a 4th and 1 and a quick pass out to the left flat. Can't quite see who it was. Complete from Jared Goff. So the Lions convert on the 4th and 1 and keep this potential scoring drive alive here after a completion of Sam Laporta. They just went to Khalif Raymond for 10 yards down inside the Washington 10 as we approach 30 seconds left to go in the second quarter here before halftime. The Lions up 22-10, and of course looking for more over the Washington Commanders, who have lost 4. Now, just before you came for us, they showed President Donald Trump on the big screen. He was late in arriving to the game and just got here a little while ago. He is not that far away from us in the press box here in the corner of Northwest Stadium. He is a guest of Josh Harris and the Washington Commanders. As you know, yesterday the news came out that the president wants the new Commander Stadium, which is expected to be built and open by 2030, to be named after him. So we will see where that goes from there. But again, President Donald Trump is finally here at Northwest Stadium and is in attendance and was loudly booed, as you would imagine when they put him up on the video board. Speaking of booing, that's what they are also doing for the Commanders' defense, who, again, trying to hold on and only give up 25 points, maybe just 29 points. Who knows? We'll see at the end of the first half here as the Lions are looking for more. And actually, as you come to me, or as we wrap this up, a completion, but it's going to get the Lions inside the 5-yard line. So we'll have to come back for more if there is more to tell you about. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Chris. And, hoping that the Commanders make a stop here and maybe get a turnover so we can have a little bit more action here. But as it looks right now, at halftime, Seahawks-Cardinals. Seahawks have 38 points to the Cardinals 7. Just to look at the disparity in what has taken place in this game. And before we do that, let's get the other ones. 21-7, Rams over the Niners, about 30 seconds left. 3rd and 15 for the Niners, and it's about to be 4th down. So they'll probably punt the ball and then let the clock run out on the Rams side of things. Like Chris said, 22 seconds left in this one as it's 3rd and goal from the Washington 4. But this Cardinals game, it's 38-7, Seahawks over the Cardinals. Seahawks looking to go 7-2. Cardinals are 3-5, looking to avoid falling farther under 500. But if you look at the team stat comparisons, the first downs are comparable because, obviously 2 of these touchdowns coming off of fumbles. 14-11 Seahawks over Cardinals in first downs. When you get to total plays, Cardinals have actually run more total plays, 35 to Seahawks 31. Total yardage, Seahawks 244, Cardinals 133. The Cardinals actually averaging more yards. Never mind, they have more total drives. I thought that was average for a second, but the Cardinals have more total drives. The Seahawks averaging almost 4 full yards more per play than the Cardinals. 167 passing yards and 177, not 177, but just 77 yards for the Seahawks. So they are dominating both in land and on the ground, or land and air. I was going to say land and on the ground, but that is the same thing. As far as the penalties go, 4 penalties for the Cardinals for 32 yards and 2 penalties for the Seahawks. So just disparity all around in this one. Jacoby Brissett with the 2 fumbles, both being returned for touchdowns, is a big move here. The Rams are just going to let the clock run out. They're going to go to the locker room up 21-7. So one more time, Seahawks 38, Cardinals 7. They're in halftime. Niners 7, Rams 21. That game's in halftime. Lions 25, Commanders 10, and that game is about 10 seconds away as they are getting ready to kick the field goal, and it is good. So 25-10. Still a 2-score lead for the Commanders, so we'll see if they're able to bounce back in the second half and really take advantage of it. We'll come back. The great, the man, the myth, the great Jody McDonald. Jody Mack joins us. We got a lot more to get to. He joins me until 8, and then he takes you after I'm off air all the way till 10 o'clock. Stay tuned. Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. It is 6 o'clock, and you know what that means. 6 o'clock Eastern for those on the East Coast, but you know what that means. The man, the myth, Jody Mack. Before we get to Jody, first, a little bit of business. This portion of the program is brought to you by Ethos Life. The way to get life insurance in 10 minutes, up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Jody Mack, what is going on? How are you, brother?
I think there might be some NFL individuals who might be checking into Ethos Life after today. There was some really seriously tough to swallow moments in the NFL. And from a perspective like you and I have, trying to keep people updated on the second half of the games, yeah, a little ugliness in the 3 games that we've got going here at 4 o'clock as well.
I mean, you know who might need a health insurance exam is Darren Payne with that punch to the helmet. You know, always a bright move, punching someone in the helmet. You know, that's really the way to get your point across. But, Jody, I mean, listen, your Jets – 2-game win streak? Can we say that they're on to something here?
If you win 2 in a row, it is actually a streak. And yes, with a bye week sandwiched in between, they have actually won back-to-back games. And they played well enough to win. You don't usually get a kickoff return and a punt return for long distance. Certainly
No.
the kickoff always is, but the punt was as well, and find a way to lose a game. Jets almost pulled that off, but they didn't. So, yeah, I'll take it, and there'll probably be some Jet fans who are at home kicking their couch, be going, now they're going to screw it up. We're 0-7. We were absolutely on our way to the number 1 pick in the draft. We start winning games. Before you know it, we won't have the worst record in the league. I'm sorry, I just can't think that way. They're my team.
I'm not built that way either. Also, if you are that fan, everyone you needed to win won. The Saints won. The Dolphins won. So it's not like you're sitting there and it's just you're completely out of it right now. They obviously sit behind the Jets and the Saints, but those teams haven't gone on bye yet. So technically, they have one less loss in the loss column, but they're essentially tied for the second pick still.
Yes, and by the way, one of the teams they're tied with is the stadium rival, the Giants, who found a way to cough up a game that I thought they had in their back pocket. And I know Jackson Dart got hurt, and Russell Wilson came in, and he actually played well right off the bat, but then he turned back into a pumpkin again, and the Giant defense just allowed Caleb Williams to pick them apart in that fourth quarter. Yeah, it's tough being a New York football fan these days. Doesn't matter, Jets, Giants, you can be proud of your team over the other team. And no New York football fan should be all that proud these days.
Yes, and Jody, we have a lot to get to. Your Seahawks right now, because you're very high on them. Not that you're a fan of them, but you're very high on them. They are starting to feel like this goes for the Rams as well. And the Eagles are up there. I feel like the 3 teams winning in this window right now, even more so the Seahawks and the Rams, are 3 of the 4 best teams in the NFC and maybe in the NFL.
Agreed. And we'll see what happens with the Lions and the Commanders, like you just noted. Commanders not really helping themselves, being as foolish as they are and handling their business the way that they are. I thought that was the easiest play of the day. And, oh, by the way, did you notice that the Lions went for a 2-point conversion when they already had 20 points racked up and had a big lead? I didn't even stop to figure out the math as to why they would do it, other than I believe they wanted to get a little revenge for what happened last year in the NFC quarterfinals when the Commanders came in and they as the top seed in the NFL were eliminated 60 minutes later. So I thought they were coming in with a major chip on their shoulder, and of course, no Daniels. I thought the Lions were going to put a hurt down on the Commanders. And, oh, by the way, yes, they're up by 15 points. But, oh, by the way, there's more beatings going down than that one in the 3-4 o'clock games.
There is, and we are going to get a live update from one of those beatings as the Seahawks and Cardinals are facing off underway in the second half. And our guy Neil Scott has got an update from Lumen Field.
All right, start of the third quarter, and a game dominated by the 6-3 Seahawks, who lead the 3-5 Cardinals by a score of 38-7. 5 touchdowns in the first half for Seattle and a field goal. And for the Seahawks, no punts in the first half. Seattle's DeMarcus Lawrence scored 2 defensive touchdowns in that first half. Sam Darnold, he was 9 of 10, 167 yards. Jacoby Brissett, 10 of 18, 148 yards. The Hawks have won 8 in a row over the Cardinals. They are moving towards number 9. Start of the second half, Seahawks 38, Arizona 7.
Thank you so much, Neil. So that beatdown taking place there, Jody, and it is. Darnold has 10 passes, 9 of them completed in this game, and they are up 38-7. Jacoby Brissett, everyone was riding the Brissett train, and he actually hasn't played bad. It's just that those 2 fumbles led to 14 points the other way.
Right, and oh, by the way, they count. You could just look at his pass. Oh, he's thrown for 157 yards. Who cares when he's coughed it up twice that is directly attributed itself to 14 points for the opposition? Yes. The Cardinals are a mess. Jacoby Brissett, doesn't matter who is their quarterback. Put Kyler Murray back in there. Do I think it'd be a little bit better, a little more exciting than Jacob? Probably. Do I think that's going to straighten out their season? No chance, no shot. They're just a bad football team right now. It doesn't matter who the quarterback is.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that, we heard the reports yesterday and earlier this week that a split from Kyler Murray and the Cardinals is imminent. I think Adam Schefter had it first, and it doesn't shock me. He might be a quarterback that, your team's looking at next year to maybe pair with a rookie quarterback or to stave off one more year until they go after a bigger, more quarterback-heavy draft. But they're in trouble. Kyler Murray was supposed to be a part of the solution, and to now pivot in, what is this, year 2 of the head coach, feels like it would be a massive step back for a team that I thought had, not that they were going to be contenders, but I thought they were in a part where they should start competing for a wild card at least at this point.
I know Daniel Jones is Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold, guys who had other chances in other places and hadn't been able to do much of anything, and they found a new home with an offense they fit in, and all of a sudden they're a quality and winning quarterback. I just don't know if Kyler Murray is that. And I liked him a lot when he came out in college. Didn't have a problem with him being the first overall pick in the draft. Thought he had a unique skill set. And, the Cardinals have not been able to figure out how to get the most out of that skill set. I need to know the team that Kyler Murray is going to land with, that they have an offensive corner. They have some weapons that maybe just a change of scenery could be good for him. But right now, I don't have a lot of confidence in that happening anywhere. Fine, Schefter says he's going to separate from the Cardinals. Good. I want to know who's going to take him on, because at least with Daniel Jones and Kyler Murray, Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold, you didn't have to pay an outrageous salary. Darnold was a free agent who the Seattle Seahawks got for a reasonable starting quarterback price. And Daniel Jones was a free agent who was cut by the Giants, so the Colts aren't paying him much at all. That's one of the other things you have to factor in with where is Kyler Murray going to land. Somebody's going to have to take on the contract, and the Cardinals already paid him.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting that if he's cut before June 1st, it's 57 in dead cap. It's something a little bit more than that, 57 and some change. A lot of change, really, but that would be the hit, so that's a huge hit. We have seen teams that, the Eagles did it with Wentz, the Broncos did it with Russell Wilson, the Jets did it with Aaron Rodgers. We have seen teams move on even despite a big, dead cap hit, but it's a huge step back. And I will say this, the difference between Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones has started right away, obviously, and has gone to a more perfect situation. Darnold had to back up for a few years, so it wasn't like he went straight to a starting gig. He had to earn that Vikings gig, and then parlayed it into what he has with the Vikings now. I mean, with the Seahawks now. So it's not like he was just gifted a starting job, and Daniel Jones wasn't either, but he did have to work his way back. Obviously, Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson being the difference. Daniel Jones also had a win in the playoffs under his belt, which Kyler Murray doesn't have. He doesn't have. Does he even have a playoff appearance?
They made the playoffs. I think his second year. One year they were, I believe, 3 years ago, they were actually the last team to lose a game. It was either 7-0 or 8-0 and 9-0. They got off to an unbelievable start. Now, they came apart in the second half of the season, but they were so good to begin with. Yeah, they made the playoffs, but I think you're right. Murray, one and done. He doesn't have a playoff win on his resume.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I'm not saying that I think it would be a smart move. We see the way teams handle these veteran quarterbacks and how they bring them in. I mean, there's only so many few, and I hate to call him a journeyman because he's not. He obviously won a Super Bowl as the star quarterback for the Ravens. But there's not a lot of veterans out there like a Joe Flacco where you can bring them in and get reliable production out of them. And I just don't see that with Kyler Murray. And I also see a lot of the teams that are QB needy not necessarily just pivoting straight to him. Why would if the Saints take a quarterback that, they have Tyler Shuck to also pair with this quarterback, and the Jets would just rely on Justin Fields in that aspect. So the one team he should stay with is the team he's on now, and it looks like that is nearing an end.
Yeah, and like I said, like the guy when he came into the league, it hasn't worked in Arizona. I'm not saying why would the Cardinals think about moving him. Well, you kind of gave an answer. $50 million in dead cap money is a hard thing to do. But you take your medicine and then you move on. The Cardinals will be very bad again next year while they have no cap room to do anything. But I was just referring to if there was a team interested in trading for him. That means his money stays in place. I don't believe there will be a team willing to trade for him. So if the Cardinals and Kyler Murray are going to have a divorce, it's going to have to come through an outright release.
Maybe Pete Carroll, he feels.
Oh, don't do that to poor Pete Carroll. He made a mistake reaching out for Geno Smith to bring him back into the fold. Don't want to see Pete make that mistake again.
Well, the Niners just getting into the red zone, and they're threatening near the goal line. And let's go out to Santa Clara and get an update from Ryan Leong.
That's right, Anthony. Yeah, thanks, guys. And hello, good afternoon to you, Jody. The Niners right now trailing 21-7 as they're getting closer to the end zone. Looks like they're right at the doorstep now after a pass to Kyle Juszczyk. And right now, let's give you some numbers on Mac Jones, who is now 18 of 22 for 186 yards. He's got that one touchdown pass, and he's on the doorstep of hopefully throwing another. Brian Robinson, 7 carries, 40 yards rushing. Christian McCaffrey, he's struggling. He's got 8 carries, 18 yards rushing. And meanwhile, for the Rams, Matthew Stafford, 14 of 23 for 173 yards and 2 touchdowns in the first half. Kyron Williams, 50 yards rushing on 9 carries, including a 2-yard scoring run. And again, the Niners right on the doorstep of scoring. It is, let's see, it looks like they're just, it is touchdown. So, getting the extra point, it's going to be 21-13, Rams with the lead early in the third quarter.
Thank you so much. We got a game, Jody. We got a game. So here we go. And Brian Robinson tearing the hearts out of Christian McCaffrey owners all across the country with that one. But so if you haven't noticed, I am a Christian McCaffrey fantasy owner.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
but you can't blame the backup back because as the numbers were just given, 8 for 18. It's not like he got hurt and not like they're giving him the ball. Oh, they're giving him the ball, and he's averaging just over 2 yards per carry. So that's kind of on Mr. McCaffrey. But something tells me he'll make a big play before this game is over.
And Brian Robinson having a day, 8 carries for 41 yards and the touchdown. So he's having a good day.
Nice.
And this is just another credit. I know they just gave up the touchdown, but this Rams defense, I don't think gets as much credit as the offense has at times. And it's very underrated. It's not, a top 2-3 unit in the league, but it's a very stout unit. And, for an offensive mastermind that Sean McVay has been, he's always had a serviceable, if not good, defense.
Well, he had Aaron Donald for a very long period of time, which makes everything around it a little bit easier. But even though they turned over their defensive line when Donald retired and got a couple of really good defensive linemen, former Seminoles from Florida State, yeah, they get after the quarterback a little bit. I'm not in love with their secondary. It's not bad, but it's not shutdown type secondary. But they do make the other team's quarterback they can make the other team's quarterback a living hell. But looks like Mac Jones is actually playing all right today, hitting a big percentage of his passes.
That's right, and we've got a lot more to get to. Stay tuned. We'll get the finality of all these 4 o'clock windows. Me and Jody continue the conversation. We'll recap the 1 o'clock window, and we'll get into a little bit of the AFC top of the conference picture, little pretenders, contenders. What do we have there? A lot to get to. Also, we'll preview the primetime games. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, right here. Stay tuned.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day, Infinity Sports Net, BetMGM Network. If you're watching on YouTube, what is going on? The window. We finally got a game here, Jody. 21-14, Rams over the Niners. Seahawks up 38-7 over the Cardinals. And Lions up 32-10 over the Commanders. Jared Goff with another 3 touchdowns. I do want to turn our attention, Jody, to the AFC. And before we get to the actual conference picture, you were right about this. I was wrong. I started to count the Ravens out early. And now they are looking, I think they're a game and a half back of a playoff spot. They go out, they win today in impressive fashion, 4-5 now on the season. What is your thoughts about the Ravens now? They're finally healthy entirely, not just Lamar, but what is your thoughts right now about this Ravens team?
I thought they were the team to beat in that division, and Pittsburgh is saying, hold my beer, please, because they played well, and if they win tonight, they'll still have a firm grasp on that division. But I thought that the Ravens were the best team in the division. I still think they have the most talented roster. They got off to a very bad start. A lot of it had to do with injuries, but that can be only an explanation only so far. Then it starts to become an excuse. But you lose a quarterback like Lamar Jackson, and here's you want me to poke some fun at the Ravens, and I did this in part in preseason. If you think you are a legitimate Super Bowl team, and the Ravens surely believed that coming into the year, how do you not have an above-average backup quarterback when the season starts?
Agreed.
That just doesn't make sense to me. And I know that the ex-Dallas QB played a couple of good games down there, but I've seen him play enough to know that he's just not an NFL starting quarterback. Got to go in, take over for a play when a quarterback gets dropped and maybe has to go into the 10. Okay, fine. Got to start 2, 3, 4 games in a row. You're not going to win. Right. And the Ravens didn't. And they sure enough were lucky. Because Hundley, I do believe, is a legitimate backup quarterback in this league. And he was on at least 3 teams this year. It might be 4. He was released by a bunch of different teams, and he ended up going back to Baltimore, where he was a decent fit as the backup previously. And he goes in and wins the game for them, gets the thing going back in the right direction, and Lamar comes back in for 2 straight wins. Yeah, they're still a playoff contender. Super Bowl, they're going to have to get really high. Winning a couple in a row is nice. Rip off like 5 or 6, then I'll go, all right, they're a legit Super Bowl contender. They're not there yet. But 2 weeks ago, I don't think you would have considered them a playoff contender. At least they're back in that conversation.
Yeah, if they win a couple more games, and I mean, they win the next 2, I'm going to be fully back in on this team as a whole. And you're right, even the game against the Rams, they probably should have just went to Huntley instead of going to who was it? Cooper Rush for that game specifically, because they ended up losing, I think, what was that, 17-3 or 17-6, something like that. And they clearly had a shot. Their defense has been completely flipped on its head and has gotten better each week. And they came up with some big stops, some big plays. I know a couple of them were just bad throws by J.J. McCarthy, but they have consistently grown as a defense, and I'm impressed by them. And I wrote them off way too early, and they are now – I'm not guaranteeing anything with them, but they were my AFC pick to go to the Super Bowl against the Eagles this year, and they are starting to look a little bit more like that team. And that's with Derrick Henry kind of being ineffective at times.
And I have a couple of bucks on the Ravens and the Eagles in the Super Bowl. So that would cover any of my all my losing bets. I wouldn't make a lot of money because they're both favorites. So if you're taking 2 favorites, you're not getting a big payoff. But I also have the Ravens and the Seahawks in a potential Super Bowl matchup. And that one pays significantly because nobody was picking the Seahawks at the beginning of the season. And they do look like a legit contender to come out of the NFC. We just need to get the Ravens back into a legitimate mix.
Well, before we jump into the rest of the AFC, let's go out and get an update about those Seahawks. Cardinals, Neil Scott's got more for us.
All right, we get 8:42 on the clock, third quarter. Getting a little bit closer. Seattle now leads 38-15, trailing 38-7 to start the second half of play. The Arizona Cardinals scored on the first drive of the second half, quickly moving into the red zone. Then on 4th and goal from the 2, a pass by Jacoby Brissett was incomplete, and Seattle took over on downs. But after the next play, the first play actually by Seattle, a pass intended for JSN was intercepted by Denzel Burke, giving Cardinals new life. And then Trey McBride caught a 15-yard pass from Jacoby Brissett for the score. They were successful on a 2-point conversion. 4 plays, 19 yards, and another 8 points for the Cardinals. Right now, 8 minutes to go, third quarter. Seattle still in control, 38-15 over Arizona.
Thank you so much. Let's go out to the Lions-Commanders game, and our guy Chris Russell has an update for us.
All right, guys, once again, good evening, and it has gone from really bad to really, really bad for the Commanders. They are trailing 32-10 to the Detroit Lions, who are seeking their 6th win of the year. And I haven't quite honestly played great the last couple of weeks, but they are playing very well today. Now, the Commanders do have the football on a 4th and 3 here at the 4-yard line of Detroit, so we'll see if they can convert, and they do. Wide open. Marcus Mariota to Deebo Samuel, again, wide open in the end zone, as the Commanders are going to get at least a 16 here, and I presume go for the 2-point conversion to try and make it a 2-touchdown, 14-point deficit with, again, 7:09 left to go here in the third quarter. So that's that. Before and since we've last chatted, Jamison Williams with a 14-yard touchdown pass on a little crossing route from Jared Goff, his 3rd touchdown pass of the day. Williams' 5th touchdown pass catch of the year. Again, that was 14 yards, capping a 5-play, 72-yard, 2-minute and 54-second drive. Jake Bates has a 22-yard field goal. That was right before halftime. Another 64-yard drive for the Lions, who have certainly methodically worked the ball with Dan Campbell calling the plays. He did admit that to the Fox sideline reporter during the halftime break here. And we were focused on all of the tributes and very loud reaction, let's just say, to President Donald Trump being on the scoreboard and addressing members of the military here on their salute to service right before Veterans Day in the nation's capital. So 32-16, the 2-point conversion, guys, not good for the Commanders. So, again, they'll remain down 16. Still 2 scores, technically, 16 with 7:05 left to go.
Thank you so much, Chris. So they're trying to scratch back into it. It doesn't seem well, and we got another score in the Rams-Niners game. Devontae Adams inching towards that 1,000-yard reception milestone with a touchdown here. Matt Stafford, 3 TDs on the day. Big performance from that Rams team, keeping pace with your Seahawks team. They might be those might be the 2 teams battling it out at the end of the year with the Eagles when it's all said and done in the playoffs. You know, I like the Lions. I do acknowledge, though, that they have not been perfect this year at times, and they've had some underwhelming performances as, you know, Sam Darnold just fumbles the ball away right there, I think. So.
And it all depends on what you believe in. Some people believe the regular season is not only to prove how good you are and to prep and get everything ready and be a tightly wound machine when the playoffs start. Some people believe be as good as you can, rack up as many wins as you can, home field advantage if you can. If you're beating up on bad teams, go ahead and do it. And others believe you need to be playoff tested by the time you get there. You tell me right now, are the Eagles in a better place? Because they are not going to be tested in their division. The Cowboys aren't going to test them. The Commanders aren't going to test them. They're already done with the Giants. They had that inexplicable loss to the Giants about 6 weeks ago, but then came back and smacked the Giants around in Philadelphia. So the Eagles are probably going to have the easiest way through the rest of the regular season because – yeah, the 2 other divisions are significantly better. The North is better than the East, and the West is better than the East. Do you think Philly's in a better spot because they're not going to be in a competition for their division? Or do you think teams like the Seahawks and the Rams who have to play each other, the Lions with the Packers and the Bears who have to play each other, what kind of position do you think the Eagles are in, better or worse, because they should be able to cakewalk to a division title?
Well, I think it's a push because, yes, they could cakewalk to the division title, but they've already had a tough schedule, and they continue to have a tough schedule. They play the Packers tomorrow night, then they get the Lions on the road against the Cowboys. You then play the Bears on the road against the Chargers, and then you also have a game against Buffalo in Buffalo. So, yes, they have that cakewalk in the division, but as far as seeding-wise, they do have a tough schedule. The one thing I will say is all of these – the questions we'll have, and we'll get to it after the update, about some of the top teams in the AFC, all of these NFC teams have been tested. Maybe the Seahawks, not as much, but I do think they've been tested enough. But all of these top NFC teams have been tested. Maybe it's just the NFC is deeper. But the Eagles have been tested. Wins over the Chiefs, the Vikings, the Bucks. They have a win over the Rams. So they have these games. They're one possession away from beating the Broncos, even though they're lucky the Giants choked the way they did against the Broncos. Otherwise, they would have the worst fourth quarter choke prior to today's Texans game. So there is, there are some questions, but I do think they're battle-tested, and their schedule's tough enough that they may not have the easiest road due to who they actually have to play. And even if they win that division, it doesn't mean that they're guaranteed a top 1 or 2 seed.
I'll tell you one guy who's very happy for the point you just made, that even though the division is basically over in the NFC East, the Eagles still have a tricky schedule against teams outside their division.
Yep.
Nick Sirianni loves that because he wants to be able to coach them hard. He doesn't want any foot off the gas games, take it easy, don't have to go 100%. Oh, no. He wants to keep first overall seeding in the NFC for mind and keep them playing 100% hard every single game. And, yeah, you're right, until the last couple games of the season when they'll already have locked up the division and it'll just be who's got the best overall record in the NFC. I think the Eagles will stay in focus mode all the way until Week 17.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that, and I think it'll benefit them come the hardest time of the year. I think these teams that are tested, I know everyone wants to say, oh, they may be worn down. I think they do better when it comes to the toughest moments, whereas the teams that win against a lot of cupcake teams get to the playoffs and the script gets flipped on them. We'll talk more about that. We will touch on some of those AFC teams that maybe, some consider unproven. But first, let's go out to Santa Clara to get an update on the Rams and the Niners. Ryan Leong's got us covered.
Okay, thanks, Anthony and Jody. The Rams have retaken a 2-score lead, as it was Devontae Adams this time finding the end zone, a 2-yard reception from Matthew Stafford. That's his 401st career touchdown. Stafford now 19 of 30 for 196 yards and 3 scores. So great day for you fantasy football fans that picked him on your teams. Kyron Williams still stuck on 9 carries for 50 yards rushing. He's got a scoring run as well. Devontae Adams has 6 catches for 77 yards in the game. Puka Nacua, 4 catches for 51, also with a touchdown. Meanwhile, with the 49ers, it's Mac Jones, 23 of 27 for 228 yards and a touchdown to Juwan Jennings. Brian Robinson is the leading rusher for the 49ers, 8 carries for 41 yards. Christian McCaffrey, 9 carries for 23. That's only an average of 2.6 yards per carry, not very good. Juwan Jennings, 6 catches for 71 yards, including a touchdown. George Kittle, 6 catches for 59 yards. And McCaffrey, 6 catches also for 53. And that's pretty much it. Oh, yeah, well, I'll give you one more quick number. The Niners actually outgaining the Rams in total offense, 292 yards to 280. After 3 quarters, Rams 28, 49ers 14.
We'll get back to all the conversation with Jody with all the updates in this 4 o'clock window. We'll preview the primetime games, but first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
Well, the Texans outscored the Jaguars 26-0 in the fourth quarter. A 36-29 come-from-behind win for the Texans, aided by a Sheldon Rankins defensive touchdown with zeros on the clock. The Texans hanging around at 4-5. Giants quarterback Jackson Dart was ruled out with a concussion after taking a hard hit on a fumble in the third quarter. Russell Wilson took over at quarterback. The Giants then blowing a 10-point fourth quarter lead with 4 minutes to play. Caleb Williams running in the go-ahead score for the Bears, who win 24-20. The Bears are 6-3. The Giants 2-8. It's a bit of a shakeup at the top of the draft. The Jets earn their second win, 27-20 over the Browns. Saints win a second in Carolina, 17-7. The Dolphins stun the Bills for their third win, 30-13. Devon Achane going off for 174 yards rushing and 2 scores. How about what the Patriots were able to do in Tampa?
High formation, toss left. Henderson has it. Travion gets
it.
outside. Goodbye to the 50, to the 40, to the 30, to the 20, to the 10, to the house. Touchdown, Patriots. There's your ball game.
8-2, baby. Start the buses.
Patriots radio, Travion Henderson with 147 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns, and yeah, the Patriots 8-2. That's 2 games up on the Bills in the AFC East. The Ravens win a third straight, 27-19 over the Vikings. Baltimore is 4-5. Jonathan Taylor running for 244 yards and 3 touchdowns, including the walk-off in overtime. Colts 31, Falcons 25 in Berlin. The Colts are 8-2. Current action, Seahawks all over the Cardinals, 38-15 late in the third quarter. The Rams have a 28-14 lead on the 49ers as they start the fourth. The Niners do have the ball deep in Rams territory. Lions 32, Commanders 16 late in the third quarter in Landover. Tonight, Aaron Rodgers of the Steelers are visiting the Chargers at SoFi Stadium, and Guardians pitchers Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz have been indicted by prosecutors in Brooklyn on a host of charges related to a scheme to rig bets on pitches thrown in MLB games. They're each facing 65 years in prison. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. Gridiron Game Day right here on Infinity Sportsnet, and we've actually got some action going in one of these games, at least. Rams 28, Niners 20, a missed extra point. I think it was blocked. Has this as an 8-point game with about 12 minutes to go in the fourth. The Seahawks-Cardinals, the nightmare that'll never end for the Cardinals, 38-15, about a minute left in the third there. Lions up 35-16 over the Commanders, as that one has about a minute 20 left in it. So we will monitor those. We'll get you live updates from the stadium as those continue to go along. Jody, before we went to break, I was talking about, obviously we're talking about the elite teams in the NFC. And a lot of the teams at the top of the AFC have not been, and this is, I'm included in this group, are not bought into like they are in the NFC, specifically speaking, the Colts, the Broncos, and the Patriots. I think the Patriots out of these three teams are the most legit. But I'm also not holding it against the Broncos and the Colts that their schedule has been easier than most. Well, we've seen the Bills and the Packers, teams that people love, struggle with bad teams.
The reason that I think that there is not a 100% buy-in to anybody in the AFC, you kind of pointed it out. The top three teams, at least by record, are the Colts, the Pats, and the Broncos. Yep. And I know the Broncos made the playoffs last year, and it was a feel-good story, and I think Peyton's a hell of a coach, and Nick's had a surprisingly good season. He hadn't played as well his second season as he did his first season. And, oh, by the way, they have a better record. So go ahead and try and explain that other than they have a very good defense. None of these three teams, specifically with the guys who are doing what they're doing right now, their key players, have any true postseason success under their belt. The Patriots don't. The Colts don't. And if you want to just say the Broncos do purely because of last year, I guess they'd be the leader in the clubhouse of those three as far as experience in postseason. But none of them have major experience, so that's why everybody's going to throw a little bit of a question mark on it. No matter how good their record is, no matter how well they play in any given game, yeah, people are saying, well, what about January? You haven't done anything in January yet. So I think it's going to play this way all the way through the year, which is going to make a great first week of the playoffs. Because you won't be able to throw any team out. You won't be able to say, well, this is a given they're going to win. Going to make for a great playoff start in the AFC this year.
Yeah, and with the Chiefs' record what it is, with the Bills losing today, one of these teams is probably going to get that bye. And I'm saying this as a non-believer in Bo Nix and Sean Payton with the Broncos. They improved that roster immensely from last year, and the regression has been in the play calling and the quarterback play. Now, for the other two teams, and that's crazy to say for a team that's 8-2, but we've seen the product on the field. They've played two of the worst games this year. This the Thursday night game this week, the game in London against the Jets. But for the other two teams, I like what I've seen from the Patriots. And even if the Colts aren't as battle-tested as many want them to be, I still really like what that team's makeup is. And I trust Daniel Jones a hell of a whole lot more than I do Bo Nix.
Really?
I do. I think that, one, we've seen he is battle-tested. And I have a, soft spot for guys who go through the Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold specifically, because they played in a market which is very tough to play in, being able to bounce back, and now they're thriving. And I also don't think Daniel Jones has to do as much because of the team around him. They have a good defense. They upgraded it a bit, with the trade of Sauce Gardner, and they have the best offensive player in the league right now in Jonathan Taylor, who again has another ridiculous game, and I really like it. But with all of this being said, and I actually think you agree with this, I still think the Chiefs will be the one coming out on top. Maybe the Ravens, if they go on a run. I am not as sold on the Bills, not because of Josh Allen, but more it just feels like they're missing something on that team. But I still think the Chiefs are going to end up they're not going to finish with the 1 seed, but I think they're going to end up in the big game come February.
Here's what I need to see out of the Chiefs. They've fallen as a given. They're not a given by any stretch of the imagination. Make the playoffs, darn close to it. Make a run once they get there, being on the edge of the Super Bowl. I'm not there yet. They have to win me back to get me there. Now they can, because they're that talented, they're that good. Like you just said, the AFC, there hasn't been a team that's proven, and the Chiefs would be a team that's proven. The Bills would be a team that's proven. I'd even go to the Ravens as a team that's proven. None of those teams right now are ready to just say, well, it's our conference for the taking.
Right.
Because they've all been mediocre. So I'm not saying the Chiefs can't do it, but they got to show me a little something. They got to be better than they've been. We've got the first half of the season under our belts, fine. Now, you go out and go 6-2 over the last 8, Kansas City, and then I'll believe, even if the Colts have a better record, even if the Patriots have a better record, that the Chiefs are still the team to beat. If they go 4-4, by the way, they won't even make the playoffs. But if they go 5-3 and sneak in and get the 7th seed, I'm not just going to jump on their bandwagon because they're the Chiefs and they've taken up pretty much permanent residence in the Super Bowl. This has been a lesser season for them. They got to prove that they can turn the spigot back on.
Well, they also have not just taken permanent residence in the Super Bowl. They've taken permanent residence in my nightmares. So maybe that's where a lot of this comes from. Real quick, Devontae Adams looks like he hurt his back, stutter-stepped, and was keeled over in pain. He's on the sideline being evaluated. So we'll monitor that as well. We'll get back into this conversation in a sec. First, let's get an update on some of these games. Neil Scott's got us covered from Seattle.
All right, right now we're in the fourth quarter, about 13 minutes to go, and Seattle is up 38-15. Now, near the end of the third quarter, Arizona leading 38-15, and Seattle got the run game going finally in the third quarter. 4 big runs by Zach Charbonnet of 30 yards, 9 yards, 13, and 9 yards. That got it to the Arizona 31. A Ken Walker run put Seattle at the Cardinals 24, so Seattle right now knocking on the door again. Sam Darnold this afternoon, 9 of 11, 167 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Jacoby Brissett, not a bad afternoon, 19 of 38, 228 yards, 1 touchdown. Right now, Seattle still in control. 13 minutes left to go in this one, fourth quarter, 38-15, Seattle over the Cardinals.
Thank you so much, Neil. Commanders, Lions, that one's in the fourth quarter finally. Let's go out to Maryland and get the update from our guy, Chris Russell.
Yeah, you said it, Anthony. Finally, we have reached 14 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. It's 35-16 Detroit over Washington. So they'll, barring a collapse here, improve to 6-3. The Commanders will drop to 3-7, losers of 5 in a row. And, of course, a couple of these games without Jaden Daniels, without Terry McLaurin. But today it's been the story of Dan Campbell calling plays for the Detroit Lions. For the most part, we don't know if it's been every play, but it's been a bunch of plays, and he did admit that to the Fox interview at halftime. And Jared Goff has lit up the Commanders. 312 passing yards, 24-32, 3 touchdowns, no picks, a 136.5 quarterback rating. Jamison Williams has 119 yards, 6 targets, 6 catches, and a touchdown. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 8 targets, 5 catches, 58 yards, and a score. And you get the picture. Jahmyr Gibbs has a couple of touchdowns for the Detroit Lions today. Now, they do have an injury note that is potentially significant. Starting corner Terrion Arnold has been ruled out for the game with a concussion. And just as we speak, another Detroit Lion touchdown. Jahmyr Gibbs looks like his third touchdown of the game, a 44-yard score. So that is going to make it 41-16 pending the extra point as he rips his third touchdown of the game, 2 running, 1 passing into the end zone. And it is raining here. It's been raining for the last couple of minutes, and you could say it's been pouring down on the Commanders' season as they're about to drop to 3-7. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Chris. And a little update on Devontae Adams. He is in the blue tent. So once we get a definitive update on him, we will bounce back and tell you. So again, just to reiterate, 38-15 Seahawks over the Cardinals. Seahawks are now lining up for the field goal as it's 4th and 6 for them, and that one's got about 12 minutes to go. 35-20 Rams over the Niners. I jinxed it. This was not a game. It was all fool's gold, Jody. But 35-20 Rams over the Niners. It's 4th and 4 for the Niners as they try to, hold whatever former life they have left in that one. And as Chris just told us, 41-16 Lions over the Commanders. I don't think I'm going to write off the Niners if they are not able to fight back in this one, but this is just a natural effect of the injuries they've had to deal with. And even if they get Brock Purdy back, I'm not sure that defense has enough on it, even fully healthy, but without a Fred Warner and other key pieces, plus the injuries to the offensive side. I just think they are not in trouble of missing the playoffs, just in trouble of being a contender. Not that I thought they would be, but that some thought they would be.
Right. I thought they were legit, but I thought their defense was good enough. It has not been good enough today. They've been sliced and diced and taken apart. So I hear where you're coming from. And we got the same report from both our Commander correspondent, maybe he said it earlier, but I did not know that Dan Campbell was planning on calling plays today. And I guess he told the Fox reporter, whoever's carrying the game at halftime, that that's the case. I'm telling you why he did that. You'll remember last week I told you I thought they severely underused Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yep.
He had 8 carries, and they threw it to him 3 times. Mm-hmm. How do you do that when you got one of the most exciting players in the game on your team? Shame on them last week. I guess their head coach realized it and said, I better do something about it and take over the plays. Oh, they're using Jahmyr Gibbs heavily today, and that's why they've got a big lead.
Yep, and we will get all of that. We'll update all that. Jahmyr Gibbs, 15 carries, 143 yards, and 2 touchdowns. A few catches to go. We got a big turnover here in the Niners game. Mac Jones throws a pick to the Rams, and that will probably about do it. As it looked like, I don't know if he was throwing it to McCaffrey, and Forbes Jr. picks it off. We'll come back. One more hour with me and Jody, and then Jody's got you all the way till 10. Stay right here. Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that is right. We are back. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, one more hour of Gridiron Game Day, and then you get 2 more splendid hours with the great Jody Mack. Some sad news, not from the football world. The great player / coach, more coach in my time in the NBA, Lenny Wilkens, passes away at 88. So rest in peace to Lenny Wilkens, former Knicks coach, former, great, basketball mind. I only strictly have memories of him as a coach, but wanted to note that somebody when I was younger, I enjoyed very thoroughly. Brooklyn guy, as am I. So, rest in peace, Lenny Wilkens. So a huge loss to the basketball community. And Paul Tagliabue, former NFL commissioner, passed away as well. So a sad day for sure. Were you around that? That was your childhood, right? Lenny Wilkens' playing days, Jody?
Lenny was well into the league by the time I got there. He was a veteran when I started watching, but I did see Lenny Wilkens play. And he was a pretty damn good player in his day, but a far superior coach.
Yes.
He did it for years and years. He's way up there on the list of all-time wins in the history of NBA coaches. He's one of those true guys. As a player, I would have thought he to be, and I readily admit, how they determine those who deserve to be in the Basketball Hall of Fame, I've got much less of a grasp than I do the Football Hall of Fame and the Baseball Hall of Fame, because it's the basketball. It's not the NBA Hall of Fame. It's the Basketball Hall of Fame. So international play is a big part of it.
It's
so
overall contributions, too.
Correct. So it's kind of a different animal than the Baseball and Football Hall of Fame.
Yes.
I think he probably would have been a borderline NBA Hall of Famer on his play. If he got in, I don't think anybody would complain. But he was never a top 2 or 3 player in the league at any time when he played. As a coach, unquestioned Hall of Famer. One of the best who ever sat on a sideline and did it for several different organizations and several different decades. So, yeah, in my eyes, Lenny Wilkens, a Hall of Famer, no questions.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even realize he was a 9-time All-Star in his career as a player. Won an All-Star Game MVP. Very impressive.
Did he? I didn't know that.
I remember him more as the Raptors, the Hawks coach, but more the Raptors and the Knicks coach. And he was the Knicks did not have a great time underneath him, but he was a stabling force in what was a lot of incompetency at the time. So Lenny Wilkens passes away at 88, and Paul Tagliabue passed away earlier today at 84. Another man who had a lot of contributions to the NFL really in what I feel like, my childhood, when the league really took off and became the dominant juggernaut in what it is.
Tagliabue doesn't get as much credit because he was kind of a reserved guy. And he was on that, the two guys that he was surrounded by, Rozelle, who was a media bon vivant. He liked being in the spotlight. Yeah. He liked doing press conference. He liked making moves and then sitting there and getting credit for them. Tagliabue was a lawyer who'd prefer to stay in the background and just do his work, and he did it as well as he did. The NFL flourished under Tagliabue. People don't realize it because he wasn't there as long as Rozelle was. He wasn't as outspoken and out front as Rozelle was. And Goodell has picked up the mantle. He's more like Rozelle than he is like Tagliabue. But just because Tagliabue was a little bit different, a little bit more undersold than the guy who came before him and the guy who's come after him, his run in the NFL was just as successful as any other commissioner's run.
I agree. And he also... if you want to talk about media rights deals, he kind of was the one that set up these juggernaut deals for today, because the deals he made in the 90s and the early 2000s are what set up the league for the place they're in now. Matt Stafford with a great no-look pass to Parkinson to add another score in that one as it's 42-20. These games are all almost nearly the same score. 42-20 Niners, 41-22 Cardinals, Seahawks. Seahawks 41, Cardinals 22. I read that a little wrong. And Lions 41, Commanders 16. So Cardinals might end up with the lowest point differential today when it looked like they were going to not put any points on the board at all.
And as you noted, the success of the league with the general managers and the loss of Lenny Wilkens today. I hate when we have days like this, when we have to look back. And I don't have a problem looking back, because you can certainly sing the praises of both of the guys we're singing the praises of. But, Gallo, you're younger than me. If you remember Lenny Wilkens as the Raptors and Knicks coach, because that happened after 2000, I remember more as the Seattle coach from the early 80s when they were really good under his tutelage. Yeah, I'm old and you're getting older, and that's what we have to deal with, that guys who were big players in the sports that we still follow and still talk about are no longer with us. But the good news is, both of those guys were in their 80s.
Right, and it's on us. Yes, that is, they had long, fruitful lives. It's also on us to, bring these legacies along, because, it's the game's changed, the league changed, the structures change, and it's how you are able to have these people live through, with their memories, because otherwise they kind of, now especially I feel like, and this may be a more generational thing, I feel like a lot of the older contributors, whether they're players, coaches, executives to these leagues, their impact is almost minimized in this, culture of just, instant gratification and, only now matters, like whether it is the way the style of the game in the NFL has changed or the way the style in the NBA has changed. It's on us to, bring on these legacies. And for me, a guy like Lenny Wilkens, I was fascinated because when he was with the Knicks, that was the end of his career, and he had been around so long. To me, it was fascinating because I was still so young, and I was at that age where you want to learn everything about the league. I have my NBA, my MLB encyclopedias, and I'm going through it random years, reading about it. And a guy like that was almost like not a monument, but he was, I mean this respectfully, like a historical artifact where he had this long playing career, a long coaching career, and it spanned, 4 decades.
And the thing, and some people might think is self-serving when I say this, and it really truly isn't. I'm telling you how I'm saying it, why I'm saying it. If you want to give me a hard time for it, go ahead. The media is the difference. That's what's changed.
100%.
The amount of coverage, the amount of inside information, the amount of places you can get that information, whether it be on the internet, whether it be through video, whether it be on the radio, however you get it, there's just so much more of it, which A, certainly lifts your profile, but B, also puts you under a spotlight. So for the current day movers and shakers, they've got a little tougher time just because every single move 24/7 is under a microscope. But they're also more talked about. They can make a bigger name for themselves. And, yes, the money has gone up substantially from the time Lenny Wilkens was coaching and or Tagliabue. Tagliabue's certainly the remnants of his commissionership is still very much part of the NBA. But Goodell has taken it to another level because as a society and the media availability we have, that's what's truly taken it to a different level.
Right, and Goodell's seen his image grow a lot more, rightfully so, in a more positive light. Whereas Tagliabue, I felt like he always had a bit. You could tell me if I'm wrong. There was always a positive image of him, even up until he stepped down from the position, retired, whatever it was. And Goodell's start, he faced a lot of criticism. And he's now, you cannot knock the impact he's had on the game as well, and the growth, the juggernaut that is the NFL. It is the biggest, in my opinion, it's the biggest brand in all of America. Name a brand, and I put the NFL above it at this point.
And you know this as well as anybody, kind of like referees. Sometimes you're best when you're doing your job when absolutely nobody notices. And I think the biggest strength that Paul Tagliabue had as the commissioner of the National Football League was non-labor unrest when he was in charge. He and Gene Upshaw, the head of the Players Association, had an outstanding working relationship. They're not supposed to. They're adversaries. One's arguing for one side, the other one's arguing for the other. But they had tremendous respect for each other, and they were able to get a deal done each and every single time. There were work stoppages before. There were work stoppages after. There were never work stoppages when he was in charge of the National Football League.
And it's very true. And the narrative around him was he was too lax with the players. And when Goodell came in, he had to clean that up. But they have, what he did to set up the league is why it's in the place now. And Goodell's had a huge impact. That's not to take away from him. But just to, emphasize the legacy of Paul Tagliabue as a whole. Let's go out as the Niners were threatening to score, and let's get a update from Ryan Leong on how that drive turned out.
All right, thanks, guys. Well, before we get to the update, I want to offer my condolences to the family for Lenny Wilkens and also for Paul Tagliabue. I've been around for a minute, guys. I covered Lenny Wilkens during the latter part of his career, and he was great to talk to in postgame. So, I'm one of the few guys in the media that can really appreciate a guy like Lenny Wilkens. Back to the game, the Niners gotten a little bit closer. It's now 42-26. George Kittle scored this incredible play where he caught the ball right near the pylon, and then he tipped it over as he made like a Superman dive, and the ref saw it, gave him the 2 arms up for the touchdown. And so that goes in the record books for Kittle as a 13-yard reception. But the 2-point conversion from Mac Jones, that failed. That pass was intercepted, so no good. That's why the Niners have 26 points on the scoreboard. Let's give you some stats right now. This is going to probably be my last update of the day. Mac Jones, 33 of 39, passing for 319 yards, 3 touchdowns, but also an interception. Brian Robinson has 8 carries, 41 yards rushing. Christian McCaffrey has 12 carries for 30 yards. McCaffrey also has 8 catches for 66 yards receiving. And Kittle got 9 catches for 84 yards and a score. Juwan Jennings, 6 catches for 71 and a TD. Meanwhile, for the soon-to-be victorious Rams, Matthew Stafford is 24 of 36 for 280 yards and 4 touchdowns. Kyron Williams has 57 yards rushing on 10 carries. Blake Corum has got 51 yards rushing on 12 carries. I should mention also that Kyron Williams has a couple of scoring runs. Again, 42-26, Rams with the lead. We're at just under 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
Thank you so much, Ryan, the great Ryan Leong. And that's right there, the impact of Lenny Wilkens, spanning the entire country. Let's go out to Washington, or Maryland, I should say, as the Commanders and the Lions battle it out 41-22. Let's get a complete breakdown from our guy, Chris Russell.
Wow, speaking of breakdown, that would be how you would describe the Commanders' defense once again today, guys. 41-22 now is the score with just under, 6 minutes left to go here. And by the way, the Detroit Lions have made a quarterback change. Kyle Allen, who spent some time here, is now in for Jared Goff as this drive started with just under 7 minutes left to go. And, of course, that was part of the big controversy with the Commanders last Sunday night, leaving Jaden Daniels in to get injured. This one a little bit different, obviously. The Lions are up. The Commanders were down in that particular sequence. Either way, Jared Goff's day is done, 25 of 33, 320 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks, a 135.9 quarterback rating. Jahmyr Gibbs has ripped off a 3rd touchdown. I think that was as we were last on with you guys for 43 yards, officially 43 yards for the Lions running back, his 3rd touchdown of the day, 2 rushing, 1 passing. And he has 142 rushing yards on the day on just 15 attempts, a 9.5 average. So you could play a lot of fantasy games with all of these numbers as the Lions are rocking and rolling and whatnot, as some would like to say, to a 41-22 lead right now, again, with 5.5 minutes left to go, looking for win number 6 on the year. The Commanders are going to drop to 3-7, losers of 5 in a row, and they head off to Madrid next Sunday to take on the Miami Dolphins, guys.
Thank you so much, Chris, and an eventful day, to say the least, for these big teams, and a bad day for the Cardinals, Niners, and Commanders. Lions, Rams, and Seahawks just partying their Sunday away. An easy win for all 3. I feel like all 3 of these, more specifically the Rams game, but all 3 of these are a statement, not necessarily like, oh, this is stamping their mark in the league, but just showing you the separation that these teams have. The Lions and Seahawks from the middling, bottom-feeding teams, and the Rams, this is a team that needs to be taken serious, and it's time to start recognizing that as they are 1 block kick away from beating the Eagles and only having 1 loss, and their season looking drastically different. And now they give the Niners their first divisional loss. So very impressive. I know we talked about the Seahawks before at length, but this Rams team, like I said, I think the Lions, Rams, and Seahawks, along with the Eagles, are 4 of the best teams in the NFC. They might be the 4 best teams in all of football.
Have as kind of a leg up is they've beaten the best teams in the NFC, and or they will get a chance over the next 2 weeks to beat the best teams in the NFC, because they beat the Rams, they beat the Bucs, who are, I know the Bucs got beat today. Kudos to Drake May and Vrabel. They're doing a great job because the Bucs are very good at home.
They are a good team.
Couldn't get the job done at home, and that's where the Eagles beat the Bucs, was at home. And as you mentioned, they've got the Packers tomorrow night and then the Lions the Sunday thereafter. So the Eagles, if they continue on their hot way, which they have been of late and doing so even without A.J. Brown, and he's supposed to be good to come back by Monday, they can, as impressive as the Ram win was today, as impressive as the Seahawks win was today, if the Eagles win their next 2 games, they are the unquestioned top team in the NFC.
Right, and I think that that's what I was saying before too. When we were talking about the Eagles and their easy road to the division, but they also have just already been battle tested enough in this entire season, and even in their losses, I feel like there's a lot. The Giant loss was I think just chalk it up, on the road Thursday night against a divisional opponent. They clearly overlooked them. For the Broncos game, I think that was a turning point in their season because I think there were things they needed to address, and they got away from it. And like you said, Nick Sirianni likes to, coach these guys hard. I felt they took the foot off the gas in that game against the Broncos, and it cost them, and I don't think that we'll see that again this year from them.
Well, one thing Howie Roseman did leading up to the trade deadline, they weren't going to – they didn't really need to, but I don't think they were going to do it anyway. They weren't going to go out and get a Sauce Gardner. They believe that they've got talented defensive backs. They've got one weakness at one cornerback position. Two of their three starting corners are Pro Bowl level in their second season, which is pretty damn impressive. So they needed a better, upgraded part-time player at two positions, cornerback and edge pass rusher. And they got it with they hope they have it with either Michael Carter that they got from the Jets, who's a good slot corner. Yep. Now, I don't know if they're going to play him in the slot or not because they love their slot corner, and the defensive coordinator seems ill-advised to move him to the outside because he wants to keep Cooper inside the way that he has him. But they got two better players. They got upgrades, not stars, not full-time every snap type players. And then the addition of Jalen Phillips is their last place where they needed an upgrade. They did get their maybe most popular player, Brandon Graham, back from out of retirement. Nobody knows what Brandon Graham's got left in the tank. I hope it's something. It probably is. He stayed in shape the entire time. I'm not sure he really wanted to retire when he retired last year. So they're getting a plus with him. They're getting Nolan Smith back. They trade for Jalen Phillips. What looked like a pretty weak position now is one that at least you have depth. We'll find out if it's strength. But Howie Roseman knew, even though they were tied for the best record in the league, they weren't a perfect team, and he needed to go about upgrading the depth and the talent on the team, not with a superstar, but with players who could come in and contribute, and I think he did that with all three of his acquisitions.
Yeah, and I think with the trade of Jalen Phillips, it doesn't only just affect this year, but maybe next year because of his age and the ability we've seen in the past. Prior to the injury he suffered a couple years ago, he was, somebody I thought was, starting to progress into a all-star, all-pro type, and maybe not one of the best in the league, but a guy who could play all three downs and be productive. And Howie Roseman does it again. He continues to make the rich richer, and we will see what that. We'll continue the conversation. We'll preview the primetime games. We'll recap the rest of the day in the NFL. Stay right here. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
That's right. I got you for another 40 or so minutes. Actually, a little under 40 minutes with Jody Mack. And then Jody's got you all to himself for the next 2 hours from 8 to 10. We've got a lot to get to. We already talked a lot about these 4 o'clock games that were a disaster. Seahawks 44, Cardinals 22, Rams 42, Niners 26. Those two were final. About 36 seconds to go in this one as Kyle Allen kneels it for the Lions 44-22. That one will go final. Anything stuck out to you today? Obviously, we talked about the big ones. Anything in the 1 o'clock window specifically stick out to you this week in the Week 10 action, Jody?
Sorry about that. Turn my mic off. Before we get to the 1 o'clock window backwards, I got a question for you for the 4 o'clock window.
Yeah.
About two players who were traded for each other, and both were on the field and pretty damn good today. You got your box scores handy?
I do.
Who do you think had the better day? Matthew Stafford or Jared Goff?
Oh, this is a good one. So Jared Goff, let's see. I mean, it's how you define, better day. Goff, 25 of 33, 320 yards, 3 touchdowns. Matt Stafford, 24 of 36, 280 yards, 4 touchdowns. I think it's Stafford because of the team he played.
True, but we also commented on how the San Francisco defense isn't as good as we thought it might be before the year started, or how it's been over the last couple of weeks. Yeah, the Commanders are a dumpster
they're
fire
almost identical
right
outside of the 40 yards passing.
They really are. And I think Stafford had a slightly higher passer rating, both of the ones in the 120s, the other ones in the 130s. It is amazing that those two guys were traded for each other. And, oh, by the way, the Lions got a whole bunch of extra draft picks thrown in because at the time of the trade, Goff's value was not as great as Stafford's, even though he had gone to a Super Bowl. Remember, he had gone and Stafford never had, but he went to the Super Bowl and had one of the worst Super Bowls quarterbacks ever had against the Patriots when he was a member of the Rams. But, man, have both of them been basically phenomenal for their teams? You don't usually see quarterback trade for quarterback, and it worked for both teams. Usually one's taking a chance and the other one ends up paying a price. But both teams did perfectly fine with that deal and are in very good shape again this year with both of those quarterbacks still leading their respective offenses.
Yeah, 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick for Stafford. And it is a win-win because I would actually say if the Rams didn't win that Super Bowl, this would not have been a win-win because at this point, what was, it hasn't hurt them to trade those picks. And at the time, we remember, it was a joke. With the GM and McVay, and it was like F those picks, and they didn't need them. And now they have, next year they're gonna have 2 first-round picks, and depending on, I think it's the Browns, who is it? I'll tell you right now. The Falcons, depending on what the Falcons do, one of those picks might be in the top 10, and it's been a win-win. And everyone, whenever somebody says win-win trades, they always go back to that, and this is what affects my team. The Champ Bailey, Clinton Portis trade. And I always say I loved Clinton Portis. That was not a win-win. That was 1 or 2 okay years of Clinton Portis for the Commanders. And Champ Bailey playing like the defensive player of the year for almost a decade for the Broncos. Yeah. And the Commanders never bounced back from it. And the Broncos plugged and played running backs for a decade. This is a true win-win trade where both teams not only got win-now players, but also the Lions were able to rebuild their franchise with the picks.
But I think they knew Portis was going to only be a short-term thing. They weren't worried about comparing the two players for the entire time that they were both going to be in the league. Portis they needed immediately, and he was very good immediately. And what the Broncos thought they were getting was a long-term fixture at a specific position. So it was. Yeah, I think I won't call what happened to Washington a lose, but it wasn't as big a win as it was for the Broncos. The trade that most fits that description, again, this is a little bit before your time. Shouldn't really be, but because it was now a long time ago. When the Yankees acquired Doyle Alexander.
Oh, I'm very familiar. Obviously before my time, but I'm familiar.
From the Atlanta Braves for a guy who had not pitched a day in the major leagues yet by the name of John Schmaltz. And Alexander came in, and I think he went 8-1 the rest of the season, and the Yankees needed him to make the playoffs. They needed a spark in their rotation, and Doyle Alexander, with all the junk that he was throwing at his advanced age, still knew how to pitch and still knew how to get guys out. And the Yankees got exactly what they needed out of it, or excuse me, the Tigers. It was the Detroit Tigers. And Smoltz, who was a Michigan kid, didn't want to pitch for any other team other than the Detroit Tigers, got traded by his hometown team, and he goes to Atlanta, and as part of that 4-man unbelievable off-the-charts rotation, and ends up as a Hall of Famer. But that was a win-win. If you compare what they did from the day they were traded, one against the other, well, of course Schmaltz was better. He had 20 more years to go. Doyle Alexander had 2 more years to go.
And he tormented me for all 20 years. So that is, definitely, and when I say before my time, it was before I was consciously able to, really enjoy the sport. And John Smoltz, owned the Mets and owned me as a baseball fan for many years to come. But this Goff-Stafford trade is always going to go down as an all-timer. And kudos to Dan Campbell and this Lions regime sticking with him and understanding that everyone seems so ready. They always want to go and get the next great thing at quarterback, and sometimes not realizing, this is a kudos to the Seahawks, that the Vikings didn't understand is with Sam Darnold. Not saying that he's as good as maybe Goff or Stafford, or he's ever going to win a Super Bowl like Stafford, but there is something to credit a team that trusts the quarterback that they have success with, and not just jettisoning them to the next place to get a young draft pick quarterback.
Yeah, but these deals that you and I are putting out, the Goff and the quarterbacks who've come in and made big, they're the exception, not the rule. More often than not, when a team gives up on a quarterback and he gets a second shot, second chance with another team, the results are the same and or sometimes not even as good. When you get a deal like this where both teams are tremendously happy, tremendously successful, and it goes for both teams for years going forward, that happens very infrequently.
Well, right. But I'm just saying there are times where I feel like teams are the Browns and Baker Mayfield, too quick to move on from quarterbacks. That Darnold, I'm not blaming the Jets for, because he, in my opinion, never showed anything that he showed now. But Goff had a lot of success with the Rams, and I'm not blaming them for moving on. I'm just saying that when he came to the Lions, it was the first storyline that immediately happened was the Lions are never going to win with Goff, and they've been pretty freaking successful with him.
Yep, they surely have, and he's a really good quarterback. And I think the thing that hurt him most was they had already anointed McVay as this offensive genius. If you play for McVay, you have to be phenomenal because McVay is supposed to make you phenomenal. If you're not phenomenal, it's not McVay's fault. It's got to be your fault. You can't be good enough. And the fact that he has gotten better and become such a good quarterback in Detroit without the help of Sean McVay, he has always put a little smile on my face because I think the whole McVay's the smartest football mind in all of football, offensive football mind, I think has been a lot of hyperbole.
Yeah, I agree. And it goes for, this is not the same thing. I'm not comparing this coach to Sean McVay. Even with the way that people talk about a Brian Daboll with quarterbacks, and sometimes, there has to be more proof in the pudding. Obviously, McVay has done it, but there are times he's always had a good defense that's bailed out at times, underwhelming offensive performances. But when he is on, he is on. And that's where, same thing with a Kyle Shanahan. I think at times Kyle Shanahan's ability to coach the offense is a bit overblown. I still think he's a great head coach, but I think at times it's overblown how much of a mastermind he is on offense when I see a lot of underwhelming now Niners performances on the offensive end.
Yeah, see, I disagree with you. I think he is the smartest mind in football when it comes to designing an offense. Now, he's not a great, and I don't think he gets picked on enough.
Did he design the offense, or did his father design the offense?
Well, whatever, and he took his father's offense to another level higher than his father ever did, at least in my opinion. But the one thing that I think about Shanahan is I don't think he's a great in-the-moment, on the sidelines, using timeouts, adjustments. Yeah. I don't think he's that great a coach. I think he is a premier, one of the greatest in the history, not just now, one of the greatest in the game, designers of an offense. But I just think he's a mediocre overall head coach because there's a lot more to being a head coach in the NFL than just designing an offense.
Yeah, I do think there are times that it's puzzling or he overcomplicates things that don't need to be overcomplicated. Even when he was an offensive coordinator, we could go back to the Super Bowl being up 28-3, just overcomplicating the entire scheme when you can simplify it. And I think that is part of being a good head coach is knowing when to simplify things and when you don't have to overdo it. Me and Jody will come back.
Yeah, but oh, by the way, the better team was the Patriots before the game started, after the game was over.
Agree.
And oh, by the way, they had a 28-3 lead. If the defense had been able to get a stop or two in that game, the Falcons wouldn't be without a Super Bowl championship.
No,
that one was not on McVay.
No,
excuse me, on Shanahan.
Well, I will just say this though: there is something to simplifying it, and when you're up 28-3, trusting your run game a little bit more than they were doing at that moment, where you can eat away at this clock and not give as many opportunities, not leaving the Patriots offense on the field as long as they did. I'm not blaming it all on Shanahan. My point was just to point out there are times that I think, and we've seen it, we saw it in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs at times, and where they had to make these big throws at the end of the games, where if he would have simplified it early on, they may have been in a different position. And it's where I do think Sean McVay shines, where he's not always, his offense isn't always executed, but I do think he has a little bit more of a feel for the game when it comes to simplifying the game when it needs to be simplified. Andy Reid does this. Andy Reid is one of those guys where he won't give you anything in the regular season, and he's going to show you something new in the playoffs. But then he's also knows when he has to simplify the game. He doesn't have to have Patrick Mahomes throw 50 bombs in the game or, have these intricate play designs where the route tree is, multiple option routes and all these things where he could just go to his bread and butter to seal a game or to put them in a position to win a game.
And, oh, by the way, play calling got away from Shanahan in that Super Bowl. You've got Christian McCaffrey. How do you not get the ball to Christian McCaffrey late in that game? The fact that he moved away from him, I thought, was the reason they lost that Super Bowl. Shame on Shanahan for getting woefully outcoached by Andy Reid in that ball.
Yeah, and everyone points to the missed Emmanuel Sanders throw, but I was like, that throw shouldn't have had to be what the game came down to. And it didn't necessarily mean they were going to win that game, even if he hits Emmanuel Sanders in that moment. But it shouldn't have just come down to that one play. But we got a lot more to cover. We'll preview the primetime games. Me and Jody continue the conversation and wrap this thing up. But first, an update. Our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, Basketball Hall of Fame player and coach Lenny Wilkens has died at 88 years old. A 9-time All-Star over a 15-year playing career, Wilkens went on to win more than 1,300 games as a coach, third all-time. No one coached more games than Wilkens. An impressive win for the Rams in Santa Clara. Matthew Stafford throwing 4 more touchdowns, all to different receivers. 42-26 Rams win to improve to 7-2. The Seahawks are tied with the Rams at the top of the NFC West. Seattle using 2 defensive touchdowns to jump out to a 35-0 lead. They went over the Cardinals 44-22. The Lions blow out the Commanders, also by a final score of 44-22. Giants quarterback Jackson Dart suffered a concussion. The Giants then blowing a 10-point lead over the final 4 minutes. Bears storm back to win 24-20. The Bears are 6-3. Giants fall to 2-8. A couple of 8-2 teams atop the AFC. Drake May and the Patriots win in Tampa 28-23. Meanwhile, the Bills lose to the Dolphins. The Patriots are now 2 games up on the Bills in the AFC East. Daniel Jones and the Colts walk off the Falcons in overtime, 31-25 in Berlin. Jonathan Taylor had the game-ending score, his 3rd touchdown of the game. Taylor also ran for 244 yards. The Texans use a 26-0 fourth quarter to defeat the Jaguars 36-29. The Texans are 4-5. The Ravens are also 4-5, earning a 3rd straight win, 27-19 over the Vikings. Saints upset the Panthers. Jets top the Browns. Sunday Night Football features the Steelers visiting the Chargers. Guardians pitchers Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz are facing 65 years in prison after being charged with fraud, conspiracy, and bribery. The two are alleged to have rigged individual pitches to win bettors hundreds of thousands of dollars, according to an indictment unsealed by federal prosecutors. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Oh, that's right. A little under 15 minutes to go until I am done. But don't worry, the great Jody Mack has got you all the way till 10 o'clock. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. One last segment. A awesome Week 10. Not done yet. 2 very exciting games coming up. Games that are going to have impacts on both conferences starting tonight. Steelers-Chargers. The Chargers are 3.5-point favorites at home. It will not be a home game. It'll be mostly Steelers fans there. It is the one, hiccup this Chargers team has is they feels like they play 17 road games all season with that stadium and not really having a fan base outside of San Diego. But to dive into the game, how you feeling tonight? As much of a Chargers hater that I am more of a non-believer of this Steelers team, and I think even with the injuries to their offensive line and the running back position, I think the Chargers win and cover tonight.
I'll take a double dog play for the 2 late weekend games. I'm going to take the underdog to win outright in both games. I think the Steelers beat the Chargers tonight. I think their win last weekend was huge. First of all, because the Ravens won at the same time, they said, we might have some competition. We can't let anybody make up any ground on us. And they went out and won impressively for me last week. I know their defense has been certainly underachieving from what it's supposed to be, because that's the backbone of the Steelers. Always has been, always will be. Yeah, for a couple of years, Roethlisberger went off, but for the entire Tomlin era, it's been defense first, and our offense will score enough points. Their defense had been mediocre this year. And, by the way, Rodgers had to win a couple of games for him by scoring some points. To become a turnover machine like they were again last week. Now, Daniel Jones gave it up a bunch of times today. So maybe I'm giving the Steelers a little bit too much credit for how good they were at turning the Colts over last week. But that win really did impress me, and I think it's the start of a run. I think it's going to be a really fun last half of the season between the Ravens and Steelers specifically when those two teams play. Chargers are hurt. And, by the way, we know that Justin Herbert, if he's pressured, he doesn't make bad decisions. He doesn't force footballs. But when he's under pressure, he'll take a chance or two. And I would not be surprised if he did that again tonight and the Steelers were ready to pick him off and turn them into points on turnovers. I think the Steelers are going to win the game outright. I'll take the points just to cover my backside. 3.5 is a nice number to take, but I think if you want to get the juice, play the Steelers outright to win the game.
I might just follow you because I'm on a cold streak and, just to have some fun tonight, watch these games, and tomorrow night. I will say that's the key, though. Justin Herbert, when he has time to make a decision or they're leading in the game, he's, a big front-running player. Mm-hmm. He doesn't make a mistake. But when they're behind or he's feeling a pass rush or just the pressure of the game, he does tend to make a mistake at times. The anomaly was the pick six in the first quarter last week. That's normally, it feels like a play that he makes later in a game, similar to the guy who came before him in Phillip Rivers, who, whatever it was, 115 fourth quarter interceptions or whatever it is. But with the Chargers, I do think, even as I like them, the one way I could see it being foiled is if the Steelers have their way with the Chargers offensive line like they did the Colts offensive line a week ago, which is a great offensive line, and this Chargers offensive line is decimated.
That's what I'm banking on, that the Steelers will be able to get pressure, will force him into a bad throw. If he's got time, he's got the arm, he's got talent around him, he's got accuracy. Oh, yeah, he can be one of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League. But if you move him off his spot, he's not as good making plays up out of the pocket as other quarterbacks in the National Football League are. I think they'll force a couple of turnovers tonight, and I think that's how the Steelers win the game.
And then in the Monday night game, I'm with you. I'm surprised the Eagles are. I guess it's Lambeau, and when you think about it, you're given what is it? What's the rule of thumb? 3 points when you're the home team automatically. So in actuality, in the way I'm thinking about it, the money's not like that, but I still think the Eagles should be the favorite in this game. I'm very confident about this one. I'm not as confident about tonight. I'm very confident in the Eagles. I am unimpressed with this Packers team, and I defended them earlier in the season, and I just continue to be unimpressed. Their defense plays well, and their offense doesn't. And when their offense plays well, their defense doesn't. The quarterback plays too safe at times, And I think a lot of their offensive deficiencies get covered up by the play of Josh Jacobs, and they're down Tucker Kraft. I like the Eagles in this. They're coming off a bye. They're fresh. They're confident as a team can be. I like the Eagles easy. I'm picking the Eagles money line with this one.
Kraft is definitely out and might be out for the entire season. And a whole bunch of their other wide receivers are questionable. Don't know who's going to be able to go. I think Watson is the only one who's a given. Yeah, I don't know who Love's going to throw the ball to. You better hope, if you are a Packer fan, you better hope Jacobs is going for 100+. Because if Love's got to throw for 300 plus or 275 to win this game, it's not happening. And key stat for you, if you're leaning toward the Eagles, Nick Sirianni, who's had a heck of a first 4 years in the National Football League, including a championship, is 4-0 the week after byes. In his 4 seasons, he has won all 4 games, and I think he won at least 3 of them handily. One might have been close. But he has gone 4-0. And remember, he inherited a team that wasn't great from Doug Peterson when he first took over. So he's been very good at prepping the team, getting done what needs to get done, even though it's funny that he and Andy Reid never coached together, although they both coached the Eagles and both coached Kansas City. Andy Reid went to Kansas City, and one of the first things he did was fire Doug Peterson, Nick Sirianni, as one of his assistant coaches. And he landed, excuse me, makes me laugh. It's funny. He landed with the Chargers, went to the Colts, got himself a head coaching job, and now he's got a Super Bowl under his belt. But one of the first things they ever did when they met each other was Andy telling him, your services are no longer needed. But he was great at the game after byes. He's got one of the most wins ever in the history of National Football League for a coach after a bye. And Sirianni's picked up right where he's left off. 4-0. It will be 5-0 after Monday night.
Yeah, and I agree. And they are still my team to win the Super Bowl, get to the Super Bowl. I've faltered on my Ravens, and I've succumbed to the boot on my neck that is the Chiefs, and they are back in to the Super Bowl for me. Jody, you are the man. I will talk to you next week. Hopefully we are celebrating together a Broncos victory over the Chiefs, and maybe another Jets win. But I will talk to you next week, my man.
I will talk to you next Sunday, Mr. Gallo.
Jody Mack, Anthony Gallo, thank you for hanging out with us this week. Jody's got you for another 2 hours. I'll be back next week, 12 to 8, as always, every Sunday this NFL season, right here, Gridiron Game Day. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you, or BetMGM Networks. Thanks for listening. Stay tuned to Jody Mack as he's got you all the way till 10 o'clock. Shout out to the guys behind the glass. I'll be back next week. If you want to follow me on X, Pico Day _Gallo, NIG, Pico Day, Gallo 24. Until next time, Gridiron Game Day with Anthony Gallo.
You're in a 5-minute break.
And entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.